This is the story of Tang Yeon-myeong, born into the prestigious lineage of poison and hidden weapons, the Sichuan Tang Family. However, the family has fallen into decline following an all-out war with the demon lord who sought to take Yeon-myeong's mother. With his father's death and facing the hatred and bullying of others, Yeon-myeong's life takes a difficult turn. Yet one fateful day, he suddenly finds a glowing sword, awakening memories of his past life where he reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Now in this life, he harbors only one wish: to live normally. But to achieve that, he must clear the obstacles hindering him. Before we continue the story, please leave a like, as today's like goal is 1,500 likes, and hit the subscribe button for more videos. The tale begins as a voice echo in the darkness, announcing, "Behold the end of the sword." On the edge of the cliff, a man sits in a lotus position, hands resting on his knees, eyes closed. He is a towering figure with massive muscles, his body and face covered in scars, his hands wrapped in gray bandages, and his dark hair is pulled back into a bun. Before him, a sword is embedded in the ground, its hilt adorned with a long red ribbon that flutters in the wind, gracefully hovering above his head. He reflects that before his master passed away, this was the testament he left him along with the sword. After training with the sword for over a century, he has reached the end of his journey with it. The man coughs and drops a blood spurt from his mouth, landing on his wrinkled chin. He sighs heavily, feeling that everything seems futile in the face of approaching death. Opening his eyes, he stares sternly at his bandaged palm, regretting a life spent obsessed with the sword. If only he had spent as much time perfecting his pancake-flipping skills as he did with this sword. At least then, he'd have something tasty to show for it. Meanwhile, a young boy with his red hair tied up like a samurai's top knot gone wrong is being mercilessly beaten by some bullies. Lying on the ground, he wishes he could live a normal life. One of his attackers, a boy with white hair and blue eyes, pauses in surprise and asks what he means, then gleefully resumes kicking him, mocking the very idea of normalcy. He's getting more beatings than a dusty rug in a cleaning frenzy. The poor red-haired boy grits his teeth in pain, groaning as the blows land. His tormentor continues to kick him with sadistic delight, declaring that the son of the woman who destroyed their clan should consider himself lucky not to have been cast out, while the poor boy desperately covers his head with his hands, trying in vain to shield himself from the relentless assault. Not long ago, the well-known Tang family of Sichuan, renowned for their mastery of poisons and hidden weaponry arts, fell. The winding road reflected a gruesome tableau, covered with dead bodies like discarded candy wrappers. In the distance, houses were on fire, sending black smoke into the sky. Among the chaos, a towering structure became a beacon of destruction, with sparks flying everywhere. In front of the house lay the bodies of men felled by swords and arrows alike, victims of the emerging power within the Murim, which had laid waste to approximately 9 of its fellow sects. Yeon-myeong, the demon lord of heavenly radiance, stood amidst the chaos, a walking contradiction of awe and terror, with hair as fiery as a dragon's temper and a kimono that seemed more action than a popcorn machine at a movie marathon. With eyes blue enough to make the ocean jealous, he's not one to beat around the bush. No, when he wants something, he wants it, and he wants it now. He was a man of uncompromising will. If his proposals were rejected, he would not hesitate to use force. If he fancied a woman, he would ask for her hand in marriage, and if refused or ignored, he would take her away by force. Such eccentricities of Yeon-myeong extended to the Tang family in Sichuan. In the poison phoenix Tang Yeon-myeong, a girl with a long red braid becomes his target. Facing the heavenly radiance demon lord who has come to take her away, the Tang family from Sichuan fights with all their might and won. But as a result of pouring all their resources, the Sichuan Tang family walked a path of downfall. Meanwhile, the 3 bullies continue to beat up the red-haired boy. He is taking hits like he's auditioning for a stunt double in an action flick. He is punched in the face and blood starts trickling from his nostrils. He tries to get up from the ground, one hand flat on the dirt behind him, while his bullies, smiling cheerfully, watch him suffer. The white-haired boy raises his fist, asking how can he give up now, indicating that there's still a long way to go. The poor boy grits his teeth angrily, his dirty face covered with cuts and bruises, and glares at his bully, who violently kicks him in the face, questioning what he is looking at. The poor boy covers his face with his hands and falls back to the ground. The boy with the white hair sneers, suggesting if he doesn't like something, he should blame his mother. After a while, as the 3 teenage tormentors saunter off into the sunset like they're auditioning for a cliché Western movie, our poor red-haired protagonist is left sprawled on the ground like a rejected extra in a low-budget action flick. With a heavy heart and heavier bruises, he ponders the cosmic injustice of his situation. All because dear old mom caught the eye of the demon lord of heavenly radiance and accidentally set off a family feud worthy of a soap opera plot twist. Later, when a round and bright moon appears in the dark sky, with his shoulders slumping lower than a deflated balloon and his head hanging like a droopy sunflower, our hero trudges toward the distant glow of a house like a sad puppy seeking shelter from the storm. He reflects on the insults and outrages hurled at his mother and himself. In the lighted room, a door opens a crack. His mother, Tang Ji, anxiously asks why he is so late. Seeing her son's condition, she is shocked. She quickly runs to him, shouting his name, Yeon-myeong, worried about what has happened to his face. Yeon-myeong laughs in embarrassment as he rubs the back of his head, telling her that everything is fine. Just then, he coughs up blood. With tears in her eyes, she asks Yeon-myeong if the kids were bullying him. Faking a smile, he denies it and tells her that he fell on his own while playing with friends. His mother asks what if he scars his face. He assures her not to worry and says he will be more careful next time, then quickly rushes into his room. His mother asks if he has eaten as if a full stomach could somehow mend a broken spirit, but he replies that he doesn't have an appetite. Lying on his bed, Yeon-myeong knows it's not his mother's fault, but there's no one he can complain to. Raising his voice will only cause retaliation, just like what happened to his father, who was assassinated, and if they leave the family, there will be no one to protect them. Well, that's about as appealing as jumping out of a plane without a parachute. There's just no safety net to catch them if they fall. He wonders if things would have been different if his father were still alive. The next day, the same group of bullies starts beating Yeon-myeong again. One of them taunts him that he should stop exaggerating and stop being a drama queen, as it is just a beginning. As the intensity of the beating increases, the only girl among them, Yeon, tells them to stop as she has prepared hard to play with Yeon-myeong. She then takes out a set of needles, eager to test poisons on Yeon-myeong before the upcoming clan leader competition. The ugly gorilla Tang Yeon-myeong sits on top of Yeon-myeong, holding him down. He tells Yeon-myeong that a wrong needle might cripple him and that he should be thankful for being held down firmly. As Yeon-myeong begins her experiments, she reassures Yeon-myeong that the poison won't kill him. Once the effect of the poison is confirmed, he will be given an antidote. Then, with an evil grin, she injects him with the poison, telling him that he can't die. As Yeon-myeong suffers, she finds it amusing to watch his skin react painfully to the toxins. After a few hours, it starts raining, and Yeon-myeong thinks that if he closes his eyes, he would be free, but suddenly realizes then that there would be no one to protect his mother. He wishes he were stronger so he could take care of them. His deepest desire is to become strong enough to protect his mother and to live a normal life. Just then, Yeon-myeong notices a glowing sword nearby. He didn't realize it had been there all this time. For some reason, the sword feels familiar to him. Getting a hold of it, Yeon-myeong realizes that it is his sword, the one he had trained with for over 100 years. He recalls how he created the ultimate sword during his lifetime. How many lines did he draw, but it was so futile, as despite reaching the pinnacle of his abilities, he couldn't prevent his own death. Regret overwhelmed him. If he could live a second life, he wanted to live a normal life. He realizes that in this life he has remembered everything. He was a sword master in his past life, and now in his present life, he is Tang Yeon-myeong. As he pulls the sword out from the ground, a white aura engulfs him. Determined, he decides that from now on, he will live a normal life. The next morning, his mother tells him not to go out, worried about his injuries from the day before. But our resilient Yeon-myeong, with the stubbornness of a mule and the optimism of a lottery player, brushes off her concerns like yesterday's news and assures her that he will be okay. Meanwhile, the white-haired monkey, Munchin, thinks Yeon-myeong is avoiding them. Jeongul remarks that if Yeon-myeong doesn't want his mother to see him in his sorry state, he will come to them. Munchin shares that he will beat him thoroughly if he shows up today. A few seconds later, Yeon-myeong arrives. Yeon-myeong falls from a tree, pretending to be cute, but Yeon-myeong doesn't react. Munchin starts mocking Yeon-myeong, questioning why he looks unharmed. Yeon-myeong confidently assures Munchin that his attacks won't faze him, addressing him by name and leaving the bullies bewildered. Mistaking his boldness for madness, they tense up, with Jeongul ready to unleash his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, it's the bullies who are left scratching their heads, wondering if they stumbled into the Twilight Zone. Yeon-myeong then shocks them further by addressing each of them by their names, which offends Yeon-myeong, and she contemplates killing him or doubling the poison dosage. When Jeongul attempts to strike, Yeon-myeong swiftly grabs his head and thrusts it into the ground, stunning the group as Jeongul topples over. Panic sets in as Yeon-myeong approaches, taunting them about their feeble abilities despite their aspirations to compete in the clan leader competition. Munchin perceives Yeon-myeong's changed demeanor and charges toward him. However, Yeon-myeong swiftly grabs onto Munchin's hand and with a powerful twist, breaks it into pieces. He then confidently declares that the competition for the clan leader is pretty much decided. Inside the hidden poison hall, where the clan leader once resided and major family decisions were made, but now it's just a glorified boardroom for the elders to hash out their clan drama over tea and finger sandwiches. They are discussing the participants for the upcoming clan leader competition, particularly wondering if Poison Phoenix's son will participate, as he hasn't announced his intention yet. The elder chief considers excluding him from the competition due to his ongoing bullying without showing any retaliation. One of the elders expresses concern, stating that it is not Tang Yeon-myeong, the son of previous clan leader. The other elders disagree. Despite being the son of the previous clan leader, they cannot allow an unskilled participant to lower the competition's level. Even though he is the patriarch's son, at present he is nothing but a burden to the family. At that moment, Yeon-myeong barges into the room like he's auditioning for a WWE SmackDown, dragging poor Yeon-myeong along for the ride by her hair. The Grand Elder warns him, questioning if he understands the implications of his actions. Giga-Chad informs them that he is aware, silencing the courtroom. He then reveals the disfigured face of Yeon-myeong, shocking the elder. Yeon-myeong, cool as a cucumber in a snowstorm, lays down the law. He's done playing nice, and he's not about to take any more punches without throwing a few of his own. The elder questions how he can harm someone who is going to participate in the clan leader's competition. Yeon-myeong got an answer hotter than a chili pepper in July. He tells them he's well aware of the clan's rulebook, and it just so happens that fights between participants are fair game. The Grand Elder asks if Yeon-myeong is implying that he will participate in the competition. Yeon-myeong retorts, asking the Grand Elder if that's not enough. He reveals that outside the main hall, Moochin and Jungle, who used to bully him, are buried in the ground. He emphasizes that he has merely followed the clan's rules, repaying kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. Yeon-myeong asserts that he has proven his qualifications, and they cannot stop him. Despite some objections about how he exploited the competition to exempt himself from serious crimes, the Grand Elder allows him to participate, given his confidence. However, he warns Yeon-myeong that he had better win the competition, or else he will bear the consequences. With that, the meeting regarding Yeon-myeong's participation in the future clan leader competition concludes. Later, his mother scolds him, questioning his decision to enter. Yeon-myeong defends his choice, insisting it's not a mere whim but necessary. Despite his youth, she senses the potential for greatness within him. She refrains from delving into his techniques or how he overcame those bullies. Instead, she simply asks if he's confident about the competition, urging him to answer honestly. Yeon-myeong replies in a cute manner, questioning who she thinks he is. He is the son of the Poison Phoenix, which brings tears to her eyes as she expresses her pride in him. His mother hugs him, and Yeon-myeong reflects that a mother's embrace is so warm. He is determined to continue protecting his mother and his normal life. He vows to eliminate anyone who disrupts his peace. A month has passed, and the day arrives for Yeon-myeong to leave home to participate in the competition. Yeon-myeong's uncle Jaekway expresses concern to Tang Ji-hae, questioning whether they should intervene, noting that the competition is not child's play and that she understands this better than anyone else. Tang Ji-hae, emphasizing the preciousness of every moment, insists on letting Yeon-myeong be, noting his remarkable demeanor, composure, and courage for his age. Jaekway agrees but remains concerned about Yeon-myeong's current attitude. Tang Ji-hae expresses gratitude to Jaekway for the support from him and the Dark King family. Jaekway acknowledges that the situation Yeon-myeong has created demands his involvement and admits to having high expectations for him. However, he ponders whether it is wise for Yeon-myeong not to train separately. Meanwhile, as Yeon-myeong continues his training alone, he concludes that his methods have sufficed so far, emphasizing the importance of balance. He eats the healthy meals prepared by his mother, gets plenty of sleep, and uses internal breathing methods to correct his twisted blood vessels. Yeon-myeong realizes that simply honing his strength and skill is not necessary at this moment. Instead, it is essential to fortify the vessel that contains the power of his body. At the tender age of 12, his full-body meridians and pathways aren't heavily blocked with impurities. As his level increases, a natural transformation will occur, but maintaining a strong foundation is crucial for balance. Yeon-myeong deepens his contemplation, understanding the need to focus on proper nutrition and rest for physical growth. Later, Yeon-myeong bids farewell to his mother, telling her to take care. Jaekway also says his goodbyes and expresses that it was nice meeting her. They then depart for the competition. His mother, realizing his determination is unwavering, recalls his father and murmurs to her late husband that their son has grown well, wishing he could have seen him. At the Dark King Hall, where the participants of the competition gather, Yeon-myeong arrives early and sits quietly in a corner, eating a rice cake. One of the participants notices him and remarks that he is the Poison Phoenix's son. Another bystander confirms this, noting that he is Tang Yeon-myeong, the one who bested Moochin. Another participant questions if it's just a rumor, mentioning that Yeon-myeong could not even learn martial arts. Hearing this, others murmur that the standard has plummeted since he is competing with them. Overhearing these comments, Yeon-myeong furrows his brow in concern. One of the participants then suggests taking him down right there and then. At that moment, a peculiar object strikes that bully squarely on the head. Another participant, sounding accusatory, claims that Yeon-myeong is using a hidden weapon. However, another one, confused, points out that it's just a half-eaten rice cake. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Yeon-myeong addresses the mob, reminding them that Muchin only went around with 2 others, but they are quite a big group. However, did not they hear how Muchin and his group got beaten up? He then taunts them that it doesn't matter if they did not hear it and tells them to experience it firsthand. Yeon-myeong tells them that even with a crippled hand, Muchin didn't run away. He then challenges them, asking if they will run away. The group of bullies, unable to tolerate the insult, is ordered by their leader to teach Yeon-myeong a lesson and take him down immediately. Not long after, one of the bullies goes flying through the gate, landing where the Jikwi stands with a confused expression. Jikwi, realizing something happened while he was away, questions whether the person lying there is one of the participants and expresses his concern. Arriving at the scene, Jikwi is shocked by what he sees and spontaneously shouts, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. Yeon-myeong, sitting calmly, remarks that he was getting bored. In the courtroom, everyone begins to express to the Grand Elder that they can't ignore this situation. One of the elders emphasizes the gravity of the matter, questioning how so many injuries could occur just before the competition. Reflecting on the situation, the Grand Elder realizes that if such a person becomes the young clan leader, worse things are likely to happen. He suggests amending the rules of the competition. Later, the elders decide to return to the competition ground where the participants are gathered. Meanwhile, in the training area, a girl asks how the competition works. Another girl in glasses whispers that participants undergo 2 to 3 years of training at the Common Mountain and then proceed to one-on-one duels. Surprised, the first girl inquires about her identity, but the girl in glasses insists that she was just answering the question. The first girl mentions that the competition's details are supposed to be confidential and asks how she knows. The girl in glasses brags that her father works at the general office and that she received a little tip from him. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a voice urging everyone to be silent. Jikwi announces that they have finally arrived and introduces himself as the Dark King clan leader who will be overseeing the competition. He begins explaining the order of the competition. The crowd is amazed to see Jikwi, the youngest leader ever. Jikwi explains that the competition lasts for 4 years. The first year is dedicated to finding a suitable practice method for each individual, which could involve sword skills or poison-making skills. For the next 2 years, comprehensive training is conducted under the guidance of assigned warriors. After all the training is complete, the main competition begins, which is a one-on-one duel conducted as a goo poison match. The crowd is shocked to learn about goo poison, a method involving placing strong poisons in a jar to fight each other and refine a potent toxin. It also refers to a personal combat competition where participants fight until only one person remains. The Grand Elder explains that they were originally supposed to select the young clan leader through one-on-one duels. However, due to the unfortunate incidents that just occurred, there have been numerous dropouts. Continuing with the original rules could result in similar incidents, so they decided to change the competition format to allow everyone to exert their full power. Everyone becomes furious, thinking this change is all because of Yeon-myeong. The Grand Elder further emphasizes that the young clan leader position is vital for the future of the Tang family. He stresses that this is not a mere child's fight, but a noble ceremony where one risks their life to challenge their limits. The victor will possess everything of the Tang Sichuan family, embodying the principles of fighting, surviving, and conquering. The Grand Elder announces the names of those who will survive through the Gu prison: Tang Jonggol, Tang Munchin, Tang Yeon-myeong, Tang Sacheon, Tang Juklin, and Tang Yeon-myeong. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong reflects that the challenge doesn't seem hard at all. Later at night, in the Sichuan Province Black Death Alliance territory, the main camp of the Dark Moon Sword sect, a meeting takes place in a dimly lit room. Makin-hu addresses his executives, acknowledging their busy schedules but urging them to listen to his important message. He mentions the recent scheme plotted by the Tang family. Another executive asks if he is referring to the young clan leader competition, and another adds that their spies reported the competition was declared a few days ago. Makin-hu explains that right after the announcement, the children of the Tang family who have the potential to become the young clan leader left in carriages. He notes that the current state of the Tang family is precarious, with their leader, Yu Giljin, holding the power to eliminate them anytime he wishes. Makin-hu continues, stating that for now, Yu Giljin is leaving the Tang family alone because they still have some use. He emphasizes that it is as clear as day that those children are the future of the Tang family, and if anything goes wrong, it would deal an irreversible blow to the Tang family. The words of the elder of the Dark Moon Sword sect are indeed true, prompting smiles from some executives. However, another executive cautions that despite their decline, the Tang family remains an entity to be wary of. He asks Macon when they should act. Macon responds that for now, they will do nothing. Tracking the carriages and eliminating the potential future leaders of the Tang family would be easy, but it wouldn't truly deliver a significant blow. Since the young clan leader competition runs for a total of 4 years, Macon imagines the potential consequences if, after all that effort and nurturing, all the carefully groomed children of the Tang family were to die at the climax of the competition. He concludes that for now they should track where the carriage is heading and make their move after the 4 long years have passed. One of the executives informs them that the tracking has already been arranged, and not only that, they have also planted a seed to ensure that the Tang family will fall entirely into their hands. Meanwhile, at the Common Mountain, the venue for the Sichuan Tang Family Young Clan Leader competition, the instructor addresses the participants. He informs them that although the competition rules have changed, the schedule and procedures remain the same. During the competition, participants will be called by numbers instead of names, with each group consisting of 4 members, and they are in Group 7. The instructor explains this clearly and authoritatively. However, the instructor proceeds to call their numbers, revealing that Tang Yuri is number 25, Tang Yeon-myeong is number 26, and Tang Yeon-myeong is number 27. He then realizes that number 28, Tang Yeon-myeong, is missing from the group. With a touch of panic in his tone, he scans the surroundings and realizes that number 28 is lagging behind the rest of the group. In a sharp tone, the instructor calls out to number 28 and asks why he is lagging. However, Tang Yeon-myeong apologizes and explains that he was lost in thought for a moment. The instructor responds with agitation, reminding him that there's no time for idle thoughts and instructs him not to fall behind. Yeon-myeong's frustration is evident, and he questions whether the person leading them can sense it. Yeon-myeong can feel a presence from behind, sensing that they are being followed. After a while, the group arrives at the front of a cliff, leaving Tang Yuri puzzled. She asks the instructor if this is the correct place, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Before the instructor can answer, a voice emanates from the cliff, sending shivers down everyone's spine. It asks that Group 7 give the password. The participants are shocked, and the instructor answers firmly that Poison King of Hidden Poison. Despite the surreal situation, the password is confirmed by the cliff, its voice booming with authority. A man emerges from the cliff, introducing himself as Jigul Changshin. He greets everyone and explains that he is here to assist them in their competition. His voice resonates with a sense of reassurance as he speaks. Jigul Changshin explains that the Jigul family was once one of the 5 great families, like the Sichuan Tang Family and masters of formations. However, they have now fallen due to the invasion of Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, but thanks to the support of the Tang family, their family barely managed to survive. Jigul Changshin continues, his voice carrying the weight of past struggles, explaining that in return, they prevent external forces from intruding in this competition. As he leads them inside the formation within the cliff, he emphasizes that the Jigul family will assist the proceedings through their formation techniques. He then uses his formation technique. Startled at the brilliance of Changshin formation technique, Tang Yuri remarks with determination that this is the formation technique of the Jigul family. Tang Yeon remarks with awe that one can't tell the season or space here, marveling at the possibility. Meanwhile, Tang Yeon wonders about Tang Yeon-myeong, noticing that he isn't concentrating at all. She recalls that he was the same in the carriage, her concern growing as she ponders his behavior. Thinking back to when the participants were on their way to the cliff, the instructor had mentioned that once they arrive, they will be moving together for 3 years and asked them to introduce themselves. Tang Yuri, her voice brimming with excitement, asks Yeon-myeong if he is Tang Yeon-myeong. She then introduces herself, looking eager and animated, saying that she is Tang Yuri and has heard a lot about him. She mentions that everyone at the competition knows about the fight he had that day. Then Tang Yeon introduces herself, saying it is nice to meet everyone. With a polite and friendly voice, she tells Yeon-myeong that he is quite famous and adds a hint of admiration to her tone. She inquires if he is the one who left Tang Yeon-myeong in that state. Yuri chimes in, noting that Yeon-myeong surely has some nerve, and mentions that Tang Yeon-myeong's great-grandfather is one of the 3 elders. She remarks that while Yeon-myeong might be safe during the 4 years of the competition, he might face trouble once it is completed. Yeon-myeong gets mad and tells Yuri that it is not his responsibility now that it has turned into a goo poison match. The nerdy Yuri, taken aback, says it is surprising that the rules have changed and insists she is not looking to blame anyone. Tang Yeon interjects, telling Yuri that she really wants to argue about it, though. As they arrive at their destination, they all start walking. Tang Yeon keeps glancing at Yeon-myeong, thinking to herself that she won't let anything he does slide. She then bumps into the other girls as they both stop, realizing that instructor Jiggle Changshin has disappeared. They start to panic, wondering how he vanished when he was right in front of them a moment ago. Tang Yeon-myeong remarks that getting lost in the formation could trap them in a spatial lift. She wonders whether instructor Jiggle himself got caught in his formation. She questions what they will do and how they will get out of there. Tang Yeon-myeong comments if they stay put, maybe someone will come to rescue them. Suddenly, Tang Yeon-myeong notices Yeon-myeong heading somewhere and can't understand what is on his mind, why he is so calm, and what he plans to do. Meanwhile, walking in a different space, Jiggle Changshin realizes that the children have probably started to panic by now. He knows there is no way to get out of the Jiggle family's phantom dome of 7 castles without a spell. He reflects on the pettiness of the Tang family elders, who would kill an entire group just because of one child. Grand Elder Tang himself had asked Changshin to eliminate participant number 28. While this serves localized purposes, it would also strengthen the relationship between the Jiggle and Tang families. However, Changshin cannot ignore the inherent unfairness of the competition. He recognizes that this will hurt the Tang clan in the long run, even if it allows them to achieve their immediate goals. Despite this, he understands that the Jiggle family's position will only improve through these actions. While pondering this, Jiggle Changshin feels the entire space shake and hears a strange sound. Turning around to see the source, he is startled to find contestant number 28 staring at him eerily through a spatial crack. The old man cries out in fright, unable to comprehend how this is possible. Smiling, Yeon-myeong asks Master Jiggle why he ran away so quickly. He explains that their steps don't match because they are inexperienced, making it difficult for them to keep up with him. Yeon-myeong humbly requests him to be more careful in the future and not leave them behind. Jiggle Changshin acknowledges that a mistake was indeed made. He looks suspiciously at Yeon-myeong, trying to figure out how he managed to find himself here since there was no apparent gap. Yuri asks how he did it. Yeon-myeong replies that he simply cut through space. In awe, she cannot believe that Yeon-myeong managed to cut the incarnation. Mirio, trying to keep everyone focused, asks the group to be quiet, explaining that now is not the time to worry about that. She points out that they were lucky to find instructor Jiggle and emphasizes the importance of following him carefully, this time to avoid losing him again. However, when they look, they realize he is missing once more. With a contented exhale, Yeon-myeong realizes his guesses were justified. Meanwhile, Jiggle Changshin curses himself, baffled that he, a member of the Jiggle family, is running away in his own formation. He reflects on the boy's piercing eyes and realizes that simple tricks cannot deceive him. He wonders how a child could barely 12 years old show such spirit. After a few minutes of running, Jiggle Changshin finds the exit leading to the training grounds. He jumps outside in a panic, finally escaping the formation and falling to his knees in relief, thinking this should be enough. He believes no matter what method the boy uses, he can't get in here. However, his relief is short-lived as he hears someone call out to him. Standing in front of him is Tang Yeon-myeong, the overseer of the 7th group. Noting that the old man looked disheveled, Tang Yeon-myeong observes that the members of the 7th group are nowhere to be seen. When Yeon-myeong asks Jiggle Changshin what is wrong, Changshin tries to calm down, remembering that he was prepared for such questions. He explains that the 7th group would not be competing. He explains that he waited for a long time, but the participants never showed up. He speculates that they might have been attacked by bandits or wild animals, further stating that such unfortunate events can happen without warning and cannot be predicted. Consequently, the competition will have to continue without the 7th group. As soon as Master Jiggle says this, the space behind him crackles again. Turning around in fright, Jiggle Changshin realizes that there's no way his formation would just crack like that. Grasping his sword, Tang Yeon-myeong asks the old man if intruders have broken through here as well. Locking the Yeon-myeong's way, Jiggle insists he will go and check it out himself. Just then, a dagger strike is heard on the other side of the formation. The space behind Master Jiggle shatters into pieces. He is startled, realizing that his formation, one of the highest forms of the Jiggle family's techniques, has been broken. He is shocked, as no one had ever been able to break the phantom dome of the 7 locks so easily. Seeing the face of the 28th participant on the other side, Jiggle Changshin is taken aback. Meanwhile, after stepping out, Yeon-myeong smiles grimly, expressing relief and concern for Master Jiggle's well-being. Tang Yeon-myeong is astonished that Tang Yeon-myeong has broken the phantom dome with such ease. She is even more amazed that he managed to create an opening using an ordinary short sword. She questions how this is possible. Yeon-myeong explains that he hadn't destroyed the formation, but had only made an opening. He urges them to leave quickly as the opening will close soon. Their discussion is interrupted by the voice of the warden, who points his sword at the children and asks if they are from the 7th group. Confirming this, Tang Yeon-myeong asks the warden who he is. Yeon-myeong points out to the man's hood, noting the Tang family crest painted on it. Lowering his sword, Tang Wonjin expresses that he was worried that they might have been attacked, as Instructor Jigel had suggested, but is relieved to see they are safe. Master Jigel Changshin looks terrified, while Yeon-myeong mentions that it seems they were mistaken for being lost. He adds that thanks to marking the entrance of the formation, they were able to find their way back easily. The girls, surprised and confused, realize Jigel Changshin might have had a reason for his actions. Yeon-myeong realizes that Jigel Changshin is likely acting under the Tang family's orders. For now, he decides to let it be, as his suspicions are not yet confirmed. However, he resolves that if it is revealed after the competition that Jigel Changshin collaborated with the elders against him, he will take action to root out the Jigel clan completely. Jigel Changshin quickly apologizes for his mistake and rushes off to check the broken formation. Meanwhile, Wonjin addresses the participants, explaining that there was some disturbance and welcoming them for arriving safely. He apologizes for the lapse in their escort's performance and introduces himself as Tang Wonjin, a member of the Bongwi Brigade responsible for their training during the competition period. Mirio realizes that the Bongwi Brigade, a direct military force under the former young clan leader of the Tang family, had disappeared years ago. Each member of the Bongwi Brigade was as powerful as a great leader, making it one of the Tang family's most formidable elite forces. She further understands that the previous young clan leader was Yeon-myeong's mother, the Poison Phoenix. Yeon-myeong then asks Wonjin why he is not in the Tang family. Wonjin explains that years ago, they fought a desperate battle to protect their master, the young clan leader Poison Phoenix, against Heaven's brilliant demon lord. Unfortunately, they were defeated, failing to protect their own master, which left them feeling like sinners. Wonjin concludes his introduction there and instructs everyone to listen carefully as he explains the competition rules. He begins by explaining that the first year of the competition is a period for autonomous practice. Participants can train as they see fit and receive martial arts scriptures or teachings based on their performance. Yuri thinks about the legendary technique of the Tang family, the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain, which was lost while fighting Heaven's brilliant demon lord. She wonders if it can also be included in their training. Wonjin explains that the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain is granted to the one who becomes the young clan leader. Though the technique is incomplete, its essence has been passed down by the elders. Yeon-myeong realizes that the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain is a technique that handles numerous hidden weapons like a storm, similar to the sword control technique. He considers that maybe he can try to mimic it to some extent. Wonjin further explains that they will receive the essence of the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain from the elders one by one. He admits he doesn't know if they can truly handle the technique, but encourages them to focus solely on their training. Whether they choose to train together or individually, they should feel free to do so, emphasizing the importance of dedication and practice. Yuri asks Wonjin where they will be staying and sleeping. Wonjin responds that they must become self-sufficient in the forest, as comfort will not make them strong. He emphasizes that adapting to extreme environments is a priority at their current level. Holding his hand gripped tight, Wonjin instructs them to start practicing based on their judgment. Yeon-myeong comments that it is okay to live comfortably, noting that proper nutrition is important during the growth period and suggesting that adapting to the forest's environment seems unnecessary. Wonjin stares at him deadly, while the others are shocked and scared. Wonjin realizes that Yeon-myeong's attitude epitomizes arrogance. If this child is indeed the one who broke the barrier, it might be good to verify his abilities. Shocked, the other three immediately try to stop Yeon-myeong from continuing his nonsensical behavior. Wonjin suddenly announces that if Yeon-myeong passes a test, he can stay in the manor inside the formation. If he fails, he better be ready for the consequences. The test is simple. Team members will surround Yeon-myeong and throw hidden weapons at him. The test ends if he manages to block or dodge them within 5 steps. They will start as soon as he covers his eyes. Yeon-myeong, our Jiga Chad, obediently covers his eyes, while the ninjas on the trees remain calm. A tense silence envelops the scene. Mirio ponders why the ninjas aren't attacking immediately, realizing they might be deliberately increasing the pressure over time. Suddenly, the ninjas launch 167 blades at Yeon-myeong. With swift precision, our boy draws his blade and effortlessly deflects all the incoming blades. This display underscores a crucial aspect of martial arts. It's not just about technique, but also about fundamental principles such as weight, speed, and adaptability. The martial arts of Ascension encapsulate techniques like breaking, scattering, attaching, cutting, and sharpness. For Yeon-myeong, who had already attained enlightenment through the sword in his previous life, deflecting the hidden weapons was a straightforward task. However, for those who had only trained without achieving enlightenment, it came as a shock. Wanjin observes that with just a single movement, Yeon-myeong repelled all the hidden weapons, but upon closer inspection, he realizes they weren't repelled but attracted. After effortlessly neutralizing each threat, Yeon-myeong removes his bandage and queries if he has passed the test. Wanjin, standing there completely stunned, manages to tell Yeon-myeong while coughing that he has indeed passed and can go to the manor to rest. However, Tang Yeon-myeong interjects, reminding him that he shouldn't leave his team behind to enjoy comfort alone. Yeon-myeong, with a mischievous grin, teases about the different taste of meals in the manor, but questions if they even provide meals in the forest, trying to make them jealous. Furious, Mirio tells him to stop right there, while the other two try to calm her down. Witnessing this, Wanjin feels relief seeing that the other members haven't lost their motivation. However, he realizes that the outcome of the battle may have already been decided before the competition even began. He acknowledges that Yeon-myeong could be the one, maybe he can revive the Sichuan Tang family. Meanwhile, turning behind, Yeon-myeong instructs his team members to make sure to include meat with every meal, mentioning that they need to eat well during their growth period. This time, they're hunting a pack of wolves for their dinner in the cave where they reside. Tang Yeon-myeong comments that it's fortunate the paralysis poison they prepared worked. Aijin adds that if they keep doing this, they should be fine. Later, as they eat, Yuri praises Tang Aijin's impressive poison-making skills, while Aijin notes that her rainstorm technique is not ordinary either. Tang Yuri continues reflecting on their journey. She mentions that it's been about 4 months since their first day, during which they were busy running away. She recalls their struggle with a bear encounter and the difficulty of finding prey, resorting to eating grass roots. They shed tears of relief when they finally succeeded in hunting. It was tough, but they somehow managed to find shelter. As they continue eating, Aijin expresses resentment towards Yeon-myeong, speculating that he must be living comfortably by now. Hearing his name, Mirio becomes annoyed and firmly expresses her disdain for him. Aijin explains that she was merely curious, but Mirio dismisses her explanation, expressing annoyance. She asserts that Yeon-myeong is probably idling around by himself, waiting and watching. With a hint of indication, she predicts that once he goes to the manor, he'll receive what he deserves. Aijin mentions that considering Yeon-myeong's earlier performance, if he has continued to train until now, he must have become incredibly strong. Suddenly, Mirio realizes that all the meat has disappeared, not realizing her grave mistake. Tang Yuri admits that she ate it. Furious, Mirio and Aijin, holding knives to Yuri's face, block the light, possibly planning to kill her for eating their food. In the Gangdong Mountains within the Seven Locks Phantom Dome Formation stronghold, our Jigachad is standing in the middle of the training ground, surrounded by the warriors of the Bongwi Brigade. Wanjin swiftly issues the command to commence. Responding promptly, the warriors initiate their onslaught from all angles. Yeon-myeong remains poised, effortlessly deflecting the charging warriors' blows. Despite some warriors falling, a multitude persists. Evading each attack with finesse, Yeon-myeong retaliates relentlessly. Realizing the moment is ripe to try out his new technique, Yeon-myeong grips a ring-like sharkin as his weapon. In one fluid motion, he tosses the weapon while leaping through the air. Witnessing Yeon-myeong's actions, the warriors get themselves ready, anticipating the onslaught. As Yeon-myeong's weapons scatter unpredictably, the warriors struggle to foresee their trajectories. One warrior voices the futility of attempting to block such randomness, only to realize too late as the shurikens find their mark relentlessly. Amidst the chaos, a warrior exclaims in astonishment at the incredible speed of the shurikens, too swift for the human eye to follow. Observing the spectacle from the edge of the training ground, Wanjin finds himself in disbelief. He remarks that what he's witnessing cannot be real, as Yeon-myeong effortlessly neutralizes trained members within moments, controlling the power of his wide attack to merely graze everyone's skin. Wanjin speculates whether this technique was something Yeon-myeong created. Seeking clarification, Wanjin queries Yeon-myeong, who modestly attributes the feat to himself. Acknowledging the difficulty of even blocking such a technique, Wanjin expresses admiration, prompting him to inquire about its name. Yeon-myeong responds that he named it Whirling Line Frenzy Dance. Wanjin remarks to Yeon-myeong about the significant internal energy consumption associated with the Whirling Line Frenzy Dance, questioning how he manages it. Wanjin elaborates, mentioning that he once sought a manual on eye techniques from one of the warriors. He recalls encountering two techniques, Piercing Sky Eyes and Current Flow Eyes. The warrior advised prioritizing Piercing Sky Eyes over Current Flow Eyes due to the latter's incomplete status. Yeon-myeong, with confidence befitting his prowess, asserts to Wanjin that he has indeed mastered Current Flow Eyes. Wanjin, taken aback by this revelation, finds himself stunned by Yeon-myeong's claim. He questions himself how Yeon-myeong managed to master such an ancient and incomplete technique of the Tang family. Yeon-myeong explains that although the essence of current flow eyes was missing, he recognized it as part of the ascendant martial arts. Using this technique, he can throw weapons along the trajectory he visualizes, allowing him to hit precise points with minimal internal energy expenditure. Wonjin, no longer easily surprised, informs Yeon-myeong that in 2 months, kids from his team will arrive to undergo the same test under identical conditions. He reveals that these kids have already demonstrated the skills necessary to advance to the next test, but opted to return more refined. Yeon-myeong concludes that it's good for his teammates and expresses excitement to see how strong they have become. As he walks away from the training ground, Wonjin reflects on his earlier worries about the kids' training methods, but dismisses them as irrelevant. Yeon-myeong, meanwhile, ponders his past life, where his only connection was with his master, the Sword Ghost. Now, despite his origins and past actions, he is forming new bonds, which he considers part of an ordinary life. He finds himself missing his teammates and realizes that he wants to see them soon, lost in thoughts of his previous days. Back in the cave where the 3 participants have taken shelter, Mirio, with a grim expression, angrily shouts at Tang Yeon-myeong, accusing him of eating all the food. 2 months have passed, and it is time for the remaining participants to join Yeon-myeong at the manor. Mirio, now highly determined, reflects on their progress. She notes that on the first day of training, they were mere novices, but now they have reached an entirely new level of power. With a fierce expression, she declares that before reuniting with Yeon-myeong, she intends to excitedly split his head in half. With a scary expression, she imagines a future scenario where at the end of the competition, the announcement declares, "Down with Yeon-myeong, it is victory for the 7th team." The group arrives in front of the manor, each sporting a grumpy expression. Tang Mirio shouts for Tang Yeon-myeong to come out immediately, but after a while there is no response. The manor is strangely quiet. Tang Mirio wonders aloud why it is so silent and speculates if he has run away. Clenching her fist, Tang Yuri laments that she wanted to smash his head. She joins in, sharing the same frustration. Tang Mirio then notices that only the 2 of them are raging and shouting. When she turns her head towards Aijin, who stands at the back, she is shocked to find Tang Yeon-myeong standing there next to her. Both are stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. With a relaxed expression, Yeon-myeong reveals that he was hiding to surprise them and asks what they intended to do with his head. The shock on their faces is evident as they try to process the situation. Yeon-myeong smiles and teasingly calls Mirio a cutie. Tang Mirio looks shocked as she tries to process what has just happened. Yeon-myeong asks them what they are doing, further teasing them by recalling their talk about smashing head and splitting it in 2. He then asks if they will show him the results of half a year's training or if he should attack first, his eyes glinting mischievously. However, Mirio quickly becomes scared and says there is no way they were serious, insisting it was all a joke. With this unexpected turn of events, she ponders how they failed to notice him. Living in the forest should have sharpened their senses, but she wonders if this is the difference between them as she continues to contemplate the situation. Tang Mirio observes that he has grown taller and even his face has changed. Startled by her own thoughts, she realizes she is developing feelings for him, rationalizing that it's because she has only seen animals in the forest until now. Hugging his 2 friends, Yeon-myeong reassures her not to be too discouraged. He acknowledges that from his perspective, Mirio has become incomparably stronger than before. With a teasing tone, he adds that she might seem less impressive only because he is there. In the meeting room where the Jegal clan's elders hold their gatherings, Jegal Changshin arrives. One of the Jegal elder acknowledges his presence while another comments that it has been 6 months. It is hard to see his face. Jegal Changshin, also famous as Jeonju, taking his seat, suggests they get straight to the point as they don't have all day. He asks other elders if there is anyone of note in their group. One of the elders speaks up, mentioning that participant number 2, Aka Yeon-myeong, has shown a notable growth rate compared to others. He explains that rather than a will to become stronger or to survive, it seems she is burning with immense hostility towards someone and is feeding on that emotion. Another elder interjects, mentioning that if they are discussing potential winners, they can't ignore participant number 10, who passed the warrior's test in just a month. As the discussion continues, Jegal Changshin dwells on his own thoughts, noting that participants number 2 and 10 have certainly stood out, but compared to number 28, they seem quite ordinary. With a grave expression, Jegal Changshin recounts his observations of participant number 28, thinking that it was surprising enough that number 28 broke out of the formation, but when he spied on number 28's training later, he was utterly shocked as the participant demonstrated skills that even skilled masters couldn't perform. However, recruiting participant number 28 is too risky since he seems to have noticed his scheming. One of the elders, sensing Jeonju is uneasy, interjects with concern, asking if he is all right. The old man, already startled, thinks to himself that it's probably better not to bring up his true concerns. He then dismisses it, saying that it's nothing and that he tried to find someone from his group but found nothing. Jiggle Changshin then addresses the other elders, expressing that hearing about participant number 2 has piqued his interest. He suggests recruiting number 2 and introducing her to his nephew, who is quite a character. He mentions that he heard number 2 has a disfigured face from a facial injury, and it should be hard to sway the heart of such a child. He proposes that if they help this child win the competition and become the young clan leader, then engage her with his niece, the Jiggle family will officially become the external family of the Tang family head. Jiggle Changshin continues outlining his strategic maneuver, explaining that this will grant them the authority to intervene in Tang family affairs. By increasing their influence within the Tang family and securing interests, it will eventually merge the Tang family with their main house. He further enlightens the council that this is why they supported the Tang family's competition. Jiggle Changshin elaborates, revealing the depth of his calculated plan. Jiggle Changshin then wraps up the meeting, his tone final yet his mind already plotting the next move. As he exits the meeting room, his thoughts churn with calculated schemes. He deems number 28 too valuable to lose and considers tempting him with revenge if he survives the competition. By adopting him as a son and offering him the position of Jiggle leader, Jiggle Changshin envisions a significant strategic advantage. Meanwhile, back at the manor where the participants reside, Muriel reflects on their intensified training regimen. Despite the increased demands, she acknowledges that nothing compares to the comfort of a good night's sleep. Turning her attention to Tang Yori, she inquires if Aijun and Yeon-myeong went to the lab today. Yori informs Muriel that Aijun stormed into the lab, grinding his teeth and vowing to kill. Muriel's eyes sparkle with excitement upon hearing this, acknowledging that Aijun is the best in poison-making after all. Inside the lab, Aijun displays the poison he meticulously prepared to Yeon-myeong, emphasizing its potency and significance. As Yeon-myeong moves the bowl of poison closer to his mouth, Aijun demands an explanation, questioning what Yeon-myeong is intending to do. With Aijun's attention fixed on the poison, Yeon-myeong surprises her by swiftly ingesting the poison she prepared. Caught off guard, Aijun panics, shouting at Yeon-myeong for ingesting the poison and labeling him as a maniac. She urgently requests him to spit it out and starts shaking Yeon-myeong. Worried, Aijun wonders if the poison is already taking effect. Yeon-myeong spits the poison all over Aijun and asks her why does she keep shaking the person's body like that. He then questions the potency of the poison, expressing surprise that it's weaker than expected. Furious, Aijun asks Yeon-myeong what he is talking about. That is a poison that could melt even his insides, but then questions why he is still okay. In a moment of playful banter, Yeon-myeong suggests that perhaps there's only one explanation. The poison is subpar. Offended, Aijun shouts, saying, "Why isn't he dying?" Outside the lab, Muriel realizes that their plan isn't working for some reason. Inside, Aijun urgently pleads with Yeon-myeong not to drink the poison like it's a booze, her agitation evident in her voice. Despite her protests, Yeon-myeong persists in consuming more of the poison, unaffected by its effects. Frustrated, Aijun voices her concern about running out of poison, questioning why it isn't working. She wonders aloud if Yeon-myeong is immune to all poisons. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong inwardly contemplates that his resistance isn't just immunity to all poisons, but rather a result of the Tang family's core technique, the poison refining madness. Yeon-myeong muses aloud about the paradox of those who work with poisons potentially becoming poisoned themselves. As someone titled the Master of Poisons, he questions whether he should be able to control even the poisons that enter his body. As expected, he notes that the poisons entering his body are transformed into internal energy and accumulate within him. Within a certain threshold, poisons become indistinguishable from elixirs for him. However, he reflects that this state can only be achieved through profound realization, not merely by viewing poison as a weapon. Yeon-myeong further explains that weak poisons hardly increase his internal energy anymore. He now requires stronger poisons. He concludes by noting that there are many things to take care of before leading an ordinary life. Yeon-myeong reflects that he could take on the elders anytime he wants. However, he acknowledges the potential threat posed by the Black Death Alliance or the heavenly brilliant Demon Lord, which could jeopardize the outcome. While he holds no personal grudge against the Black Death Alliance, he recognizes the significance of their influence, particularly since they've divided Sichuan City. He contemplates the leader of the Death Alliance, known as a genius of the era, who has already destroyed 3 of the 9 factions. Yeon-myeong admits that if he were his former self, he could easily confront such a figure, but acknowledges he is not there yet. His words are laden with implications of the challenges ahead. To achieve the normal life he dreams of, he realizes he must become as strong as he was in his previous life. He considers the possibility of Aijun creating a poison several times stronger than their current capabilities. Just then, Aijin comments that if only he could create the Tang family's 10 poisons. Surprised, Yeon-myeong inquires what is that. In response, Aijin questions Yeon-myeong's claim to be the blood of the previous clan patriarch, wondering how he could have no knowledge of the Tang family's 10 poisons. These poisons are the 10 strongest ones passed down from their ancestors, with each subsequent poison being stronger than the last. However, most of their formulas have been lost over time. The 10th poison is so potent that even masters of the transcendent level were affected. She adds that the remaining poisons are managed and divided among the elders. Hearing Aijin's explanation, Yeon-myeong's expression turns contemplative. The idea that even masters of the transcendent level can't handle the 10th poison makes it sound especially appealing to him. He asks Aijin if he can create the 10th poison for him. However, Aijin, clearly exasperated, reminds him that the formula for the 10th poison has been lost to time. Yeon-myeong responds with a tone of disappointment, remarking that it's a pity since the current poisons no longer have any effect on him, leaving him without even a sensation. Meanwhile, number 2 Aka Yeon-myeong, while getting choked by someone, explains that the 10th poison is not something to be taken lightly. Its use is normally forbidden due to its extreme danger. She tells her opponent that even he wouldn't survive drinking it. Enraged and coughing, her opponent demands to know what she has done to him as his mouth begins to burn. Yeon-myeong confronts him, asking if he wants to repeat his words about her face. Despite his agony, he struggles to speak, and before he can act further, his body crumbles, consumed by the intense power of the poison. In an instant, he is incinerated. As Yeon-myeong surveys the remnants of her fallen opponent, she reflects on the potency of the poison bestowed upon her by her grandfather. She realizes that this is the Tang family's 10th poison, and she declares this realization with a mixture of awe and determination. Standing amidst the aftermath of battle, her eyes gleam with a newfound sense of purpose. The revelation of the true power of the Tang family's techniques ignites a fire within her, driving her to push herself further and unlock even greater depths of strength and skill. Fueled by a burning rage, she vows to never forget the pain she experienced that day. She resolves to harness that rage and pain, using it as fuel to torment Yeon-myeong plenty in the poison match. Yeon-myeong and others gather outside the manor as Wonjin addresses them, noting that it has been a year since they begin training for the competition. He acknowledges their progress in refining their martial arts and addressing their weaknesses, but declares that the real challenge is about to begin. He announces that they would now decide on a team leader. Tang Yuri and Mirio look stunned at the announcement, but Wonjin clarifies that for now, they will appoint a temporary leader. However, by the 3rd year of the competition, they have to officially elect a team leader, as the leader of each team will represent them in the upcoming Gu Poison match that is going to be a battle of life or death. Wonjin explains that it is crucial for the most outstanding participant to become the team leader. Tang Yuri questions if not all participants will go to the Gu Poison match. Mirio comments that the selection will likely be based on achievements, implying that participant 28, Tang Yeon-myeong, deserves to be chosen. Tang Aijin acknowledges this, suggesting that Yeon-myeong is not just a team leader, but also a leading contender. Wonjin, with a stern expression, reminds them that Yeon-myeong is only a temporary team leader for now. He asks if anyone objects to Yeon-myeong becoming the team leader. Then Wonjin calls for Yeon-myeong to step forward and extends a wooden box toward him. Curious about its contents, Yeon-myeong inquires. Wonjin explains that it contains the Tang family's elixir, known as the Heavenly Heart Pill. He elaborates on its significance, describing it as an elixir made from brewing the root of a 1-year-old ginseng, which significantly increases internal energy depending on the user's level. Seeing such a precious elixir handed to Yeon-myeong, the 3 other participants express their surprise and concern in unison. However, they also recognize it as a privilege bestowed upon the person becoming the team leader. They understand that the Tang family has high expectations for them all. As Wonjin gives the explanation, he ponders inwardly, especially about Yeon-myeong, whom he has high expectations for. He considers that by taking the Heavenly Heart Pill, Yeon-myeong will experience something different. After the explanation ends, Yeon-myeong responds by asking if there is anything else. He expresses that he doesn't need an elixir and requires something else instead. Yeon-myeong's response annoys everyone. They express frustration, questioning the value of the elixir and suggesting that Yeon-myeong should give it to someone else if he won't use it. Even Wonjin is annoyed by Yeon-myeong's refusal of the elixir, but he tries to maintain his composure. Wonjin asks Yeon-myeong to clarify his request, and Yeon-myeong surprises everyone by asking for a potent poison, the strongest poison among all, specifically the Tang family's 10 poisons. This unexpected request shocks them all. Later, in a room, Yeon-myeong shows his weapons to the others. Mirio questions him about the absence of elixir, wondering if the weapons are all he brought. Yeon-myeong responds that he couldn't obtain the Tang family's 10 poisons, so he brought the weapons instead. Hearing Yeon-myeong's explanation, Mirio becomes annoyed, criticizing him for not bringing the elixir and deeming him foolish. Yori, however, suggests respecting Yeon-myeong's choice. Aijin attempts to diffuse the tension by pointing out that the elders would be pleased to have saved a heavenly heart pill. Yeon-myeong comments that he has not returned the heavenly heart pill yet. It is revealed that a few hours earlier, while handing out the wooden box, Wonjin asks Yeon-myeong if the weapons are sufficient instead of the heavenly heart pill. Yeon-myeong regrets not obtaining a potent poison but believes the weapons will suffice. Wonjin reflects that Yeon-myeong is the only one who would request poison instead of an elixir. He then asks Yeon-myeong if he needs anything else, but Yeon-myeong assures him that the weapons are sufficient for him. Yeon-myeong poses a question to Wonjin regarding the heavenly heart pill's fate. Wonjin responds by suggesting that it should be returned to the Medicine King Hall. He then asks Yeon-myeong if he has changed his mind. Yeon-myeong responds with an intriguing idea. He suggests that if the team members unite to defeat the temporary team leader, they should re-elect a new team leader and reward them with a heavenly heart pill. Wonjin acknowledges the idea's merit, stating that it should serve as ample motivation for the team. He reflects that since it's an investment in the future of the Tang family, there's no need to hesitate. In the present, Yeon-myeong encourages his teammates to challenge him at any time before the start of the Gu Poison match, urging them to give their best effort to defeat him. After his explanation, Mirio enthusiastically suggests bringing out the shurikens. Observing his team's response, Yeon-myeong ponders the situation and realizes that they shouldn't expect him to comply with their requests. Even if he becomes the young clan leader, he resolves to ensure that everyone receives a heavenly heart pill. Not long after, a voice from outside the room calls out Yeon-myeong's name, signaling his challenger's arrival. Yeon-myeong emerges, appearing ready to establish the pecking order. An impatient expression crosses his face as he responds to the challenger's excitement with urgency. Months pass, and in the training ground, the participants spar and test their skills. Aijin groans as she lies down, feeling defeated once again. Yeon-myeong mocks her, noting the countless times she has lost. Mirio observes his confidence, wondering if he ever tires of winning. Yuri adds her resignation, admitting that she gave up on defeating Yeon-myeong long ago. Regardless of the competition, Yuri confesses to finding amusement in watching Yeon-myeong's face, acknowledging the fun element in his victories. Just then, Yeon-myeong asks Aijin if she will accept defeat, extending his hand toward her with confidence. He asserts his ambition, stating that he's going to take the position of the young clan leader. Aijin tells him that they haven't met other teams yet, but she can't even imagine him losing. Acknowledging Yeon-myeong's strength, she asks if he will ignore them once he becomes the young clan leader. Witnessing this from afar, Tang Wonjin remarks that everyone has grown tremendously over the past year. Thus, participant number 28 is formally appointed as the team leader. He adds that tomorrow, the actual Gu Poison match begins and instructs them to make their final preparations. 3 years have elapsed since they commenced their training for the competition. Tang Wonjin reflects on their journey, noting withdrawals and even deaths in other teams due to disqualifications. However, compared to them, he acknowledges the challenges they face with all members of their 7th team safe and having achieved growth comparable to their Bangui brigade. He encourages them to take pride in this accomplishment. Having cautioned them repeatedly about the Gu Poison match, he does so one final time. In this match, the use of extreme poisons, except for the 10 specified poisons, is allowed, a departure from the previously prohibited use of poison in sparring. He emphasizes the gravity of this upcoming challenge, underscoring that the Gu Poison match is where individuals employ their deadliest means. He instructs Yeon-myeong to maximize his capabilities. Wonjin then hands Yeon-myeong a pouch bag containing various poisons, stating that they are the poisons he requested. Aijin reminds Yeon-myeong that even a single drop of these substances can be lethal. She explains that the ocular poison is only effective if applied directly to the eyes, and she elaborates on the potency of the 9 sickness powder, cautioning him about its effects. With that, the poison instructions conclude. Aijin asks Yeon-myeong to promise that he will win, to which he confidently agrees. Yeon-myeong further asserts that by the end of the competition, the only ones who could have harmed him are his comrades. Then, with unwavering confidence, he heads toward the portal, bidding farewell to his companions. Meanwhile, in another area within the formation, Yeon-myeong stands sternly, her resolve evident as she reflects that finally the day of the Gu Poison match has arrived. She tells herself that she is ready for the challenge ahead, feeling fortunate to have the 10 poisons her grandfather prepared and her new ally. Continuing, she subtly hints at her strategic edge, recalling her conversation with Jigul Chongshin. He had proposed to assist her in the match, emphasizing the significance of the Gu Poison match arena being arranged with their family's formation. He'd assured her that manipulating the formulation and positioning her favorably would be easy for them. When she questioned his motives and what he wanted in return, Jigul Chongshin honestly admitted that their Jigul family sought revival, a desire to maintain their sovereignty. They wished to join forces with the Tang family without relinquishing all their power. Yeon-myeong inquires whether Jigul Chongshin wants to use her as a pawn to intervene in Tang family matters, expressing skepticism about his intentions. She asks him what he would do if she were to reject them all. Jigul Chongshin replies that this is precisely why he has come, to build trust. He urges her to share her desires with him. In the present, Yeon-myeong reaffirms her determination, declaring that she has waited and endured for 3 years just for this day. She resolves to kill Yeon-myeong and reclaim the life she lost, her determination unwavering. In another area within the formation ground, a figure holding a blood-stained sword expresses disappointment. He remarks that he had expected much from the Tang family's strongest military force, only to find them lacking. He reflects on the past 3 years, feeling that it was all just talk and wasted time. After eliminating all of the instructors and participants, he walks toward the gate leading to the area of the Gu Poison match. He expresses a wish for more interesting adversaries inside, anticipating more worthy opponents. Yet in another place, Yeon-myeong arrives at a hill, his anticipation evident. He remarks that it's a perfect day for someone to die, his determination clear. Stating the vast surroundings of the Gu Poison match area, Yeon-myeong remarks on its expansiveness, noting that it will take some time to encounter anyone. But just when he thinks he's all alone in this martial arts playground, his spidey senses start tingling because he catches sight of someone giving him the old stink eye from beyond the boundaries of the formation. The observer, a man with a plan and a whole lot of pent-up frustration to boot, notes that as expected from the 7th group, number 28 has appeared. He expresses frustration, saying that the more he sees, the more he realizes his potential is being wasted. But since the Jigul family has made its choice, he resolves to eliminate number 28 quickly before any variables arise. However, as he strategizes his next move, he realizes Yeon-myeong is observing him from inside of formation. He feels a sense of tension as their eyes meet. Startled by the unexpected connection, the observer, who is actually Jigul Chongshin, wonders how such piercing could occur through so many layers to the reality of formations. However, he suddenly gets interrupted as the connection to the inside of the formation is disrupted. Simply waving his hand, Yeon-myeong remarks that he felt an unpleasant gaze, wondering if it's from the Jigul family, recalling Tang Wonjin's warning about interference in the match. In the Gu Poison match, no one except the participants should interfere, but Yeon-myeong has heard that the Jigul family has been meddling since the start of the competition, and now even in the Gu Poison match. Whatever they're planning, he resolves to let them try, focusing instead on the match ahead, as he's not about to let anyone, not even the Jigul family, rain on his parade. Meanwhile, Jigul Chongshin can't believe what just happened. Pondering inwardly, he reflects that he was surrounded by several layers of formations, yet Yeon-myeong recognized him. If he hadn't quickly withdrawn his true sight, which he involved in the world of formations, he would have been blinded. Acknowledging the danger of the situation, he realizes the peril involved as Yeon-myeong's swordsmanship cuts through the space of the formations, reaching its essence. Chongshin realizes that he has never seen such a level of swordsmanship in his life. He admits to recognizing Yeon-myeong's exceptional skill. Chongshin further thinks that this guy is not someone they can handle, and if he notices their intention, he'll surely seek revenge. He intends to stop number 28 by any means necessary. He resolves, understanding the gravity of the situation. In a far corner of the formation, a participant finds herself caught in a nightmare, her body a canvas painted with bruises and blood. Desperation claws at her like a feral beast as she scrambles for dear life, wondering how she stumbled into this living hell. Facing death head-on was never part of the plan, but the memory of that harrowing encounter refuses to fade, haunting her like a ghost in the night. With every step she takes, fear tightens its grip around her heart, squeezing out any semblance of hope. But in the depths of despair, a flicker of determination ignites. She'll surrender to anyone who crosses her path, driven by the primal instinct to survive at any cost. Fear and despair grip her thoughts as she reflects on her desire for a better outcome, yearning to support her struggling parents. However, despite her intentions, the sudden appearance of that menacing figure shattered any hopes of negotiation or surrender. His goal was just to kill them. Realizing her hope for peace shattered by the merciless attacker, she resigns herself to surrendering to anyone she encounters. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she wonders if the team leaders from other groups might still be alive, seeking the glimmer of salvation amidst the chaos. However, her thoughts are interrupted by the menacing presence of another participant, known for his brutality, who taunts her with the heads of his victims. Despite her earlier resolve, her fate seems grim in the face of such relentless cruelty. The assailant acknowledges the swiftness of her lightness technique, but despairs at being caught so easily. Expressing her disbelief at the brutality unfolding before her, she pleads with her attacker, questioning why they must go to such extremes, especially considering their shared allegiance to the Tang family. However, her words fall on deaf ears as the assailant dismisses any association with their shared lineage and delivers a final fatal blow. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong finds a cave and realizes it's exactly what he needs. No human presence means no risk of being found by someone. Yeon-myeong notes that there is nothing that particularly alerts his senses, so he decides to quickly ascend to the transcendent level there. He sits down cross-legged and tells himself that now is the time, as his body has grown strong enough to avoid any side effects from reaching transcendent. The process to ascend to the transcendent level begins and mana starts accumulating in his belly. Yeon-myeong reflects that there are two conditions for reaching transcendent: enlightenment and the internal energy to open the I Am Poison meridians. He remarks that with his past life experiences, he has practically already attained enlightenment, and his internal energy has also steadily increased, thanks to the poison created by Aijan. So all preparations are already complete. Yeon-myeong feels the intense pressure of energy gathering around him. He explains that he has destroyed the barriers on his Im meridians and I Am Poison meridians, releasing the accumulated poison and refining his madness. Just then, his internal energy bursts out with explosive force. Normally, martial artists experience tremendous pain during this process, with joints breaking and reattaching countless times, literally rebirthing into a new body. Having experienced this in a previous life, the second time isn't difficult for Yeon-myeong. He remarks that it was wise for him to regularly cleanse the meridians of impurities, as if the impurities had remained during the shedding process, it would have been troublesome. Soon, the process of ascending to transcendent level gets completed. Coming out of the cave, Yeon-myeong realizes he can't go into battle wearing clothes that smell of filth. Feeling a surge of power within him, Yeon-myeong remarks that it is not bad. Preparing for the impending test of his newfound power, he acknowledges that this is just the beginning, but finds it promising. He then sticks out his two fingers and begins to test his newfound power. While doing so, he remarks that maintaining a clean and healthy body has always been a priority, even before participating in the goo poison match. While keeping his other hand behind his back, he adds that there are a few other noticeable physical changes. Yeon-myeong stops his thoughts and focuses on the task at hand. A small bright circle of light appears next to his fingers, and an inner force radiates mightily in all directions. Just then, he waves his two fingers, drawing streaks of inner energy in the air. The energy moves away from him at full speed, smashing into the rocks with a bright flash, causing pieces of rocks to fly around. Yeon-myeong continues to stand in place, relaxing his arm as he reflects on the impressive efficiency of his internal energy. Around him, the rocks that flew through the air fall to the ground. He spins around to face the rock, which now has a huge hole in it from his attack, wondering if it is time for him to start moving properly. Meanwhile, in another place, Tang Yeon-myeong is sitting on a tree branch where he has stuck his sword blade. Below him stands Jungkook, who is severely injured. Tang Yeon-myeong, displaying impatience, remarks on his boredom and directly asks Jungkook what he's been up to for the past 3 years. He questions whether Jungkook did not come here to become the head of the clan. Jungkook, standing at the bottom of the tree with his arm completely cut open, remains silent. Tang Yeon-myeong rudely questions his silence and orders him to speak. He inquires if he has not trained, and if so, then asks why he is so weak. Jungkook curses inwardly and desperately wonders why, out of all the people in this match, he had to run into this guy. Blood drips profusely from his head and mouth, gradually beginning to congeal. He closes his eyes in despair and clenches his teeth, reflecting that Tang Yeon-myeong was an orphan raised by the Grand Elder as his own grandson. Moreover, he is the favorite pupil of the Grand Elder, and the rumors said that he was monstrously strong. Tang Yeon-myeong, waving his legs nonchalantly, catches Jungkook's gaze. Jungkook reflects that he thought that he had a chance if he struck first, but he could not even touch his collar and ended up like this. Memories flood back of Tang Yeon-myeong furiously stabbing him with his sword, inflicting injuries to his arms and back, blood splattering everywhere. Inwardly cursing, he gazes upward with one eye and comes to terms with the possibility that he might truly be facing death. Jungkook keeps his hand on his shoulder, glaring up angrily through gritted teeth. Suddenly, an image of Yeon-myeong crosses his mind, and he wonders why he is thinking of that guy right now. Jungkook grins, questioning his sanity as the thought that he hasn't run into Yeon-myeong instead actually eases his mind. Tang Yeon-myeong asks him with a frown if he's in a position to laugh, questioning if he's hiding something, perhaps a secret technique. Jungkook laughs again and denies it, replying Yeon-myeong that he just remembered something scarier than him. Tang Yeon-myeong stares down at him with unconcealed incomprehension, commenting that is a bit insulting, is not it? Tang Yeon-myeong says then he has to make himself even more scarier and inquires Jungkook if he wants him to share something. Jungkook frowns and remains silent. Tang Yeon-myeong slides down with his sword on his shoulder and pointing a finger at himself, reveals that he is actually a spy for the Black Death Alliance. Tang Yeon-myeong freezes in place, dumbfounded, not expecting to hear this, and after a moment, he only manages to utter, "What?" Tang Yeon-myeong grins and says that since Jeongil discovered his little secret, he can't be allowed to live, asking if he agrees with this. Jeongil's eyes widen in desperation and fear. Tang Yeon-myeong then addresses him, noting that since Jeongil is going to die soon anyway, he will tell him his real name. He then lifts his sword to swing and reveals that he's a member of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect, and his name is Maek In-guk. With his other hand, he holds onto Jeongil's shoulder to prevent him from running away, and just when he's about to strike, he gets frozen, his entire body immobilized. Jeongil looks ahead blankly. Tang Yeon-myeong, now angry, demands to know what's going on. Black liquid that looks like tears begins to flow from his eyes. He clenches his teeth tightly, realizing that his body isn't moving. Suddenly, he hears footsteps behind him. It is our Giga-Chad, Tang Yeon-myeong, who walks up to them, explaining that he sensed someone's presence and decided to check it out. Tang Yeon-myeong's eyes and mouth drip profusely, his gaze glazed over. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong recognizes a familiar face and identifies Jeongil, expressing gladness at their meeting and inquiring about his recovery from their last encounter. Jeongil, dazed and confused, looks up at Yeon-myeong, struggling to understand what is happening and who is this person. Years ago, in the middle of the night, Maek In-guk inquires his father if he wants him to become a spy for the Sichuan Tang Family. His father confirms this plan, explaining that with Maek In-guk's talents, merely a few days pretending to be an orphan will attract someone to take him in. He adds that within a few years, the Tang family will initiate the young clan leader competition, regardless of direct or collateral lineage. Maek In-guk must weaken their ranks by eliminating other contenders who arrive later. He assures him that if Maek In-guk returns after completing his mission, everyone in the family will acknowledge him. These words currently accompany Maek In-guk, who lies on the ground, bleeding profusely. He bites his lower lip, staring ahead in a daze. In his mind's eye, it feels as if his organs are melting. He looks at Yeon-myeong's back and wonders what this guy has done to him. Jeongil, meanwhile, rises from the ground, still holding his injured shoulder. He stutters, questioning if he is Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong confirms this with a simple yes and frowns, asking if he should slam Jeongil's face into the ground like before to make him recognize it. Tang Jeongil, stunned, stutters that it really is him. Yeon-myeong points a finger at Maek In-guk, who lies on the ground, and asks if not this guy confessed to being a spy. Jeongil stutters back exactly, adding that Maek In-guk said so himself. Looking at the spy, Yeon-myeong says that he has heard clearly about him mentioning Dark Moon's sword sect. He then wonders was he the tale he sensed before entering Gangdong Mountain. However, Yeon-myeong decides to capture him first. With a gesture of his fingers, he forces a needle out of his neck, causing Maek In-guk to cry in pain. Seeing the poison needle in Yeon-myeong's hands, Jeongil comments if Yeon-myeong coated the needle with poison. He wonders what kind of poison causes such a reaction from such a small needle. Yeon-myeong turns to Jeongil and asks if he has seen any other participants. Jeongil suggests they should neutralize the poison and interrogate him about his purpose. Yeon-myeong reflects that they can detoxify him to extract information, but if the spy tries to seize the moment, it could be risky. Realizing this, he declares that the spy has already admitted to being from the Black Death Alliance, making his motives clear, so there is no need to detoxify him. Meanwhile, Maek In-guk clenches his teeth, dripping with anger and undisguised rage as he struggles to stand, leaning on his weakened arms. Jeongil turns to Yeon-myeong and comments that he has changed a lot, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. He adds that they had bad blood, but Yeon-myeong seems unfazed, and if that were still an issue, he would be the one lying there right now instead of Maek In-guk. He then bows in front of Yeon-myeong, expressing that he is truly sorry for what happened back then. Yeon-myeong looks at him and asks what he is doing all of a sudden. He holds his hand out to the side, motioning for him to stop, and says that he doesn't care about the past anyway, so he shouldn't let it bother him. Meanwhile, Tang Jeongil looks up and says that there is nothing he can do about it now, but he thought it best to apologize properly. Yeon-myeong grins and exhales, reiterating that everything is fine and there's nothing to worry about. Jeongil opens his mouth in awe as he notices something strange up ahead. He immediately and frantically calls out Yeon-myeong's name, warning him that something is behind him. Yeon-myeong looks at Jeongil in surprise while behind him, Maek In-guk swings his sword in a leap. Through his anger, Maek In-guk announces that if he isn't going to survive anyway, he will at least drag Yeon-myeong down with him. Thinking he's the protagonist, he slashes at Yeon-myeong only to cut through an afterimage. Yeon-myeong gets behind him and tells him that he doesn't play with people who are about to die. Like a Chad, he grips Maek In-guk's shoulder, warning him not to retaliate or he'll have no body left to bury. Stuttering, Maek In-guk admits to Yeon-myeong's ruthlessness as he falls to the ground, succumbing to his fate. Meanwhile, Jeonggil is astounded by Yeon-myeong's continued dominance over his adversaries despite facing one of the top contenders. What perplexes him further is Yeon-myeong's effortless neutralization of the final technique from the black and white sword school. Yeon-myeong then points out to Jeonggil now that only they are left, prompting Jeonggil to consider how they should determine the victor. Jeonggil, wise enough to recognize defeat, proposes to surrender and Yeon-myeong allows it. However, finding himself trapped, Jeonggil tells Yeon-myeong that he doesn't know the way out. In response, Yeon-myeong just ruthlessly tears apart the formation and commands Jeonggil to leave immediately, showcasing his sheer brutality. Then, in an instant, Yeon-myeong vanishes from the scene. Meanwhile, at the Dark Moon Sword Sect headquarters, hundreds of men are engaged in swordsmanship practice. Among them, a man holds a dead worm in his hand. This worm was previously transplanted into Mek Inguk, and its death signifies Mek Inguk's death. The man reflects that although Mek Inguk was an illegitimate child born between him and a servant, his talents surpassed those of his siblings, and after discovering this, his wife feared that he will take the heir's place and tried to kill him more than a dozen times. That is why he made him live as a spy in the Tang clan. He then clenches his fists in anger, regretting his inaction as a father. Determined to make amends, he resolves to avenge his child. He commands all of his disciples to gather and declares that they will soon destroy the Tang clan. He declares that from that day onward, no one bearing the Tang clan name will return alive from Mount Gangdong, where the competition is taking place. Later at night, Yeon-myeong reflects to himself that something seems off as despite running throughout the day and light, he hasn't encountered a single human. He finds it difficult to believe that the formation world could be so vast unless the formations have been manipulated to prevent approach. Understanding this, he concludes that the remaining survivors must be in league with the Jeonggil family and comprehends the entirety of their scheme. He declares that Jeonggil family must pay the price for their crimes. Yeon-myeong then gazes at the stunning sky before drifting into sleep, his thoughts lingering on his mother. That's when Yeon-myeong unexpectedly encounters Yeon-myeong. However, she fails to recognize Yeon-myeong. She reflects that she requested to meet either the last survivor or Yeon-myeong in a vulnerable moment. She can't decipher his identity. Nevertheless, it's regrettable for her to have to kill someone so handsome. She disperses the arsenic poison gas and deploys one of the 10 poisons of the Tang clan. To her shock, Yeon-myeong suddenly grabs her neck and demands to know if she is the one collaborating with the Jeonggil family. Our chat informs her that while everyone else was competing, she found a safe place and attempted to sneak up on the last survivor as the dog grows hungry for a bone. She realizes that this boy knew she was coming. Yeon-myeong warns her that if she wants to continue breathing, she better answer him, showcasing gender equality at its peak. Yeon-myeong contemplates killing her since she refuses to answer, while she curses herself as she had dropped her blade in panic. Looking at her face, Yeon-myeong deduces that she is Yeon-myeong, but she can't understand how he knows her name. Yeon-myeong's merciless nature emerges as he comments that her personality hasn't changed, implying should he disfigure her entire face this time. Meanwhile, the Jeonggil clown is gripped with fear as he acknowledges the failure of their mission and Yeon-myeong's ability to overcome opponents of higher levels. He remarks that this individual has proven himself a formidable adversary and has dismantled all their formations with ease. He reflects that although number 10 managed to defeat all adversaries, he ultimately fell to Yeon-myeong's prowess, and now this Jeonggil clown doubts whether Yeon-myeong can stand against Yeon-myeong, recognizing that if Yeon-myeong emerges victorious, it signals the end for them. That's when he notices a source of light within the formation. It's Mek Inguk's father, Dark Moon Sword Sect's leader, Mek In-hu. He is leading almost 300 soldiers, marching toward Mount Gangdong with the intent to eliminate what remains of the Tang family. Meanwhile, standing near Gangdong Mountain with a total of 300 soldiers, the Cheonjin sect leader, Jung Yansong, asks Mek In-hu if he doesn't believe that using full force against the newcomers of the Tang family is a bit excessive. Mek In-hu responds, acknowledging that facing the Tang family with such a force might seem excessive. However, he explains that since Gangdong Mountain is the Gangdong sect's territory, it was a necessary measure as the Gangdong sect's influence is incomparable to the now collapsed Tang family, and if their forces were fewer, they would certainly be defeated. He explains that with this many troops, the Gangdong sect would also be closely monitoring the situation. Moreover, once they realize they are not the targets, the Gangdong sect would likely choose to remain neutral. Jung Yansong agrees with this assessment, but then asks about the spy Mek In-hu mentioned earlier. With a heavy heart, Mek In-hu reveals that the mission failed. The spy was someone he cherished, but he died in the attempt. Suddenly, he interrupts further discussion, stating that there's no time for more chatter, and they should set off immediately. Our Jeonggil clown stealthily eavesdrops on their conversation, realizing that Mek In-hu is incredibly powerful. He deduces that unless involved in the competition, he should not have been able to find this place. He wonders if there has been a spy. Regardless, he reflects that he needs to instantly report this to the Bongwi Brigade for action. Suddenly, an idea pops into his mind. He can use their hands to kill Yeon-myeong, as it will help keep their plans hidden from the family. Meanwhile, our Giga Chad lifts Yeon-myeong by her neck into the air. Now recognizing Yeon-myeong, she curses herself for failing to identify him sooner. Realizing she's facing death, she acknowledges that her only chance of survival lies in using the fire dragon's poison. With a sense of urgency, she retrieves it. Looking at the blade on the ground, Yeon-myeong notices it is coated in some kind of substance. Finding him distracted, Yeon-myeong attempts to throw the fire dragon's poison at him, but our Chad intercepts it. He takes the poison can from her hand and demands that she tell him what it is. Judging by its color, he deduces that it is the same poison as the one on her blade. He asks Yeon-myeong if she won't tell him, suggesting they revisit the old days for a bit. He then prepares to administer the poison to her. Just as he is about to do so, she speaks up, warning him that it's one of the Tang family's 10 poisons, called Fire Dragon's Poison. Yeon-myeong considers the poison special, thinking it would be as easy to consume as wine. He reflects that if he had let her consume it, it would have been a waste, like throwing pearls to swine. Yeon-myeong pleads for mercy, but Yeon-myeong becomes serious and demands to know if she colluded with the Jegal family. He warns her that if she hesitates to answer, he will feed her the poison. In desperation, she reveals everything, including their plans and the marriage proposal. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong realizes that they are trying to strengthen their family through this marriage offer. As he contemplates his next move against the Jegal family, he shocks Yeon-myeong by drinking the poison. Her face reflects utter disbelief as Yeon-myeong consumes one of the Tang family's 10 poisons. She starts laughing uncontrollably, convinced he has made a fatal mistake. Soon, Yeon-myeong's face starts burning, while Yeon-myeong brags that she is the only one who can neutralize the poison. However, she is bewildered when she notices that even after consuming a deadliest poison, Yeon-myeong's grip strength hasn't decreased. Just then, Yeon-myeong returns to normal and comments on how spicy the poison is, likening it to a bottle of naga sauce. Yeon-myeong is stunned, thinking it's absolutely impossible for someone to survive after consuming it, as it contains the blood of a legendary being, a single drop of which could kill thousands. Before she can finish her speech, Yeon-myeong buries her head into the ground, killing her instantly. Rest in peace, little lady, but you won't be remembered. Feeling the after-effects of consuming the poison, Yeon-myeong senses that he has learned the martial art of the sun. Just as he is about to leave, he notices the sun in the sky despite it being midnight. Suddenly, many changes occur, and Yeon-myeong finds himself in another place, which he suspects is likely the work of Jegal Clown. Using his senses, he detects the presence of over 300 people. He reflects that considering the numbers, something is fishy for their family. He ponders if the Jegal family could have overlooked such a large group, or if they intentionally invited them inside the formation, possibly planning a massacre. However, Yeon-myeong sees it as a stroke of luck to have practiced targets come to him. He decides to free his hand and dips his needles into the poison Ijeon made, preparing for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Jegal Clown informs Wonjin that there are intruders, revealing that there was a spy among them who disclosed their location. He proceeds to explain how there were over 300 troops led by the Dark Moon leader Mak In-hoo. Wonjin is puzzled about why they are in Sichuan and how they managed to locate this place, which is concealed by the 7-lock Phantom Formation. Wonjin tells him that they should hurry up, but this skinny clown tells him that Mak In-hoo and his men have entered the inner world where the goo poison match is taking place, and as he knows they made it impossible for themselves to intervene, so they have no choice but to rely on the kids. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong has slaughtered hundreds of them with his poison needles. Soon, Mak In-hoo finds the body of his son and is devastated. Jung Yeon-song informs him that it appears their spy was killed with a poison needle without any struggle, dying one-sidedly. Enraged, Mak In-hoo, this hypocrite who spoke of honor while planning to destroy a clan's foundation, loses his mind. He orders his disciples to search thoroughly and find those Tang family rats, and as all the groups are dispatched, he swears not to leave anyone alive. The disciples whisper among themselves about their leader's strange behavior, acknowledging that the Tang family is not to be underestimated, especially after witnessing how they killed Ganja in a single strike. Unfortunately, as they converse, one of them is fatally poisoned by the same poison meal. They prepare for battle, but soon realize that hundreds of poison needles are raining down from the sky, poisoning them all to death. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong reflects that his single palm blazing poison technique is lethal enough for foot soldiers. Using his inner energy, he calls back all the needles. A scout informs Mak In-hoo that all dispatched groups were annihilated, poisoned without any struggle, and killed in the same manner. More scouts arrive with the same report, leaving Mak In-hoo nervous. Their numbers have significantly decreased as Jung Yeon-song reveals that they've lost more than 100 men in just an hour of search. He proposes his analysis, suggesting that the attacks could have been executed by a single individual. Mak In-hoo is so scared that he pees in his pants, convinced without a doubt that it's the work of a master from the Tang family. Some encourage Mak In-hoo delegates command to his friend as he plans to face the enemy himself. Jung Yeon-song contemplates that in an hour or two, the sun will set. If they can't find the intruder before then, they risk annihilation, as they are the only ones suffering. He announces to everyone that they will leave in an hour. Unfortunately, bad luck strikes as Yeon-myeong is sitting in a tree, waiting for them. Jung Yeon-song is incredulous that he didn't sense a presence until Yeon-myeong spoke. He warns everyone to dodge, but when he looks behind, he sees everyone dead. Yeon-myeong asks him if he's the leader. Even on high alert, Jung Yeon-song didn't sense him coming down from the tree. However, he dismisses Yeon-myeong as too young to be a master. Meanwhile, using his Kai, Yeon-myeong calls back all the Neels. Jung Yeon-song tries to understand the technique Yeon-myeong used earlier, remarking that it likely consumed a significant amount of inner energy. Despite not recognizing Yeon-myeong, Jung Yeon-song acknowledges the threat he poses. However, Yeon-myeong remains undeterred, telling Jung Yeon-song that it doesn't matter what he thinks or does as he's going to die anyway. Jung Yeon-song uses a technique to transform resembling a cheap copy of Super Saiyan 4 and charges towards Yeon-myeong. However, to his surprise, Yeon-myeong stops the attack with a single palm. Mocking him, Yeon-myeong asks if that's all he's got. Jung Yeon-song loses his composure, flashing back to the time when the Black Death Alliance overthrew one of the 9 factions. Eager to align with their power, Jung Yeon-song willingly joined them. And as a reward, the leader of the Black Death Alliance refined his palm technique. What was once the peak-shaking palm was renamed the Heaven Quake Palm, symbolizing its enhanced potency. However, at this moment, Jung Yeon-song can't fathom that such a powerful technique was effortlessly countered by a young kid. The poison Yeon-myeong drank was the fire dragon's venom. When mastered, it becomes as deadly as Sword Ki. Sword Ki, imbued with the intent to cut down anything, is known as Sword Force. Similarly, Venom Ki, filled with the intent to burn anything, transforms into Venomous Force. Meanwhile, as the Heaven Quake Palm slowly shatters, Jung Yeon-song is instantly engulfed in flames and burns to his death. Witnessing this, Yeon-myeong decides to name this newfound power the Fiery Venom Force. Then, our Chad, Yeon-myeong, turns to the remaining survivors and asks who wants to die first, making it clear he has no intention of leaving anyone alive. Just then, Mak In-hoo enters the scene, acting strong and delivering a bold speech. He commands everyone to form up and surround Yeon-myeong, preparing for a final showdown. The old man, Mak In-hoo, promises to avenge the dead. Meanwhile, being surrounded by enemies reminds Yeon-myeong of the training he did with the Bangwoo Brigade. Reflecting that last time he performed the whirling chaos dance, he decides to try something different this time. Yeon-myeong vanishes and suddenly, heads start flying left and right. Mak In-hoo cannot figure out Yeon-myeong's movements. His enraged disciples charge towards Yeon-myeong, who destroys their swords midair and uses the broken sword particles infused with his ki to recreate the 10,000 heavenly flower rain. The technique, a beautiful yet deadly spectacle, rains down upon the enemies, tearing through them with lethal precision. The scene is filled with chaos as Mak In-hoo watches in horror, realizing the true power of Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong walks through the battlefield as enemies are shredded into pieces by the deadly technique. Although not as strong as the original, he names it the Iron Shard Volley. With everyone dead, Yeon-myeong asks Mak In-hoo that now, after using his men to exhaust his strength, it's Mak In-hoo's turn to step in. Mak In-hoo calls Yeon-myeong impudent fool, asking they will see how long his spirits lasts. Pulling out his swords, Mak In-hoo says to himself that there is no need to be frightened regardless of his achievements. He says to Yeon-myeong that with the Taiyu twin sword technique and the silent sword technique bestowed by their union leader, he will grind him to dust. Yeon-myeong taunts him in return, mentioning that he is repeating the same old dialogue. Mak In-hoo tells him to shut up and rushes forward to strike him, shouting that he will crush him. As Mak In-hoo unleashes his ultimate attacks, Yeon-myeong yawns and effortlessly blocks it and pushes him back. Enraged and startled, Mak In-hoo inquires Yeon-myeong how he has done it. He is shocked at the fact that with just a short sword, his Taiyu twin sword and the silent sword techniques were deflected. Mockingly, Yeon-myeong reveals that he has some expertise in swordsmanship. He tells Mak In-hoo that he quickly grasped the flow and tension of his swords. Then, Yeon-myeong demonstrates the silent sword technique, his blade now emitting a thick black aura. He challenges Mak In-hoo, questioning if this was the correct execution of the technique. Mak In-hoo, Recognizing the technique and still in disbelief, struggles to understand how Yeon-myeong can wield the silent sword technique so effortlessly. Yeon-myeong tells Mak In-hoo that the silent sword technique is rather simple, shocking Mak In-hoo. Yeon-myeong smirks and Mak In-hoo's disbelief grows. The sheer audacity with which Yeon-myeong brushes off a skill that took Mak In-hoo years to master sends shockwaves through his being, shaking the very foundation of his understanding of martial prowess. With a smirk playing on his lips, Yeon-myeong's demeanor exudes a confidence that borders on arrogance, further unsettling Mak In-hoo. The realization dawns upon him that what he once considered a pinnacle achievement in his martial journey is but a mere trifle to Yeon-myeong. As Yeon-myeong delves deeper into the intricacies of the Black Death Alliance's influence, unveiling the insidious nature of their leader's power, Mak In-hoo's awe transforms into a chilling realization. The depth of Yeon-myeong's knowledge and the extent of his strength leave Mak In-hoo grappling with a newfound sense of fear, recognizing the formidable adversary he now faces. Yet, amidst the swirling emotions of awe and fear, Yeon-myeong's disappointment cuts through the air like a sharp blade, casting a shadow over Mak In-hoo's already shaken resolve. The stark contrast between his own perceived mastery and Yeon-myeong's effortless prowess leaves Mak In-hoo reeling, his sense of self-assurance crumbling before the undeniable truth of Yeon-myeong's superiority. Yeon-myeong cruelly mocks him, suggesting that their leader, Ryeonju, must not have had much faith in Mak In-hoo to bestow such basic skills upon him. Since Mak In-hoo is so arrogant, Yeon-myeong decides to show him the true power of the technique. With a surge of ki, the dagger in Yeon-myeong's hand undergoes a remarkable transformation, elongating and twisting with fluid grace under his control. It's a sight to behold, leaving Mak In-hoo in a state of disbelief as he witnesses the manifestation of Yeon-myeong's mastery. Yeon-myeong's execution of the Blade River technique is nothing short of awe-inspiring, its sheer force tearing through the fabric of the inner world with unbridled power. For Mak In-hoo, the sight is both mesmerizing and terrifying as he grapples with the realization that a mere mortal could wield such extraordinary abilities. In the wake of Yeon-myeong's display, Mak In-hoo finds himself overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. The ease with which Yeon-myeong manipulates vast amounts of energy signals a mastery that transcends the limits of mortal skill, hinting at the attainment of the elusive transcendent stage. As the gravity of Yeon-myeong's prowess sinks in, Mak In-hoo is left humbled, his once proud arrogance shattered in the face of unparalleled mastery. Frightened, and with no other tricks up his sleeves against such formidable opponent, Mak In-hoo finds no other option but to run for his life. Yeon-myeong, reading Mak In-hoo's thoughts, watches as he transforms into a rat and tries to escape. Yeon-myeong, amused, tells him that there's no point in running. As Mak In-hoo scurries away, Yeon-myeong contemplates using the Tang clan's technique. The rat, in a state of panic, wonders how it's possible for a young man from the fallen Tang clan to have reached the final stage, the transcendent stage. Yeon-myeong's ninja-like spinning blades relentlessly attack Mak In-hoo, who is running like a rat in the field. Despite his attempts to fend them off with his sword, more blades surround him. Although he manages to hold his ground initially, the attacks gradually take their toll. Injured and desperate, Mak In-hoo loses an arm but clings to the hope that Yeon-myeong has exhausted a significant amount of energy using this skill. Yeon-myeong enters the scene, channeling his kai into the spinning blades, causing them to wear menacingly on the ground. Mak In-hoo is shocked as the blades swiftly surround and chop him into pieces. Satisfied with the outcome and having enjoyed testing multiple techniques, Yeon-myeong notes that no one is left alive and decides to leave the place. Yeon-myeong, the Jiga Chad, reflects that since there are loose ends, he has to tie once he gets out. He then gathers mana around his blade while declaring that the elders who drove her mother to a corner and the Jeagle family who plotted to take over the Tang clan, he will set everything right. He resolves an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then with a swift motion, Yeon-myeong rips open the formation, a move that never gets old for him. Meanwhile, Jeagle Clown continues to deceive everyone, claiming they made it impossible to intervene to ensure the competition remains fair. Despite his assurances, no one truly believes his words. In reality, this deceitful individual can enter the formation anytime he wants. However, he has sealed it off, ensuring that no one can survive the competition, and somehow he can get rid of participant number 28. Jeagle Clown reflects that, with the men deployed outside the unit subdued and questioned, the identities of those inside have been confirmed. They include the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect, the Dark Moon Sword Sect, and 300 of their disciples. He believes it will be impossible for Yeon-myeong to handle such a formidable force. Just as this Jeagle Clown continues his nonsensical talk, he notices suddenly everyone around him is making happy reactions. Turning around, he sees Yeon-myeong staring right at him. Yeon-myeong's friends rush to hug him, relieved to see him unharmed. With a smile, Yeon-myeong assures them that he had told them that no one other than them could hurt him once he is inside the competition. He then locks eyes with the shocked Jeagle clown, who cannot fathom how Yeon-myeong is still alive and wonders if the 300 soldiers were completely useless. Feeling the intensity of Yeon-myeong's glare, Jeagle clown quickly hides his face behind a folding fan. Even Tang Yeon-myeong greets Yeon-myeong, who responds with a smirk. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos and tension, Jeagle clown finds himself grappling with disbelief, struggling to reconcile the seemingly impossible feat of Yeon-myeong breaching the legendary 7-layer formation of the Jeagle clan. Even a master of the highest caliber would balk at such a formidable barrier, yet Yeon-myeong had effortlessly sliced through it as if it were paper. Suspicion gnaws at Jeagle clown's mind as he contemplates the implications of Yeon-myeong's unparalleled skill, entertaining the unsettling notion that the clan head might transcend even the mastery of a seasoned martial artist. Sensing the need for strategic caution, Yeon-myeong refrains from immediately engaging Jeagle clown in combat, recognizing the importance of securing his position within the Tang clan first. With a steely resolve, he prioritizes the task at hand, resolving to confront the elders of the Tang clan before addressing any potential threats posed by Jeagle clown and his clan. However, before Yeon-myeong can elucidate the events of the competition, the surroundings are suddenly engulfed in violent tremors, the very foundation of the formation crumbling beneath their feet. As the barriers separating the inner world from the outside world disintegrate, a grim tableau is unveiled, revealing the grim aftermath of the fierce confrontation. A haunting landscape littered with the lifeless bodies of countless combatants, their forms strewn across the battlefield like discarded pawns in a merciless game of war. As the crowd beholds the awe-inspiring spectacle before them, a hushed reverence descends upon the assembled onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief and admiration. Witnessing Yeon-myeong's astonishing feat of single-handedly decimating a formidable force of 300 soldiers, the crowd is struck with a profound sense of awe and wonder. Even seasoned warriors like Wonjin find themselves humbled by the sheer magnitude of Yeon-myeong's prowess, acknowledging that handling more than 30 opponents would pose a considerable challenge for even the most skilled fighters. Yet here stands Yeon-myeong, effortlessly dispatching adversaries with a casual ease that borders on the supernatural. The sight of Mak In-hoo, the expert fleeing rat, among the fallen only serves to intensify Wonjin's admiration for Yeon-myeong, solidifying his belief in the clan head's extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the crowd reacts with a mixture of amazement and excitement, their collective astonishment akin to fans enraptured by the performance of a virtuoso musician. In the midst of the spectacle, Yeon-myeong casually remarks to Wonjin that the adversaries were not as challenging to deal with as they might have seemed. However, Wonjin's keen perception leads him to a deeper understanding of Yeon-myeong's true power, recognizing that the clan head's abilities transcend those of a typical leader. As whispers of Yeon-myeong's incredible feat spread among the remaining contestants, speculation runs rampant, with many daring to suggest that he has ascended beyond the final stage of martial arts mastery, achieving a level of skill and prowess that defies conventional understanding. Yuri and the other group members swell with pride at Yeon-myeong's remarkable display of strength and skill. Moochin stands apart from the jubilant crowd, his expression twisted with bitterness and resentment. Seething with anger at what he perceives as the unfair turn of events, Moochin broods over the stark contrast between his own fate and Yeon-myeong's meteoric rise to power. In his eyes, while he was left crippled and powerless, Yeon-myeong has flourished and grown stronger, the bitter reminder of his own perceived inadequacies. Reflecting bitterly on their past encounters, Moochin recalls Yeon-myeong as nothing more than a piece of trash, incapable of matching his prowess in martial arts. He struggles to reconcile this image with the formidable opponent that Yeon-myeong has become, cursing his former rival's ascent to power and bewildered by how someone like him could attain such extraordinary abilities. Just as tensions reach a boiling point, Wonjin steps forward, his authoritative presence commanding the attention of the gathered contestants. With solemn gravity, he makes the official announcement that the competition has concluded, declaring Yeon-myeong as the rightful winner. In a show of fairness and transparency, Wonjin invites any contestants with objections to come forward and voice their concerns, signaling the official end of the competition and the beginning of a new era under Yeon-myeong's leadership. Moochin wrestles with his frustration over his broken hand. He begrudgingly resolves to bide his time and seek revenge against Yeon-myeong at a later date. With Yeon-myeong officially crowned as the winner of the competition, the contestants gather before him, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the Tang clan. Filled with hope and determination, Wonjin sees this moment as an opportunity to breathe new life into the Tang clan through Yeon-myeong's leadership. Alongside 82 warriors of the Bongwi Brigade, including Wonjin himself, they kneel before Yeon-myeong, pledging their unwavering loyalty and acknowledging him as their new leader. Meanwhile, Mirio and Yuri ponder the proper protocol for addressing Yeon-myeong, unsure whether formal titles are necessary in their interactions with the newly crowned clan head. In contrast, Wonjin reflects on the immense potential that Yeon-myeong embodies at such a young age, harboring hopes that under his guidance the Tang clan may once again rise to prominence across the land of Sichuan. As the Giga Chad assumes his newfound role as a powerful leader, he remains ever perceptive of the desires and aspirations of his comrades. With unwavering confidence, he reassures them that he understands their hopes and dreams, promising to swiftly turn them into reality. Encouraging them to trust in his leadership and exercise patience, the Giga Chad instills a sense of confidence and anticipation for the bright future that lies ahead under Yeon-myeong's reign. As Yeon-myeong's words sink in, the warriors find themselves utterly shocked, their minds reeling with disbelief at the possibility that he could have somehow discerned their innermost thoughts. In that moment, the weight of Yeon-myeong's declaration resonates deeply within them, solidifying his position as their true clan leader and inspiring unwavering loyalty and devotion among their ranks. Encouraged by Yeon-myeong's resolute leadership, the warriors stand tall, reassured, and ready to follow him into whatever challenges may lie ahead. With newfound determination, they pledge themselves to Yeon-myeong's cause, their hearts brimming with confidence and conviction. Yeon-myeong wastes no time in issuing his first orders, directing everyone to convene at the main house. However, amidst the fervent excitement and renewed sense of purpose among the clan members, Moonchen seethes with unbridled anger. Consumed by rage and resentment at Yeon-myeong's rapid ascension to power, he vows to exact revenge at any cost, even if it means forsaking his own soul in the process. As the commotion settles and the clan members disperse, the joint sect leader, Taehyo, accompanied by his stout assistant Hyunso, make their way to Gangdong Mountain. Taehyo wastes no time in addressing the grave situation, stating that he arrived promptly upon hearing the news. Hyunso, ever astute, remarks on the peculiar circumstances surrounding the massacre, noting the significant loss of life exceeding 300 individuals. Drawing on the wisdom of age-old adages, he muses that perhaps the prowess of an experienced elder surpasses that of a young upstart, likening the tragedy to the natural order of things. Despite the grim reality of the situation, he acknowledges that such a devastating outcome is not unexpected for a clan that once boasted great prestige and power. As they traverse the rugged terrain of Gangdong Mountain, Hyunso reflects on the dwindling numbers of the Tang family, noting that to his knowledge, there were fewer than 100 members remaining on the mountain. In the wake of such a catastrophic event, he can't help but ponder the uncertain future that lies ahead for the once venerable Tang clan. As Taehyo and Hyunso continue their conversation, Taehyo acknowledges the peculiarity of the situation, agreeing with Hyunso's assessment that it is indeed strange that news of such a significant event happening on Gangdong Mountain did not reach them sooner. He muses that perhaps the Tang family is deliberately avoiding contact with them, prompting Hyunso to question the motives behind such avoidance. Given the Tang family's previous gestures of sending valuables in honor of the tournament, Hyunso finds it puzzling that they would now be evasive. Taehyo considers another possibility, suggesting that the Tang family may be concealing something from them, though he admits that they cannot be certain of the true reasons behind their behavior. Meanwhile, Hyunso reflects on the decline of the Tang clan's blade technique, feeling a sense of shock when Taehyo reveals that the massacre was carried out using a short blade. According to Taehyo's analysis, the swift and efficient manner in which the victims were dispatched indicates that they were all killed by a single individual. Determined to uncover the truth behind the massacre and meet this formidable adversary in person, Taehyo resolves to journey to Sichuan. Despite Taehyo's reassurances of his own abilities, Hyunso remains apprehensive about the potential dangers they may encounter on their journey to Sichuan. While Taehyo exudes confidence, having honed his skills to the pinnacle of mastery, Hyunso admits his own limitations in comparison to his master's formidable prowess. In response to Hyunso's concerns, Taehyo dismisses the notion of engaging in conflict with the perpetrator hastily, expressing confidence in his ability to navigate any potential threats they may encounter. However, Hyunso remains cautious, suggesting that it may be prudent for them to visit the Tang family first, allowing Taehyo an opportunity to address their leader directly. Taehyo agrees, recognizing the wisdom in Hyunso's suggestion. Reflecting on the current state of affairs within the martial world, Hyunso contemplates the shifting alliances and power dynamics that govern their reality. With the Black Death Alliance entrenched in the south and the demonic cult holding territory in the west, the joint faction finds itself facing formidable challenges on all fronts. Recognizing the parallels between their own predicament and that of the Tang family, Hyunso realizes that Taehyo's decision to visit their leader may be part of a larger strategy to forge alliances and navigate the treacherous landscape of martial politics. Kanso ponders his master's intentions. He speculates whether Tagio plans to enlist the aid of the Tang family in confronting their adversaries, the Black Death Alliance and the demonic cult. However, he harbors doubts about the Tang family's capacity to fulfill such a pivotal role, considering their prolonged decline over recent years. Despite his reservations, he fervently hopes that their alliance won't necessitate resorting to the dreaded demon sword technique, a last resort that carries grave consequences. Meanwhile, at the main house, Elder Sam is engrossed in his scribbling when one of his aides interrupts him with news of the competition's conclusion and the return of all participants. Taken aback by the unexpectedly swift end of the competition, Elder Sam reflects on Yeon-myeong's proficiency with poison, harboring hopes of victory. However, his optimism quickly evaporates when the informant shatters his illusions, revealing that Yeon-myeong is conspicuously absent among the returning participants. Meanwhile, at the main gate, the guards engage in lively speculation about the outcome of the competition, their voices filled with anticipation and curiosity. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted as they notice the imposing figure of Art Chad leading a group of individuals towards them. Excitement ripples through the crowd as onlookers gather eager to learn the identity of the competition's victor. However, before the announcement can be made, the attention of the gathered spectators is momentarily diverted as the women present find themselves visibly captivated by the commanding presence of Arjiga Chad. Among the crowd, murmurs of surprise and relief spread as it becomes apparent that a significant number of participants have managed to survive the fierce competition. Observing his son Jongul's jubilant expression, Aide inquires whether Jongul may be in contention to become the new head of the family. However, Jongul's father responds with cautious uncertainty, advising his aide not to set their expectations too high just yet. As Yeon-myeong surveys the gathered throng and their varied emotions, he can't help but ponder his mother's potential concern for his well-being. However, his thoughts are soon consumed by a more pressing dilemma. What should he do if his mother fails to recognize him? Caught between familial duty and the weight of his newfound responsibilities, Yeon-myeong grapples with the uncertainties that lie ahead. Seizing the opportune moment, Yuri takes the initiative to introduce Yeon-myeong to her father, who visibly breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing his daughter safe and sound. Yeon-myeong, sensing the implication behind Yuri's introduction, inquires if she is suggesting that he should look after her father. Yuri doesn't mince words, affirming that her father possesses remarkable skills, though he remains overlooked for promotion due to his refusal to indulge in flattery or favoritism towards others. Recognizing the potential benefits of aligning himself with individuals who are at odds with the elders, Yeon-myeong sees this as an opportunity to bolster his support within the clan. However, he acknowledges his limited knowledge about Yuri's father, Aijin and Mario, prompting him to prioritize learning more about them in the future. In the midst of these introductions, Tang Kisum, the current head of the Tang clan, warmly greets everyone present. Sensing an opportunity to curry favor with the clan leader, Jekyll Clown wastes no time in employing his trademark smooth-talking charm. Tang Kisum, impressed by Jekyll Clown's flattery and acknowledging the contribution of the Jekyll clan's formation to the success of the competition, praises Jekyll Clown for his clan's invaluable assistance in hosting the event. Once his greetings are concluded, Tang Kisum instructs everyone to go and meet the elders. He tells the warriors may now disperse and rest as after many years of escorting and competing missions, the fatigue must have piled up. Wanjin offers his apologies, explaining that they will not be heading to the elder's house. Tang Kisum's initial shock quickly transforms into palpable frustration as he struggles to comprehend the audacity of Wanjin's defiance. The gathered crowd murmurs uneasily, sensing the tension mounting between the clan leader and Yeon-myeong's supporters. Tang Kisum's demand for an explanation hangs heavily in the air, his eyes fixed sternly on Wanjin as he awaits a response. In response to Tang Kisum's incredulous inquiry, Wanjin maintains his composure, offering a respectful yet firm explanation rooted in the family's established rules and traditions. As he calmly asserts their intention to adhere strictly to these regulations, a ripple of anticipation courses through the assembly, awaiting Tang Kisum's reaction. The atmosphere crackles with tension as Tang Kisum's anger simmers beneath the surface, his authority challenged by the unexpected defiance of Yeon-myeong's supporters. With each passing moment, the standoff intensifies, casting a shadow over the once cordial gathering. Wanjin, steeling himself for the consequences of their bold stance, braces for the storm of repercussions that is sure to follow. Yeon-myeong intervenes, questioning if there is anyone with more authority than the family head. Upon requesting the individual's identity in a dramatic reveal, Yeon-myeong discloses his own identity as the winner of the competition, casting a profound realization over the assembled crowd. Later, within the confines of his den, Tang Kisum relays the outcome of the competition to the elders, revealing Yeon-myeong as the victor. Elder Sam grapples with disbelief at the revelation, struggling to reconcile the unexpected defeat of his grandchild despite the purported advantage of the fire dragon poison. He questions whether Yeon-myeong failed to harness its power effectively, puzzled by the incongruity between expectation and reality. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, Tang Yeon-myeong, seethes with frustration at the news of Tang Jukran's defeat at the hands of Yeon-myeong once again. Confounded by the widening gap between his initial assessment of Yeon-myeong's abilities and the present circumstances, he grapples with the unsettling notion that Yeon-myeong may be steadily growing in strength. Yet, unable to accept this reality, he clings to the conviction that Yeon-myeong must have resorted to deceit or trickery to secure his victory, refusing to acknowledge the possibility of his opponent's genuine prowess. A suggestion from Second Elder, Tang Yeon-myeong resonates within the circle of elders, prompting a collective agreement that they cannot overlook the gravity of the situation. Despite their previous decision to bury the past conflicts, the emergence of Yeon-myeong as the competition's victor demands a thorough investigation to uncover the truth. Fourth Elder, grappling with disbelief over Yeon-myeong's unprecedented success, voices his concurrence with Tang Yeon-myeong's sentiment. He struggles to reconcile the image of Yeon-myeong, the seemingly unremarkable figure, with the reality of his extraordinary triumph over all contenders. In response to the growing uncertainty, the Grand Elder interjects, suggesting that perhaps the answers they seek lie in direct confrontation with Yeon-myeong himself. Turning to Tang Yeon-myeong, he seeks confirmation of Yeon-myeong's whereabouts. Tang Yeon-myeong, unwavering in his response, confirms that they were indeed summoned to the Elder's house, signaling the beginning of a pivotal confrontation that will determine the fate of the Tang clan. As Tang Yeon-myeong recalls the tense exchange with Yeon-myeong, he vividly remembers the palpable surge of power emanating from the young successor. Despite his attempts to assert his authority, Yeon-myeong's unwavering confidence and display of inner energy left Tang Yeon-myeong momentarily stunned, his resolve faltering in the face of such formidable determination. In the aftermath of Yeon-myeong's assertive declaration, Tang Yeon-myeong finds himself struggling to maintain composure, the intensity of the encounter leaving him reeling. With a newfound sense of purpose, Yeon-myeong commands the assembly to follow him to the poison and stealth hall, effectively wresting control from the hands of the elders. Under Yeon-myeong's authoritative command, the once unquestioned dominance of the elders is challenged, marking a pivotal moment in the clan's history. As Tang Yeon-myeong braces himself to convey the news to the elders, he realizes that their reign is indeed coming to an end, ushering in a new era under the leadership of Yeon-myeong. Tang Yeon-myeong, visibly trembling with fear, nervously echoes the words that Yeon-myeong had spoken to him earlier. His voice quivers as he recounts the chilling warnings issued by the clan head, each syllable laden with a sense of impending doom. Driven to the brink of fury by the revelations unfolding before him, Elder Sam's rage erupts like a volcano, his emotions boiling over until he can no longer contain them. With a thunderous crash, he smashes a nearby table into splinters, his bellowing voice echoing through the chamber as he demands respect and deference from all present. In his fervent outburst, he likens their authority to that of the revered poison phoenix, emphasizing the need for caution and reverence in their presence. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder seizes upon the tumultuous atmosphere to assert his own authority and manipulate the situation to his advantage. With a calculated demeanor, he reminds the assembly that Yeon-myeong's status as heir has yet to be officially confirmed, insinuating that they possess the prerogative to question his suitability for leadership. Determined to address the growing concerns surrounding Yeon-myeong's conduct, they collectively agree to convene at the Poison and Stealth Hall, where they can deliberate further on the matter at hand. As tensions escalate within the Tang family, the elders heed the Grand Elder's command, mobilizing their private forces in response to Yeon-myeong's perceived challenge to their authority. Viewing his actions as a form of insolence and misconduct, they are determined to assert their dominance and remind him of who truly holds mastery over the clan. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong's uncle finds himself overwhelmed with disbelief at his nephew's unexpected victory in the competition. Reflecting on Yeon-myeong's humble beginnings and the obstacles he overcame as a child, he marvels at how his nephew has surpassed him in skill and prowess. Thoughts of his late sister flood his mind, and he can't help but feel a swell of pride at the thought of how she would have reacted to the news of Yeon-myeong's triumph. However, his reverie is abruptly shattered by the unexpected arrival of an old acquaintance, the father of Moonchun, a young man who harbors deep-seated resentment towards Yeon-myeong. 3 years prior, an incident occurred where Yeon-myeong allegedly caused harm to Moonchun's hand, leaving a lasting scar on both father and son. Seeing Moonchun's father and being reminded of the incident from 3 years ago, Yeon-myeong's usually composed demeanor shatters in an instant. Fueled by a surge of emotion, he confronts Moonchun's father with unbridled defiance, boldly asserting his presence and daring the man to demand compensation from him, referring to him as old trash without hesitation. Before Moonchun's father can respond, Yeon-myeong interrupts him, his voice dripping with menace as he issues a chilling warning. He cautions the man to tread carefully with his words, lest he find himself facing dire consequences, such as the loss of his son's other hand, a stark reminder of the power and ruthlessness that lies beneath Yeon-myeong's calm exterior. Witnessing Yeon-myeong's unwavering resolve and the chilling authority he wields, Wonjin is left in awe. The revelation that Yeon-myeong is the son of the revered Poison Phoenix only deepens Wonjin's admiration and respect for the clan head. Yeon-myeong, sensing Wonjin's curiosity, offers reassurance that he will divulge whatever information Wonjin seeks, but only when the time is deemed appropriate. As Wonjin contemplates Yeon-myeong's true identity as the son of the Poison Phoenix, memories of past conflicts resurface, each one serving as a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Tang clan. He recalls the fierce battle against the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, a formidable adversary who targeted the Poison Phoenix herself. In the face of overwhelming odds, the warriors of the Tang clan fought with unwavering determination, their resilience surpassing even the Demon Lord's expectations. Despite the Demon Lord's success in beheading the Tang clan leader, the clan's soldiers rallied with newfound courage, spurred on by their unwavering loyalty and determination. Even as they faced relentless onslaughts, they refused to yield, their steadfast resolve outmatching their adversaries despite the loss of their poison techniques. During this tumultuous time, Wonjin sought aid from the elders, hoping to bolster the defenses against the Demon Lord's forces. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the elders feared that any assistance rendered could potentially jeopardize the clan's survival. Despite their reluctance to offer aid, the Tang clan ultimately emerged victorious in the battle, their triumph a testament to their unyielding spirit and resilience. However, instead of acknowledging their own shortcomings and failures, the elders chose to shift the blame onto Yeon-myeong's mother, unfairly scapegoating her for the clan's hardships. Reflecting on this revelation, Wonjin realizes the immense challenges and hardships that Yeon-myeong's mother must have endured while raising her son under such adverse circumstances. Wonjin's impassioned plea resonates with the assembled members of the Tang clan, and he reminds them of the significance of Yeon-myeong's lineage and the importance of safeguarding this second chance. With a renewed sense of purpose, Wonjin implores his fellow clan members to pledge their unwavering loyalty and dedication to Yeon-myeong, vowing to protect and serve him with their very lives. However, their solemn moment of solidarity is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Jiga Chad, who has been eagerly awaiting the elders and their forces. Wonjin feels a surge of apprehension upon realizing the magnitude of the gathering, never anticipating that the elders would amass such a formidable contingent. The tension in the air thickens as the elders, accompanied by their forces, demand an audience with Yeon-myeong following his defiance of the council's authority. Wonjin feels a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach, unsure of how the confrontation will unfold. As Yeon-myeong finally appears, Elder Sam wastes no time in leveling accusations against him, accusing him of presumptuously laying claim to the future leadership of the family without the council's consent. In response, Yeon-myeong remains unruffled, his demeanor composed as he calmly asserts his rightful position as the winner of the clan competition and the current overseer of proceedings at the Stealth and Poison Hall. He challenges the elders, questioning what more they could possibly demand from him. The elders express their disapproval of Yeon-myeong's tone. Finding it disrespectful, the arrogant elder issues a chilling warning, cautioning Yeon-myeong that his survival hinges upon providing a thorough explanation of the events surrounding the clan competition. In response, Yeon-myeong calmly informs the elders that discussing the details of the competition violates the family's rules, expressing surprise at how lightly these rules seem to weigh upon them. However, his comment is swiftly dismissed by one of the elders, who reveals information obtained from the Jeagle clan regarding an attack by nearly 300 individuals from the Dark Moon sect and the Sword sect during a competition. Unfazed by this revelation, Yeon-myeong counters, arguing that external interference should not undermine the fairness of the competition. He reveals the shocking truth that it was Tam Jukran and Young-ryeong who were responsible for massacring all participants, and he was forced to eliminate them to restore order. As Yeon-myeong finishes his revelation, Elder Sam's facade of composure crumbles, his demand for clarification ringing out with palpable urgency. Yet Yeon-myeong remains composed, calmly suggesting that Elder Sam verify the truth for himself by visiting the site of the confrontation. Enraged beyond reason, Elder Sam lunges towards Yeon-myeong, his fury propelling him forward with reckless abandon. However, before he can close the distance, our Chad intercepts his attack with astonishing ease, halting Elder Sam's advance with a single outstretched hand. The suddenness of our Chad's intervention stuns Elder Sam, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. With a cold smirk, our Chad taunts the elder, his words dripping with contempt and mockery. He challenges Elder Sam's incredulity, daring him to accept the harsh reality that his own granddaughter is dead. Unable to comprehend how Yeon-myeong effortlessly thwarted his demon-killing poison attack, Elder Sam is consumed by disbelief. His potent venom is renowned for its devastating effects, depriving its victims of both sight and hearing upon contact. As doubt gnaws at him, he questions whether Yeon-myeong has surpassed the decades of internal strength he himself has painstakingly cultivated. Before he can launch another assault, Yeon-myeong unveils a vial containing the legendary Fire Dragon's poison. Elder Sam demands to know its source, his voice tinged with suspicion and apprehension. In a bold move, Yeon-myeong allows the vial to slip from his grasp, the potent substance igniting upon contact with the ground. Addressing the stunned assembly, Yeon-myeong declares the poison to be one of the Tang clan's most lethal concoctions. Skepticism ripples through the ranks, particularly among the elders, with Wonjin voicing his doubts. Undeterred, Yeon-myeong confirms the poison's identity and assigns blame to the third elder for its mishandling. In a scathing rebuke, Yeon-myeong condemns the Tang family's lack of integrity, highlighting the grave consequences of allowing one of their most potent poisons to be exploited for personal gain. Wonjin stresses the immense value of the top 10 poisons, emphasizing that their recipes, now lost to time, render them priceless within the clan. These deadly concoctions hold a significance far surpassing any material wealth, symbolizing the pinnacle of the Tang family's power and heritage. He issues a stern warning, declaring that any misuse of these poisons for personal gain will be met with swift and severe punishment in accordance with the family's strict rules. In response, Yeon-myeong's smirk widens as he directs his gaze towards Elder Sam, the embodiment of defiance in the face of clan law. Despite holding the esteemed title of Elder, Yeon-myeong reminds him that no one is exempt from the consequences of their actions within the Tang family's jurisdiction. Observing Elder Sam's haunted expression, reminiscent of a character from The Walking Dead, Yeon-myeong discerns the depth of his remorse and suffering. In a display of mercy tinged with finality, he resolves to grant Elder Sam an honorable death. With a flick of his wrist, Yeon-myeong unleashes a torrent of flames, reducing Elder Sam to nothing but ashes before the eyes of the assembled clan members. Amidst the hushed whispers and shocked gasps, Yeon-myeong asserts his authority with unwavering confidence. He proclaims that none among them possess the right to pass judgment on the rightful seat of the family head. Henceforth, he alone will dictate what is just and what is unjust within the realm of the Tang family. As the Grand Elder shifts blame onto his subordinates for their failure to apprehend a lone individual, Yeon-myeong's accusation cuts through the tension like a blade. He confronts the Grand Elder directly, condemning him for his negligence in allowing his disciples' treachery to jeopardize the safety of the family. With unwavering resolve, Yeon-myeong boldly asserts that the Grand Elder's disciple was no ordinary traitor, but a covert agent of the nefarious Dark Moon sect. In response, the wicked elder attempts to deflect responsibility and demands concrete evidence from Yeon-myeong to support his claim. In a dramatic turn of events, Jungle, the son of the director, steps forward as the sole witness to the disciple's malevolent actions. With a steady voice, he recounts the harrowing encounter, describing how the accused utilized a deadly combination of sword techniques, poison, and stealth tactics in their confrontation. Jungle's testimony serves as damning evidence against the accused, confirming Yeon-myeong's suspicions and silencing any doubts cast by the wicked elder. As the accusations against the Grand Elder's disciple mount, another elder steps forward to corroborate the allegations. He recounts witnessing the accused employing a sword technique that inflicted wounds strikingly similar to those sustained by Jungle, further bolstering the credibility of Jungle's testimony. The wounds described were indeed consistent with the injuries Jungle bore on his own body. Additionally, a matured member of the council reveals that Tang Jukran, the accused disciple, had confessed to him about his clandestine allegiance to the Dark Moon sect. Approaching Jungle with a mixture of gratitude and admiration, Yeon-myeong expresses his initial intent to utilize him as a crucial witness, but he admits that he never expected Jungle to bravely step forward of his own accord. In response, Jungle humbly acknowledges that he owes his life to Yeon-myeong's intervention and guidance. Confronted with overwhelming evidence and the weight of his disciple's confession, the Grand Elder finds himself at a loss for how to proceed. In a desperate bid to maintain control, he instructs the other elders to block Yeon-myeong's advances. However, met with resolute silence from his peers, the Grand Elder realizes the precariousness of his position. Remaining calm and composed in the face of adversity, Yeon-myeong delivers a stark reminder to the Grand Elder of his limited authority. He emphasizes that the Grand Elder's status is merely that of a lightweight within the clan hierarchy, rendering him incapable of disregarding the orders of the clan head, particularly in light of the damning evidence against him. Without hesitation, Yeon-myeong takes decisive action, severing the Grand Elder's hand as a symbol of accountability for harboring a traitor within the ranks of the Tang family. Despite the severity of the accusations, Yeon-myeong ultimately decides to show mercy to the Grand Elder due to insufficient evidence of his direct collusion with the traitor. The Grand Elder expresses gratitude for this unexpected reprieve, though inwardly he harbors a mix of relief and cunning calculation. Privately reflecting on Yeon-myeong's remarkable speed and agility, the Grand Elder can't help but wonder if the clan head possesses prowess in swordsmanship as well. However, a wicked grin creeps across his face as he cunningly conceals his true intentions behind a facade of gratitude. As he pretends to staunch the bleeding from his severed hand, the Grand Elder discreetly retrieves a vial containing a formless poison, a subtle yet potent weapon in his arsenal. While not as deadly as the top 10 poisons, its colorless and odorless nature makes it a lethal threat. With a sense of grim satisfaction, the Grand Elder contemplates how this insidious poison will silently exact its toll, eliminating Yeon-myeong without the clan head ever suspecting foul play. Unbeknownst to the Grand Elder, as the poison spreads in the air, the Grand Elder thinks he's won with his sneaky poison plan, but Yeon-myeong figures out what's going on. He moves fast, chopping off the Grand Elder's other hand like it's nothing. Some of the older folks start saying Yeon-myeong's gone crazy, but one smart elder points out the Grand Elder's hand and a poison bottle close by. Yeon-myeong's pretty mad about the whole thing. He's disgusted that the Grand Elder would try to poison the clan leader, seeing it as a big shame for their family. So he lays down the law. By the clan's rules, and because of how bad the Grand Elder's actions were, he's marked as a traitor. That means he's in for some serious punishment. He announces that according to the clan's rules and the severity of his crime, the Grand Elder is deemed a traitor and therefore will be punished severely. He then executes him in front of everyone. Yeon-myeong sternly warns that none of them are above the laws of the Tang family, and if any of them disregard the family laws again by using their position, he will personally execute justice. He remarks that the Tang family has declined, and it would not be strange if it collapsed at any moment in this situation. However, there is one thing he can promise them here, that he will ensure that the members of the Tang family are not exposed to the threats posed by the evil sects or the lizard cults, and that they can live in peace in this land of Sichuan. Yeon-myeong then talks not just to the elders but to everyone there, wanting to know if they see him as the true leader of the Tang family. Later, at Tang Jihai's house, Yeon-myeong's mom is super happy to hear that her son won the competition to lead the family. She starts crying tears of joy because she's so proud of him and because the elders acknowledge how strong he is. She's filled to the brim with pride for her son, and the subtle upgrades to her appearance add an extra touch of elegance, enhancing her already stunning beauty. As she reflects on her son's remarkable growth and achievements, she can't help but feel a pang of bittersweet longing for his father. She imagines how his father would have been more than thrilled to hear such uplifting news about their son, and in that moment, she wishes he could share in this joyous occasion. Meanwhile, our Chad, yearning to share the news with his mother before anyone else, discovers himself buried under an avalanche of tasks. Following the strict directives of the family head, all future commands and challenges are to be managed exclusively through the Stealth and Poison Division, with critical judgments necessitating the direct approval of the family head. While the majority of the elders grumble at this new arrangement, Elder O voices genuine concern and proposes the notion that Yeon-myeong could serve as a regent until our Chad reaches the age of maturity. Contemplating this suggestion carefully, our Chad deliberates the weighty responsibility of appointing a regent, ultimately deciding to postpone any such decision until a comprehensive investigation can be carried out. The Poison Hall concludes that the third elder did, in fact, mishandle the fire dragon's poison. In response, Yeon-myeong makes a firm decision. The elders can keep their personal forces, but they're responsible for footing the bill for their upkeep from now on. Any budget they set will undergo rigorous scrutiny. With two factions now lacking leadership, Yeon-myeong consolidates them into the Shadow Troop newly assigned to the Stealth and Poison Division. Adjusting their salaries accordingly, he delivers a straightforward message. They must demonstrate their value or risk being let go. A few days later, to Jeagle Clown's utter disbelief, Yeon-myeong calls for a meeting with the Jeagle clan. Jeagle Clown realizes with a sinking feeling that their schemes to manipulate the Elders' Council have disastrously backfired, and he frets over the possibility of their underhanded actions during the competition coming to light. In contrast, Yeon-myeong exudes an air of confidence and composure as he addresses the gathering. He admits to being preoccupied with various pressing matters which led to certain oversights on his part. Jeagle Clown is taken aback by the transformation in Yeon-myeong's demeanor and appearance, sensing a newfound strength and authority emanating from him. When questioned about the purpose of their summons, Yeon-myeong commends the Jeagle family's expertise in formation tactics and entrusts them with a pivotal task, designing the primary formation for the Tang clan. This unexpected assignment catches Jeagle Clown off guard, but he quickly realizes the significance of the opportunity presented to them by Yeon-myeong. Jeagle Clown protests vehemently, arguing that he cannot undertake such a monumental task without the explicit permission of the family head. Furthermore, he highlights the significant drain on resources such an endeavor would entail, emphasizing the Jeagle clan's current inability to manage such demands. In response, Yeon-myeong's reaction is swift and deadly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls a needle with lethal precision, instantly dispatching everyone in the room except Jeagle Clown. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, Yeon-myeong's voice cuts through the silence, stern and unwavering. He admonishes Jeagle Clown for underestimating him and reminds him of the severe consequences outlined by the clan's rules. Yeon-myeong's ultimatum is clear. The Jeagle clan must comply or face dire repercussions. He grants Jeagle Clown one final opportunity to acquiesce, the threat of complete annihilation looming ominously. With a steely resolve, Yeon-myeong begins the countdown, leaving Jeagle Clown with a mere heartbeat to decide the fate of his clan. With no alternative, Jeagle Clown agrees to Yeon-myeong's terms and requests the safety of his family members in return for his compliance. Yeon-myeong accepts the agreement, trusting that Jeagle Clown will fulfill his end of the bargain. It has been a few days since Yeon-myeong took on the mantle of clan leader. Today he summons his friends, who appear to be extremely nervous in his presence. Mirio, trembling slightly, wonders why Yeon-myeong called them, addressing him formally as the family head. Seeing this, Yeon-myeong can't help but chuckle. He playfully points out the absurdity of the formality, reminding them that when it's just them, they should act as they always have. The tension in the room lightens as if someone just switched the channel from a horror movie to a comedy. Surprised, Yuri asks if that's really okay. Seizing the moment, Aijin dramatically props his leg on the table, declaring that if that's the case, he's all in. Mirio also begins to relax. Yeon-myeong, observing their quick switch from formality to their usual selves, rethinks his stance and tells them to stick to being formal, amused by how swiftly they adapt. Curious, Yuri then asks Yeon-myeong why he called them together. Yeon-myeong informs her that he has appointed her father as the chief officer, a revelation that leaves Aijin and Mirio stunned. He explains that her father is an incredibly capable person, and that this is a golden opportunity he should seize. It's as if Yeon-myeong just handed out surprise promotions like candy, and now everyone is scrambling to unwrap the news. Yuri, although wanting the position for her father, expresses her concern about potential retaliation. Yeon-myeong confidently reassures her, saying that silencing a few opposing voices is a simple task for him. However, he warns that if her father shows off his connections, neglects his duties, or secretly embezzles funds, he would face dire consequences. Yuri quickly interjects, assuring Yeon-myeong that her father is not that kind of person. With the position decided, Yeon-myeong then instructs Yuri to assist her father in adapting to the chief officer's duties. Yeon-myeong muses to himself that if Yuri's father follows his lead, there will be nothing to worry about. He notices Yuri, still crying like a little girl, overwhelmed by the news. As for Mirio and Aijin, Yeon-myeong wants to hear about their current situations, which is why he called them together. He plans to recruit individuals with outstanding capabilities who are being suppressed or ostracized, aiming to bring them under his wing. It's almost like Yeon-myeong is planning a superhero team-up, but instead of capes, they're all sporting really intense backstories. Yeon-myeong begins the discussion with Mirio, who informs him that she doesn't have anyone to recommend. Turning to Aijin, Yeon-myeong inquires about the condition of the Medicine King Hall, noting Aijin's connection to the place. Upon hearing this, Aijin falls silent, the room's atmosphere growing heavy. He finally tells Yeon-myeong that he has been contemplating whether to bring up the Medicine King Hall, as everything related to it ties back to Yeon-myeong, particularly his father, Tang Yeon-myeong. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong's expression shifts dramatically. Aijin explains that this involves the ones who are related to his father's poisoning, and behind all of this was the Medicine King Hall. Mirio, stunned, questions Aijin if he is sure it is the Medicine King Hall behind Yeon-myeong's father's poisoning. Meanwhile, Yuri, channeling her inner monster, fiercely suggests that Yeon-myeong should split their heads for daring to harm his father. Yeon-myeong quickly tells her to be quiet, wanting Aijin to continue with his revelations. Aijin explains that the Medicine King Hall is so secluded within the main house that even the elders' influence doesn't reach there. It's a place where all studies related to medicine and toxicology are conducted. Additionally, they sustain their finances by treating patients and selling medicinal materials. Even after the Heavenly Perverts incident, the Tang clan survived because of the Medicine King Hall's support, which provided the essential funds for the Tang clan's maintenance. Aijin shivers with anger as he reveals to Yeon-myeong that the leader of the Medicine King Hall was his grandfather. Mirio adds that he was dismissed for some reason. Aijin continues, explaining that during his grandfather's tenure as the leader of the Medicine King Hall, Yeon-myeong's father, Tang Yeon-myeong, visited the hall daily. After the invasion, resentment toward the Medicine King Hall intensified. Despite being a scholar without internal strength, Tang Yeon-myeong would defend anyone who slandered the hall. The physical toll of these confrontations was evident on his body. According to Yeon-myeong, if someone without internal energy is struck by an attack carrying inner force, they cannot dissipate the energy and end up suffering deep internal injuries. Despite this vulnerability, his father persevered through such challenges. Aijin delves further into the story, revealing that a dispute arose involving Tang Yeon, who held the position of vice leader at the Medicine King Hall. The conflict escalated when Tang Yeon was caught slandering Yeon-myeong's mother. Instead of reflecting on his actions, this Tang Yeon tried to use martial arts. When he was losing the argument, it stopped only after his grandfather intervened. Because of this, Tang Yeon was excluded from being a candidate for the next leader. Yeon-myeong questions Aijin if Tang Yeon harbored resentment and poisoned his father. In tears, Aijin confesses that after poisoning Yeon-myeong's father, Tang Yeon went further, killing Aijin's father and poisoning his grandfather as well. Furthermore, Tang Yeon had also imprisoned Aijin's grandfather. Hearing all of this, Mario is shocked that such events remain hidden all this time. Aijin explains that since his grandfather was poisoned and not in his right mind, explanations from him would not have been credible enough to prompt others to step forward. This drove Aijin to enter the competition, and during these 3 years, those involved in the incident refrained from killing anyone who knew the truth, maintaining a fragile peace built on silence and fear. Aijin, overwhelmed with emotion, tearfully explains that he's been afraid to visit his grandfather, apologizing to Yeon-myeong that it will be difficult to find the talents he seeks in the Medicine King Hall under these circumstances. Yeon-myeong questions why the vice leader still keeps Aijin's grandfather alive, suggesting it might be better to silence him permanently by killing him. As Aijin cries, he reveals to Yeon-myeong that, in his understanding, there exists a secret division within the Medicine King Hall unknown even to the elders. Inside, there's an inner pill crafted from a mythical creature that lives in lava and is called the 10,000-year fire carp. Hearing this, Yuri is shocked, and Mario can hardly believe such a thing exists. Yeon-myeong, usually familiar with inner pills as items that enhance internal strength, is confused by this revelation. Aijin continues, recounting a tale from 100 years ago where the lesser lord of the Fiery Sun Palace supposedly consumed the inner pill of a 10,000-year fire carp and ascended to the realm of fire. Aijin explains that the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire carp contains extremely potent poison. If consumed without neutralizing the poison, 9 out of 10 times it leads to death. However, if the poison is removed forcefully, it could diminish the effects of the pill. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong asks if the efficacy of the inner pill be preserved without removing the poison by anyone, except his grandfather, the former leader of the Medicine King Hall. Aijin confirms that Tang Yeon's ambition is indeed to consume the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire carp and ascend to the fire realm. His ultimate plan is to lead his followers out of the Tang clan and establish his own sect. The revelation shocks everyone in the room, especially considering Tang Yeon's diminutive stature. Yeon-myeong privately thinks that Tang Yeon's plan is foolish. Consuming an inner pill and reaching the fire realm may not lead to true enlightenment, but rather a lower state compared to the transcendent realm. Yeon-myeong reflects on the 3 years spent with Aijin. Despite everything Aijin has endured, he never openly showed his worries and always managed to smile in front of others. Yeon-myeong expresses gratitude to Aijin for sharing his story and then asks him a crucial question. If they were to purge the current members and cure his grandfather, could the Medicine King Hall function effectively again? He reassures Aijin that he's got the antidote situation under control, but he needs Aijin's expert opinion before diving into Operation Purge and Purify. Aijin expresses confidence that it's possible to restore the Medicine King Hall's functionality, despite feeling less capable than the current leader. Yeon-myeong is relieved to hear his answer and promises Mirio that he'll listen to her story once they've sorted out the Medicine King Hall, to which she enthusiastically agrees. Yeon-myeong instructs Aijin to prepare for their visit to the Medicine King Hall. However, Aijin points out to Yeon-myeong that he hasn't visited his mother since arriving at the main house, and he should go check her first. Yeon-myeong responds, acknowledging that his mother would understand he cannot leave his duties as the family head. He adds that she wouldn't want him to stand idly after hearing what his friend has endured. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Hall, the rotund Tang Yeon feels tense about Yeon-myeong, the son of Tang Yeon-myeong, assuming the role of family head, an irritating twist for him. However, Tang Yeon reassures himself that whatever actions he took were before Yeon-myeong was born, so he wouldn't know the details of what transpired with his father. Yet Tang Yeon is troubled by Aijin's prolonged absence from the Medicine King Hall. He knows Aijin wouldn't abandon his grandfather. Tang Yeon's grin widens as he contemplates Aijin's apparent prioritization of her life over her grandfather's. He's certain he could end her at any moment, but right now, his biggest headache is that darn inner pill. To harness its energy fully and ascend to the fire realm is the goal, but getting there means dealing with the stubborn old man. Even if the geezer snaps out of it, he clams up tighter than a jar of pickles, putting a major wrench in Tang Il's grand scheme. Tang Il contemplates removing the poison himself, aware that one wrong move could jeopardize the entire inner pill. As he ponders a safer approach, an attendant knocks on his door, telling him the family head is here. Startled, he nearly jumps out of his pants. Outside, chaos ensues as the Bongwe Brigade rush up the people of the Medicine King Hall. The sound of bones crunching mixes with cries of pain echoing through the courtyard. Leading the charge with an imposing presence is none other than their family head, Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong's expression suggests he's about to unleash chaos upon everyone present. The Medicine King Hall's junior members are yelling nervously, perhaps realizing they've stirred up trouble. Aijin approaches Yeon-myeong, her frustration palpable. She explains how she scored every inch but couldn't locate her grandfather. Desperate, she confronts a Medicine King Hall member, demanding to know her grandfather's whereabouts, but all she gets is silence, as if they collectively mastered the art of selective deafness. Yeon-myeong commands Wonjin, who swiftly tears through their captors like a hot knife through butter. The remaining captured individuals are left in stunned silence. Yeon-myeong asserts that only one of them needs to speak, silencing a protest. Recognizing the threat, one of them speaks up, recalling that when the contest began, Tang Il ordered the former leader to be imprisoned in a remote area of Noak. Hearing this, Aijin and Wonjin are utterly shocked. Noak, the place designated for isolating the possibly infectious, is infamous for its cold and damp conditions. It was shut down precisely because these conditions exacerbated the health of those confined there. Yeon-myeong decides to proceed toward the ominous Noak with Aijin and Tao. He then instructs Wonjin to tidy up here and await them at the entrance. Wonjin wastes no time swiftly dispatching everyone in sight. The Medicine King Hall members, now pleading for mercy, find themselves on the wrong end of his fury. Just as they descend into a narrow cave, Yeon-myeong reflects on the name Noak, a fitting moniker for this grim place. Upon reaching its entrance, Aijin breaks into tears, her fears mounting as she wonders if they've arrived too late. Yeon-myeong reassures Aijin that her grandfather is still kicking, as he has located the prison using his uncanny senses. Finding the prison, he directs Aijin to stand back and swiftly cleaves through the gate. It looks like Aijin's grandfather's condition has worsened, likely due to the use of mountain-subduing poison. Yeon-myeong notices Aijin's distress and urges her to stay calm, reminding her that they've come here specifically to rescue her grandfather. Looks like Yeon-myeong's got a knack for both slicing through obstacles and delivering reassuring pep talks in the face of deadly toxins. Aijin informs Yeon-myeong that besides the mountain-subduing poison, they've also administered the Thunderbolt idiocy poison to her grandfather. This poison directly targets the brain, intended to impair cognitive functions rather than causing immediate death. It's not potent, but its ability to penetrate the brain renders antibodies ineffective without swift intervention. To Yeon-myeong, handling the situation seems like a walk in the park. He instructs Aijin to restrain her grandfather, placing his hat on him with a determined air. Channeling his inner energy, Yeon-myeong initiates a frenzy of poison devouring, swiftly neutralizing all toxins within the old man's body. Aijin observes Yeon-myeong's hand in motion, realizing he's opting to absorb the poison himself. Yeon-myeong decides it's the most effective approach, having successfully neutralized even the most potent toxins in the past. Just as he absorbs the poison, the grandfather's complexion noticeably improves. Once Yeon-myeong finishes purging the poison, he encourages the old man to rise. Opening his eyes, the grandfather sees his granddaughter Aijin before him. The old man's misunderstanding, mistaking Yeon-myeong for Tang Yeon-myeong, adds a humorous twist to the emotional moment. Aijin steps in to clarify the situation, explaining everything that transpired, and now Yeon-myeong is the family head. Yeon-myeong feels relieved and proud to have taken care of his father's companion. The old man breaks down in tears, deeply moved by being saved by someone much younger. He laments how his actions has deprived Yeon-myeong from seeing his father's face. The old man, now overwhelmed with emotion, speaks to the departed Tang Yeon-myeong as if he were present. He expresses how proud Tang Yeon-myeong would be of his son, Yeon-myeong, if he were alive to see him. Filled with resolve, the old man makes a solemn promise. Despite his age, he pledges to dedicate himself to serving Yeon-myeong, the new family head, with unwavering loyalty and dedication. Yeon-myeong hands the old man his coat, indicating that he's here to arrange positions for both the leader and Aijin. With a gentle but firm tone, Yeon-myeong informs him that it's time to leave, as there are people eagerly waiting to meet him. Outside, Tang Il wears an even uglier expression than usual, unable to comprehend how the old man stands firm. Realizing this decision came from the family head, Tang Il internally acknowledges that a direct confrontation would be unwise, recalling his ruthless actions against the elders. Nonetheless, the audacious Tang Il attempts to assert dominance over Yeon-myeong, warning him of their crucial financial role within the clan and suggesting that without them, the clan would crumble. Yeon-myeong, sensing Tang Il's misguided confidence, turns cold and tersely allows him his final words. He then turns to the old man, inviting him to speak, but Tang Il arrogantly ignores the offer, attempting to flee the scene to avoid potential consequences. However, as he tries to escape, his body suddenly seizes up. He's been struck by a poison needle. Yeon-myeong explains that this poison needle is crafted by Aijin herself, and this demonstrates her skill and readiness, qualifying her to take Tang Il's place. With a decisive move, Yeon-myeong retrieves the needle and Tang Il collapses, meeting his end. Seeing Tang Il dead, the remaining members of Medicine King Hall flee in fear, but the Bongwi Brigade, under Yeon-myeong's command, swiftly moves to eliminate them as ordered. The clan members are left in shock at the sudden disappearance of the Medicine King Hall and the deaths of its members. Meanwhile, a group of pretentious slumdogs, pretending to be experts, argue that the Tang clan owes its survival to the Medicine King Hall and eliminating them was a foolish move. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong gazes intently at the inner pill. Aijin's grandfather warns him that leaving the pill unsealed could lead to someone like Tang Il appearing again, so he offers to deliver it to Yeon-myeong once the poison effects have subsided. Yeon-myeong, eager and covetous like a dog eyeing a big bone, tells the old man that he'll just take it right away. The old man looks confused and advises Yeon-myeong that if he doesn't intend to use the pill immediately, it would be safer to keep it where it is. Yeon-myeong, understanding the potency of the poison within the pill, sees it as an invaluable asset. He assures the old man that he wouldn't casually discard something so precious, referring to the poison's potency rather than the pill itself. Yeon-myeong places his hand atop the pill, beginning to absorb its potent poison. Just as he absorbs it, he reflects on its extreme potency, typical of an inner pill from a spirit residing in lava. Compared to the demonic fire dragon poison, this poison seems mild. Yeon-myeong considers that if an ordinary person were to ingest it in its raw form, the poison's power could likely incinerate them from within. More importantly, despite the inner pill's potent poison, Yeon-myeong reflects that it pales in comparison to the infamous Tang family's 10 poisons. He resolves to delve deeper into understanding of those formidable 10 poisons. Looking at the pill after the refinement process, Yeon-myeong senses the potent energy of the spirit now ready for consumption. He then heads to his mother's new chambers and knocks on the door. Upon receiving permission, Yeon-myeong enters to find his mother waiting for him. His mother, the Poison Phoenix, never expected to return to the main house. She considers herself lucky to have a child like him. Looks like Yeon-myeong's charm is a family trait. Perhaps it runs in the genes, not just the genes. Yeon-myeong reminds her that this place rightfully belongs to her, so naturally she should be here. Observing her closely, he notices that despite still being quite attractive, she seems burdened with worry for him all this time. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushes towards Yeon-myeong, wrapping him in a tight embrace, visibly relieved at his safe return. It is the classic mom hug, capable of melting even the most stubborn hearts faster than global warming. Yeon-myeong reflects on his past life, where regret consumed him until his dying breath. He had no one to share his happiness with, even at the end. Determined not to repeat the same mistakes, he resolves to protect this life and embrace every moment to the fullest. Yeon-myeong asks his mother if she met the Bongwi Brigade. She nods, mentioning they came earlier to assist with moving things, grateful to see familiar faces, which brings tears from her eyes. Curious about what he's holding, she inquires. Yeon-myeong reveals it's a gift, a 10,000-year fire carp pill. Instantly, she recognizing it. Yeon-myeong informs her that all she needs to do is use the pill. She believes the pill will benefit Yeon-myeong more, especially since he will lead the Tang clan. Yeon-myeong laughs gently, explaining that he knows the limits of the inner pill. He embraces her, reassuring her that the pill won't enhance his strength any further. Just as Yeon-myeong releases his inner energy, his mother is astonished. She asks if he has reached the fire realm, and Yeon-myeong confidently confirms her question. She's thrilled that her son has achieved such a milestone, which should be cause for celebration. However, she worries that if this knowledge gets out, it could make the Tang family a target for attacks. Yeon-myeong tells his mother that he wants her to live a long life, even incorporating his father's share. He urges her to consume the dissipated pill quickly. She reflects that perhaps she worried too much, realizing it's natural for a mother to protect her child, even if he's in the fire realm. She assures Yeon-myeong that since he bought it for her, she won't refuse it. She asks Yeon-myeong if he knows what she was called when she was younger. She reveals that she was known as Sichuan's top beauty and the Poison Phoenix. She then releases her inner energy to absorb the pill. Even she thinks it has been a while since she has seen Yeon-myeong shocked. It turns out the title of Poison Phoenix is reserved for the most esteemed member of the Tang family. While she acknowledges she may not match Yeon-myeong's skills, she considers herself a pretty impressive artist in her own right. With the pill enhancing her inner energy, she dives straight into cultivating, determined to elevate herself. Looks like mom's not just leveling up her inner energy, she's upgrading her artistic prowess too. Yeon-myeong feels shocked for a moment. He knows she has been hiding her powers, but not to this extent. She is now one step closer to the fire realm, and still she is able to conceal her energy. Meanwhile, she keeps consuming those energy pills like they're snacks at a party. It reflects that a fire realm master can detect even the smallest movements, making it pointless to hide power from them. However, she has managed to conceal her abilities from Yeon-myeong as well, which shocks him even more. She has already reached the state before enlightenment and is now absorbing the spirituality of the inner pill. It's like she's a ninja at a magic show, pulling off tricks that leave everyone in awe. According to Yeon-myeong, she might be able to overcome the limit. However, this means she is likely to face a problem. The method of absorbing the inner pill is simple. Take the spirituality of the inner pill, absorb it into the body, internalize it, and repeat until it's all absorbed. It's like eating a bag of chips, one chip at a time until the whole bag is gone, but with a lot more mystical energy and fewer crumbs. Yeon-myeong's mother wonders if it's even possible to absorb such an absurd amount of energy. The spirituality of the pill is slowly disappearing, and now she's worried about what to do next. At this rate, the pill will vanish before she absorbs even half of it. Suddenly, a hand enters her spiritual space. It's Yeon-myeong's hand. He reminds her that enlightenment doesn't come from overthinking. Instead, she must observe her surroundings, analyze, and mainly imitate them. It's like learning dance moves by watching a pro, just with more spirituality and fewer fancy footwork. This time, Yeon-myeong gives her a little push. His energy starts touching the inner pill and slowly fuses with it. She observes the technique and realizes it's the Tang family's poisonous vital azure radiant heart technique. She figures out how it should be done. Instead of internalizing the energy bit by bit, she changes it into something familiar and absorbs it. Soon enough, she gains enlightenment and absorbs all the energy inside the inner pill. Yeon-myeong then confirms that she has successfully absorbed it and has reached the fire realm. It's like watching someone solve the puzzle in record time, only with a lot more mystical energy and a lot less frustration. The next day, everyone in the clan gathers at the Stealth and Poison Hall. Munchin's father, the Poison King Tang Yeon-myeong, grumbles about having a meeting so early in the morning when they're all so busy. One of the bearded elders asks Yeon-myeong's uncle, the Dark King, Tang Yeon-myeong, when the family head is coming. He adds that even though he's the clan head, it's disrespectful to make the elders wait. It's like getting everyone up for an early morning meeting just to wait around. Definitely not a great way to start the day. Hearing all the complaints, Tang Yeon-myeong controls his anger and instructs everyone to wait for the clan head's arrival. Suddenly, someone announces that the clan head is coming. Yeon-myeong arrives and thanks everyone for gathering early in the morning. He declares that today he has something very important to discuss with them. The bearded elder is confused, wondering what could be so important to gather them all here at this hour. Yeon-myeong tells them he plans to appoint a proxy head until he comes of age. Hearing this, the bearded elder asks him who he plans to appoint among the heads, suggesting he's living his own dream. But as the Jiva Chad he is, Yeon-myeong surprises him by asking why he assumes he would pick one of the elders. It's like everyone's expecting a pizza party and he suggests sushi. Definitely shakes things up a bit. All of a sudden, someone enters the meeting room. Yeon-myeong's uncle Tang Yeon-myeong looks at the entrance and is shocked to see his sister, the Poison Phoenix, walking into the Stealth and Poison Hall. The elders are practically pissing their pants, unable to believe she's here after decades. It's like finding out your high school principal is crashing your family reunion. Awkward, surprising, and definitely a game changer. Yeon-myeong thinks she's the most deserving of the position after being held responsible for the invasion that led to her being dragged down from the head position by the Council of Elders. She announces to everyone that she has seen a lot of familiar faces and she won't hold herself back any longer. It's like the comeback kid finally getting her moment to shine. Definitely stirring up some serious drama in the Stealth and Poison Hall. She apologizes to everyone for being late. The night before the proxy appointment, during her bath, she reflected on how glad she was to have ascended to the Fire Realm. However, the biggest problem is that she's struggling to get used to the gunk leaving her body. She even accidentally showed this embarrassing sight to a servant, but the main issue remains she's still adjusting to her newfound strength. However, after ascending to the Fire Realm, she finally understands Yeon-myeong better and realizes that he has reached the highest state possible in the Fire Realm. It's like upgrading to a new phone and struggling with the new features. Definitely a learning curve, even for a skilled practitioner. Currently, according to her knowledge, only the leader of the Black Death Alliance has ascended to the Fire Realm. To reach a realm similar to him, she wonders what her son must have gone through during the competition. It's like trying to piece together a puzzle with missing pieces. She looks forward to having a meaningful conversation with her son for the first time in a while. Later, Yeon-myeong congratulates his mother on reaching the Fire Realm, but she attributes all the credit to him and invites him to sit down. They have a heartfelt conversation until she asks Yeon-myeong how he attained the Fire Realm. She still can't believe he achieved this state at such a young age. It's like watching your child perform magic tricks, both astonishing and a bit surreal. Yeon-myeong hesitates on how to answer her, knowing it will be hard for her to believe he reached enlightenment due to memories of his past life. He considers using the competition as an excuse and asks her if she knows how one of the 10 poisons got smuggled out. She confirms she's heard about it, mentioning that the winner of the competition was awarded the Fire Dragon poison. Yeon-myeong then reveals that he drank that Fire Dragon poison, somehow absorbed it, and reached enlightenment. She goes blank, stunned by his revelation. While he wasn't lying, he also wasn't telling the whole truth. It's like dropping a bombshell in the middle of a quiet room, definitely leaves her speechless and questioning everything. Suddenly, she is worried, asking him how could he take something like that. Yeon-myeong tries to calm her down, reassuring her that he's perfectly fine. He explains that during a battle, he was addicted to poisons and absorbing the Fire Dragon poison helped him reach enlightenment and ascend to the Fire Realm. Hearing all of this, his mother finds it hard to believe at first, but after some thought, she becomes convinced. Yeon-myeong is relieved that she accepted it so quickly. Her mother changes the topic and asks Yeon-myeong about the rumor she heard from the servant while she was bathing, that Yeon-myeong was getting rid of the medicine from King Hall. Yeon-myeong decides it's best to be honest with her, especially since it involves his father. He explains everything to her during a long conversation. After hearing the full story, she tells Yeon-myeong that she had her suspicions and feels sorry for Aijun, knowing she must have endured a lot. It's like discovering a family secret that changes everything. Definitely a mix of understanding and concern for everyone involved. She requests Yeon-myeong and explains that she had been living in the family as if she were dead, afraid of losing her only child after losing her husband. However, she expresses that she's had enough and if he allows it, she will protect him from now on even though she may not be as strong as him. Meanwhile, in the present, everyone is shocked to see the poison phoenix and can't believe she still looks the same. Some jokingly wonder if she's secretly ascended. Her brother, Tang Yeon-myeong, is overjoyed and loudly declares that everyone should congratulate Yeon-myeong's mother, as she will be the new head of the Tang family. The bearded elder turns into a turd, utterly unable to believe that she is being promoted to the head position instead of just a proxy. She graciously thanks everyone and explains that while she will be the head for now, it's temporary until her son comes of age. Her brother, Tang Yeon-myeong, starts crying upon hearing this news, while the rest of the gathering, especially the bearded elder, are left feeling like they've just sat on a hot bike. Since being entrusted with the position of the head, she plans to rebuild the foundation of the Tang family, which has been in disarray. Her actions are unconventional from the start. The first thing she does is remove the name of the collapsing medicine King Hall and rename it. Tang Hoil, Aijun's grandfather, is appointed as the head surgeon, with Aijun herself appointed as the second in command. It's a bold move, like renovating a historic building with a fresh new twist, definitely shaking things up for the Tang family. Moving on to Yuri's father, he is appointed as the general manager and is tasked with launching a full investigation into Gassen. He quickly discovers the elder's embezzlement books and recovers a substantial amount of money, enough to sustain the clan's maintenance for the time being. As for Moonshin's father, Tang Ji-hyuk, the head of the Stealth and Poison Hall, he is removed from his position. Additionally, most of the elders who embezzled from the family are also removed from their positions, and even those who weren't elders but used their positions for any form of embezzlement were also stripped of their roles. All these changes happened within a matter of days, like a whirlwind sweeping through the clan, cleaning up and reorganizing everything in its path. It's like a rapid-fire cleanup operation, definitely shaking up the status quo in record time. Yeon-myeong thinks his mother is truly an amazing person. Our Jigga-chad enjoys the newfound beauty of the Tang family under his mother's leadership. She has resolved all of the clan's internal issues swiftly. Initially, Yeon-myeong just wanted a simple life with his mother, but now he finds himself surrounded by friends, trusted guards, and hundreds of Tang family members. He feels a growing responsibility to protect them all. It's like going from a solo act to leading a full orchestra. Definitely a shift into a more complex, but fulfilling, role for Yeon-myeong. There was a time when keeping his body healthy was challenging as he struggled with resentment about his existence. His goal now is to become stronger, ensuring that no one can harm the Tang family. Whether it's the Black Alliance, that demon pervert, or anyone else, they will never be able to threaten the Tang clan. It's like stepping into a role of protector and guardian, determined and unwavering in his resolve to defend his family. Meanwhile, in the fortress of the Black Death Alliance, their evil leader Yu Kiljun ponders the fact that the Tang clan has a new head now. Just then, a woman named Yu Seorian, who is the transforming heart sect leader, asks him if she can speak. He gives her the go-ahead, probably hoping for some good news for a change. Yu tells him that Mak Inhu, the one who invaded the test, was defeated by the current head. Yu Kiljun sighs, thinking about how he needs better minions, maybe ones that come with user manuals. Yu elaborates on how Mak Inhu is quite famous and well-known for his strength, practically the celebrity of bad guys. She requests that the leader destroy the Tang clan before they can regain their old position, suggesting they strike before the Tang clan can start selling or back t-shirts. Yu Kiljun, ever the pragmatist, questions why he should bother with such a task. Yo, however, just won't let it go. She insists that killing Mak Inhu is the same as challenging him, the Great Black Death Alliance leader. Yu Kiljun starts wondering if he should invest in earplugs or a hobby that doesn't involve world domination. Yu Kiljun gets increasingly irritated by the constant chatter from Yu. Anger, he reminds her that he had warned her the other day to leave the Tang clan alone, as he has plans to use them one day. He points out that it was Mak Inhu who disobeyed his orders and attacked the Tang clan, practically putting a kick-me sign on his own back. Yu Kiljun emphasizes that it was actually Mak Inhu who opposed him. He expresses relief that Mak Inhu met his end at the hands of the Tang clan's head. After all, if Mak Inhu had returned alive after such disobedience, he would have faced punishment anyway. However, Yu Kiljun still finds it intriguing that the new head managed to kill Mak Inhu, considering Mak Inhu wasn't someone who would go down without a fight. He summons his guards and instructs them to invite the Tang clan head to the Sichuan meeting. Yeon-myeong is having a conversation with his mother, expressing his gratitude for all the hard work she has done on the internal arrangements. She admits feeling nerve-wrackingly anxious after taking charge again after such a long time, unsure if she did well enough. Yeon-myeong thinks she did a fantastic job, like a master chef effortlessly whipping up a gourmet meal after years away from the kitchen. However, there's one thing that confuses him. He asks if she suppressed her powers like last time, half expecting her to say she just took up knitting instead. His mother isn't surprised that he noticed it so quickly, knowing he's experienced it before. However, to Yeon-myeong, her suppression is still impeccable, like a magician flawlessly hiding an elephant in a room. He points out that since she has reached the fire realm, she doesn't need to hide her powers anymore. With a hint of pride, our pretty mommy explains that it's not just about hiding powers. What she performed is the family's secret technique, the vein sealing concealment. She also hopes that Yeon-myeong will learn to hide his abilities. To explain this to Yeon-myeong, she embarks on quite a long story. As the founder of the martial art and the ancestor of the Tang family, she feels it's her duty to tell him about their heritage. Yeon-myeong braces himself, knowing that family stories usually come with more twists than a soap opera. She begins with a tale from a certain village in Sichuan, where a plague broke out. People were dying and dozens of bodies were cremated without proper funerals to prevent the spread. Everyone in the village had already caught the plague and were just waiting for their time to die, except for one, a 10-year-old boy. His unharmed condition caused fear and suspicion among the villagers. In their eyes, the boy appeared to be a harbinger of the plague, and they labeled him as a child possessed by an evil spirit. The boy's immunity made him seem like the Grim Reaper's intern, and there was no time for rational questions in the eyes of the already infected. With nowhere to go, the boy ended up hiding in a cave to escape the rain. To feed himself, he started stealing food left at the shrine near the village. In the shadow of the plague, the boy survived, scraping by like a clever raccoon. However, after the third day, the villagers stopped performing rituals. When he ventured out to check, he discovered that everyone, other than him, was dead. It seemed he had outlasted the plague, but at the cost of becoming the sole survivor of a ghost village. The boy wandered, pondering why he was the only one unharmed. The question didn't linger for long, as a mysterious group soon came for him. According to their leader, the boy had an innate aptitude for poison. These people turned out to be the notorious Moon Shadow sect, the worst assassination group in the history of Murim. The Moon Shadow sect had a sinister reputation for kidnapping children from all over the world, trading them as assassins, and feeding them poison to prevent them from escaping. Furthermore, they administered antidotes periodically. The boy grew up within the Moon Shadow sect, becoming an assassin in no time. Before long, he witnessed the gruesome fate of his comrades who died when they didn't receive the antidote on time. It dawned on him that the plague in his village wasn't caused by him, as he initially feared, but by the poisonous sect itself. From that point onwards, the boy pushed himself to his limits, determined to become stronger. No matter how dangerous or difficult the mission, he completed it with unwavering determination. Soon enough, he achieved a feat so remarkable that even absolute masters couldn't match. The Mu Shadow sect leader was profoundly impressed by his accomplishments and bestowed upon him the title of one of the 5 great assassins. He offered to grant the boy anything he desired. However, the leader was taken aback when the boy calmly stated that he wanted nothing. Yet looking at his expression, it was clear to everyone that what he truly desired was to see them all dead. The boy reached an unprecedented level of skill, honed by countless battles with absolute masters and refined through his own ultimate technique derived from the martial arts of the Mu Shadow sect. His mastery culminated in the creation of his signature move, the first flower rain of the sky technique. Thus, the poisonous Mu Shadow sect disappeared overnight. In the aftermath, his descendants settled in Sichuan, establishing what would later become the esteemed Tang family. Even today, his legend endures under the alias the Invisible Guest, a name whispered in awe throughout the martial world. It's a tale that proves even the deadliest shadows can't hide from a determined gardener armed with enough poison. Just then, she notices that Yeon-myeong has fallen asleep. She pinches his face gently, waking him up with a start. Half awake, Yeon-myeong asks her what this story has to do with the vein sealing concealment. She explains that the poison sect had many masters in the fire realm, including the 5 great assassins and their overpowered sect leader. She leans in, ready to reveal the secret of how he faced them alone. Yeon-myeong asks her if it wasn't because of technique, the flower rain of the sky, stressing that very few could withstand such an attack, where numbers of the foes are irrelevant. She corrects Yeon-myeong, confirming that the technique is indeed called the flower rain of the sky. However, she explains that it's not actually a martial art for hidden weapons. Instead, it's a martial arts that focuses on controlling energy. This revelation shocks Yeon-myeong, prompting him to seek confirmation about the nature of the flower rain of the sky technique. She explains that in battles at the fire realm, clashes primarily involve energy attacks. When an opponent attacks with energy, the defender must counter with their own energy. Ordinary hidden weapon techniques are ineffective against the protective energy barriers of fire realm masters. Yeon-myeong considers the logic behind it all. It makes sense that ordinary hidden weapons would be ineffective against the energy shields of fire realm masters. According to him, in this realm, energy counters energy. So if hundreds of hidden weapons enveloped in energy form a storm, even with body protection, it would be impossible to handle against energy attacks. It's an ultimate attack designed to battle the monsters of the fire realm, much more potent than the whirling frenzy. But what confuses Yeon-myeong is that no matter how skilled a master is at maintaining their energy levels, it's almost impossible to sustain such a high amount of internal energy. His mother, who seems to have a knack for understanding his thoughts, figures out his dilemma. She suggests that the answer lies within the vein sealing concealment. It seems even in the world of martial arts, the secret to managing energy might just be a well-kept family tradition, like the perfect pot roast recipe. His mother explains that the basic principle of the vein sealing concealment involves compressing all the internal energy flowing through the meridians, concentrating it into one of the 12 main meridians. Then, using true energy to block the flow of internal energy, it seals it within that meridian. This way, internal energy doesn't flow freely, but is encapsulated and contained by true energy. It's like vacuum sealing leftovers, but for martial arts energy, keeping everything fresh and contained until it's ready to be unleashed. She adds that this method can deceive the eyes of a fire realm master, who can typically see the flow of internal energy, but because he cannot use the seal energy immediately, his current powers will decrease temporarily. However, with accumulated experience and insights gained through the process, the powers can be easily rebuilt. By repeating this process 12 times to seal the internal energy in all 12 meridians, the true energy protecting the internal energy intertwines, creating a new protective layer known as Dragon Scale. This body-protecting energy not only surpasses the defense of existing techniques, but also rivals the strength of actual dragon scales. It's like upgrading from chainmail to full dragon armor, ready to take on fire-breathing foes and questionable potluck dishes alike. Yeon-myeong is perplexed by the existence of a poison called the Fire Dragon's Poison, wondering if anyone has actually encountered a dragon. He reflects that vein sealing isn't just about defense. When he releases the internal energy sealed in all 12 meridians, he can temporarily wield 10 times his original internal energy. This boost is only temporary because energy beyond the body's natural limit will naturally dissipate. He realizes that the flower rain technique is a martial art that necessitates mastery of the vein sealing technique, tying together internal energy control with devastating offensive power. It's like having a turbo boost button for martial arts, great for quick bursts, but not for extended road trips. Moreover, several key points were passed down with the vein sealing concealment, but they were lost after the invasion of the Demon Lord. Additionally, crucial oral traditions were lost when 2 elders suddenly died. Yeon-myeong chuckles to himself, thinking he might be to blame for these killings. It's like losing the instruction manual to a complicated gadget just after you thought you finally understood it, awkward, but probably fixable with a bit of improvisation. His mother asserts that she believes he will be able to master the flower rain of the sky because she is her proud son. She then asks him if he is not. Yeon-myeong proudly declares to his mother that as the son of the poison phoenix, there isn't anything he cannot master. Thus, Yeon-myeong receives the vein sealing concealment from his mother. He contemplates that after vein sealing, the most effective way to recover internal energy is by drinking poison. To others, it might be dangerous, but to our addict, Jika Chad, it's like a miraculous elixir. He reflects that there's no need for him to go through the rebuilding process. He decides to just ask Aijun to prepare some poison for him. Just then, a guard informs him that Yeon-myeong's friend is here to see him, and despite being informed that he was working, she insisted on meeting him. Suddenly, Mario bursts into the room out of breath but determined. Yeon-myeong, perplexed by her sudden appearance and breathlessness, asks what's wrong. Mario urgently explains that if this continues, her sister will die, leaving Yeon-myeong puzzled by her cryptic statement. Yeon-myeong's eyes widen in shock as he hears about Mario's sister's condition. Concern etches across his face, and he suggests urgently that they should have sought a doctor's help sooner. However, Mario's voice trembles with tears as she explains that they have already visited multiple doctors, her words heavy with the weight of resignation. She softly reveals that her sister's illness defies medical understanding and cannot be healed by any conventional means or techniques. Yeon-myeong's jaw drops in utter disbelief, a reaction akin to that of students encountering a particularly tough exam question. Just kidding, of course. He cautiously asked Mario if her sister's suffering stems from internal injuries. Mario, tears streaming down her face, shakes her head gently and confides in Yeon-myeong with a trembling voice. She reveals the devastating truth. Her sister is afflicted with the 9 yin severed meridians, a terminal condition. It is revealed that in the annals of history, alongside the renowned Blazing Sun Palace, there existed a lesser-known yet formidable martial arts sect, the Northern Sea Ice Palace. This sect delved deep into the mysteries of ice arts, honing techniques that were not just skills but revered as blessings for those born with an abundance of extreme yin energy. However, for those outside their icy embrace, lacking the practice of these arts often led to dire consequences, marked by the onset of inexplicable and terminal conditions. Yeon-myeong's eyes widen in realization as he connects the dots. They are descendants of the fabled Northern Sea Ice Palace sect. Mario confirms this revelation, explaining that they are not direct descendants but rather descendants of descendants. Long ago, their ancestors settled in Sichuan, forging alliances through marriage with the illustrious Tang Family, who reign as the most powerful lineage of their era. Learning ice arts is believed to have the potential to cure terminal conditions. However, within the esteemed Sichuan Tang Family, renowned for their mastery of poisons and hidden weapons, there exists no trace of practitioners or knowledge concerning ice arts. The ancient martial techniques of the Ice Palace, passed down from distant ancestors, have faded into obscurity over generations. This hereditary affliction resurfaces cyclically, a cruel twist of fate haunting their lineage every few decades. Yeon-myeong, determined to find a solution, begins to voice his thoughts, but Mario abruptly interrupts. They have arrived at her residence, and to Yeon-myeong's astonishment, the house itself is enveloped in a chilling embrace of ice. Entering the house, Mario's tears flow freely as she witnesses the stark deterioration of her sister's condition in their absence. Her sister, once vibrant, now stands frozen solid, encased in ice. The sight pierces Mario's heart with despair. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong steps into the frigid room and immediately feels the biting cold that permeates the air. It is so chilling that he senses its potential to freeze not just objects, but hope itself. The severity of the situation dawns upon him, surpassing any expectations he might have had. Turning to Mario with a heavy heart, Yeon-myeong speaks solemnly, his voice tinged with regret. He urges her to listen carefully, gently explaining that he cannot offer any guarantees regarding her sister's survival. Upon hearing Yeon-myeong's devastating assessment, Mario's world seems to shatter around her. She stands in disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. Yeon-myeong gently continues, explaining the delicate balance her sister has maintained, resisting the invasive cold energy with her own innate strength. Yet he gravely informs Mario that her sister has now reached her limit. Unconscious and fighting to survive, she channels all her remaining energy into sealing her veins against the freezing encroachment. Mario, overwhelmed with grief and misunderstanding Yeon-myeong's intent, collapses into uncontrollable sobs. She mourns bitterly, convinced that there is no conceivable way to save her beloved sister from this icy fate. Mario's despair gives way to a glimmer of hope as Yeon-myeong reveals there is a way to artificially extract the cold energy from her sister's body. However, his cautionary words cast a shadow over their newfound hope. He warns of potential dire consequences if her sister cannot endure the process or if he himself becomes overwhelmed. Yeon-myeong wrestles silently with his thoughts. He feels prepared to undertake the risky procedure, yet he knows the weight of responsibility rests heavily on his shoulders. He cannot jeopardize the life of a loved one of his friend. Therefore, he leaves the decision whether to proceed or not entirely in Mario's hands, respecting the gravity of the choice she must make. Filled with desperation and determination, Mario considers that she has exhausted every other avenue to save her sister and cannot bear to give up without attempting this risky procedure. Despite understanding the danger it poses to both her sister and Yeon-myeong, Mario's love for her sibling compels her to make a resolute decision. She instructs Yeon-myeong to proceed and save her sister at any cost. Yeon-myeong, now committed to the daunting task ahead, prepares meticulously for the procedure. In the next scene, as preparations begin, Mario watches with a furrowed brow as Yeon-myeong and his assistants move to undress her sister. She can't help but voice her skepticism, questioning aloud why such a step is necessary in their efforts to save her. Yeon-myeong patiently explains to Mario that clothing can obstruct the flow of energy needed for the extraction process, leaving them with no choice but to undress her sister. With careful deliberation, he prepares to infuse energy directly into her sister's head, intending to methodically remove the cold from each of the 9 meridians, one by one. Initially successful in extracting the cold from the glabella, Yeon-myeong shifts his focus to the heart meridian. As he proceeds, he senses a crucial point that demands his attention. Without hesitation, he continues with the extraction process. Suddenly, the cold's intensity amplifies drastically, enveloping Yeon-myeong in a chilling grip that threatens to overwhelm him. The intensity of the cold shows no signs of relenting, transforming their home surroundings into a scene resembling a budget Everest expedition. Mario, gripped by fear, observes with alarm as half of Yeon-myeong's body becomes encased in ice. Undeterred by the perilous conditions, Yeon-myeong persists in his task. With unwavering determination, he successfully extracts the icy grip from the inner meridians of his upper body, one by one. However, the biting cold now exceeds the limits of what his own body can endure. Aware of the danger, Yeon-myeong weighs his options carefully. Continuing the extraction risks freezing himself solid, a precarious situation likened to microwaving a burrito without a plate, a risky move indeed. Pausing amidst the icy turmoil, Yeon-myeong takes a moment to gather his thoughts. Reflecting on the dire situation, he muses to himself that dealing with poison might actually seem simpler in comparison to the current predicament. Suddenly, a memory from his past surfaces vividly in his mind. The wise words of Aijin's grandfather from the Medicine King Hall. The elder had once imparted a profound insight that medicine and poison, despite their apparent differences, share a fundamental similarity. Both substances can become harmful if their concentration surpasses the body's capacity to handle them. It's akin to attempting to add just the right amount of spice to your ramen, only to accidentally create a dish fit for a dragon. Realizing the parallels between the excessive yang energy that transforms into fire poison and the overwhelming cold that can be likened to a cold poison, Yeon-myeong draws on his extensive knowledge. He recalls the teachings of the poison purification technique, a method that could potentially counteract the effects of toxic elements within the body. With resolute determination, Yeon-myeong begins to employ the poison purification technique. His body reacts instinctively, responding to the intense cold that threatens to freeze him to the core. Since a lot of cold has already been extracted, it is going to resist fiercely. Yet he remains steadfast, understanding that as long as this icy force is recognized as a poison, it can be neutralized without posing a further threat. Drawing upon his expertise, Yeon-myeong begins to consume the cold energy. Moment by moment, he absorbs the freezing essence, effectively purging it from the Ice Queen's body. Gradually, the relentless chill within her dissipates and her eyes flutter open, awakening from her icy slumber. Startled by the sensation of Yeon-myeong's hand on her bare stomach, the Ice Queen's cheeks flush with embarrassment. It's a moment akin to waking up from a nap to find your crush staring right at you, caught off guard and unsure how to react. As the realization sinks in, she shifts her gaze and notices Mario nearby, sobbing uncontrollably. Their eyes meet in a flood of shared emotion, and without a word, both women break down in tears. It's a release of pent-up fear, relief, and overwhelming gratitude for the miracle that has unfolded before them. The two sisters share their heartfelt moment, and the new girl, Miso, turns to Mario and asks if Yeon-myeong is the one who rescued her. Mario confirms it, but Miso is puzzled as to why Yeon-myeong is still touching her stomach. Mario explains to Miso that Yeon-myeong is concentrating and suggests leaving him be until he wakes up. It's like trying not to disturb someone during their power nap, except this nap involves saving lives. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong regards the cold energy as a miraculous drug. The internal energy exceeds his body's capacity to absorb it, but if left untouched, it will naturally dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, Yeon-myeong sees it as the perfect moment to absorb all the cold energy and open up his closed meridians. It's like finding a rare treasure chest and deciding it's time to unlock its secrets. While contemplating, one meridian is already filling with internal energy, prompting Yeon-myeong to wonder how many meridians he can fill once all the cold is absorbed. After absorbing all the cold, Yeon-myeong can't believe he has managed to fill 4 meridians, far exceeding his expectations. This achievement grants him 4 times the internal energy he originally had. However, it's unfortunate that his immediate strength has decreased because all the energy is currently stored in the meridians. He decides he has no choice but to supplement it by drinking poison. Maybe he thinks of poison like it's some sort of energy drink. It's like stocking up on batteries and then needing a quick recharge. Yeon-myeong takes another look and notices both girls staring at him. Startled, Yeon-myeong quickly removes his hand, feeling flustered. Miso assures him that he doesn't need to be concerned, as Mario has explained everything to her. Miso thanks Yeon-myeong and he reassures her that it's his duty as the family head to take care of their family. Just then, their father enters the scene to see one of his daughters half naked and the other resisting her. Misunderstanding the situation, their father erupts like a furious gorilla, shouting at Yeon-myeong. The girls quickly rush to the rescue, explaining to him how Yeon-myeong saved his daughter. Later, their father kneels to the ground, feeling remorseful for being rude to his savior. Yeon-myeong calmly explains to him that anyone in his place would have misunderstood the situation. Gradually shifting to a happier demeanor, the father expresses his deep gratitude for Yeon-myeong saving his daughters. The father of the girls then proceeds to tell Yeon-myeong that he settled in the Tang clan after falling in love with a woman who was part of the family. Unfortunately, his wife also suffered from a terminal condition and passed away. He spent all his savings searching for a cure to save his daughters, but it was all in vain. Overwhelmed by emotions, he tells Yeon-myeong that from now on, if he needs anything, he will always rush to his side. Yeon-myeong asks Mario's father why it's so quiet inside the trading company. Mario's father explains that since the Tang family weakened, the Black Death Alliance took over, and they rarely venture outside anymore. Yeon-myeong tells him they'll need to discuss it later. That's when he notices someone calling for him. It's our 2 girls. Miso thanks Yeon-myeong for saving her life, a favor they promised never to forget. Seeing her talk, Yeon-myeong gets flustered. Mario also thanks Yeon-myeong and assures him they'll find a way to repay him for sure. As Yeon-myeong leaves the scene, Miso asks him if he'll be alright, noticing his bewildered expression and wonders if something went wrong during her treatment. Mario, not missing a beat, puts on a wicked grin and teases Miso, suggesting she might be feeling sad because Yeon-myeong is leaving. Hearing this, Miso gets flustered and asks Mario if her behavior was that obvious. Mario, being a bit of a tease, tells her that it was very obvious and that such a reaction would be natural for anyone in her place. Mario reassures Miso not to worry, saying she's never seen a person more beautiful than Miso. As for Yeon-myeong, she thinks that although he didn't say anything, his reaction spoke volumes and he is surely conscious of her. Yeon-myeong finds himself lost in thoughts about a typical family one moment, and the next he's swept away in daydreams of marrying Miso, raising a future martial arts prodigy, and even witnessing their grandchild's wedding. It's daydreaming beyond one's wildest dreams, just like you guys dreaming of having a girlfriend in this lifetime. Yeon-myeong can't believe how just looking at someone could make him so nervous in this life. As he gazes up at the sky, he muses that this must be what ordinary life feels like. He yearns to revisit that feeling again. However, the current problem lies with the Black Death Alliance. While they didn't directly bring down the Tang family like the demon lord Pervert, their underlings meddled in the clan head contest. Moreover, as long as they linger in the province, a clash with them is inevitable someday. It's like having an unwanted guest who just won't leave the party. Meanwhile, in the Sinwa Hall of the Black Death Alliance's territory in Sichuan, a servant receives a scolding from Yu Seorian. She's visibly displeased by his report that the Tang family's influence has been rapidly growing. She demands to know if is all there is to it. With a dismissive wave, she asserts that whatever fate befalls those people, it's of no concern to her. After all, why stress over other people's drama when you've got your own? Yu seized with frustration, fueled by the rejection of her plea to attack the Tang clan, well aware of her limitations. She recalls rising Phoenix sect leader Yap Inji's words that the leader's order is absolute, so it would be best to stay quiet until his anger subsides. She calls them cowardly bastards, and in a fit of rage, she hurls her apple at the servant, venting her pent-up frustration. Yo wonders if both the new head and family head are said to be at the fire mastery realm or close to it. She reflects that all he says is to watch and wait. With her current self, she can't even avenge Mak Inhu and Jeon Yansong. She feels stuck, unable to act. However, just then, she gets an idea. If she can't move herself, she can at least play puppet master from the shadows. She then recalls the Death Alliance leader's order to send a letter to the Tang clan inviting the family head to the upcoming Sichuan gathering. With a sly smile, she thinks to herself that she can make her move then. She just cannot sit still, even now. When she closes her eyes, she hears Mak Inhu's cries for revenge. She resolves that unless she eradicates the Tang clan, her anger will not subside. Looking at her servant with an evil grin, she plots her next move. Judging her by her look, the servant immediately starts pleading. He asks Yeon to please forgive him just once. However, Yeon, the strange light coming from her eyes, burns the servant to ashes. It's like she's got the world's hottest laser pointer in her eyes. She then asserts look forward to it, Tang clan's family head kid, resolving that she will prepare a stage for him. Later, at the second elder's residence, Munchin's father, Tang Jae-yuk, asks what they should do about their current situation. Ever since Tang Jae-hai, the poison phoenix, became the head of the family, their position has weakened. It's like their family name became synonymous with please step on me. The second elder, instead of giving a solution, wonders why Tang Jae-yuk is asking him. He points out that if anyone thinks about it, all their problems are because of Tang Jae-yuk and his son. Tang Jae-yuk, not expecting that answer, retorts back, questioning why the second elder is bringing that up now. It's like bringing up who forgot to put the milk back in the fridge during a family crisis. Priorities, people. Pointing towards Munchin, the second elder says the problem is that brat. Munchin couldn't even gauge the opponent's strength and kept making enemies. Now Munchin and his father are ruining everything the second elder has built his entire life. It's like watching your sandcastle get kicked down by the tide repeatedly. Munchin, listening to all this, looks down and murmurs to himself, calling the second elder a disgusting old man who cannot even stand up to the head of the Tang family. He believes all their troubles are because of Tang Yeon-myeong. Munchin resolves that he will definitely heal his arm and take revenge. Tang Jae-yuk asks the second elder what he plans to do now, mentioning how even the other elders find it hard to maintain their influence. The second elder, looking like he's pondering the meaning of life, replies that he's well aware of the situation and has made a decision. They are planning to leave the family. It's like deciding to ghost your family reunion because the drama's too much to handle. Meanwhile, guards from the Bongwood Brigade guide Yeon-myeong to the storehouse where the Tang family's extreme poisons and toxins are kept. This place is ominously named the Poison of Poisons Warehouse. Yeon-myeong reflects that originally this place was managed by the third elder, but due to neglect, it fell into his lap along with the poison hall. It's like inheriting a haunted house but with deadly chemicals instead of ghosts. Just as he arrives at the gate of the warehouse, the guards standing there greet him. Maybe they're just excited to see someone who's not trying to steal deadly toxins for once. Yeon-myeong thanks the guards for their hard work. However, before he enters, a guard hands him a small ball, saying he should take it before going in. Curious, Yeon-myeong asks what it is. The guard replies with a straight face that it's a dead before you go in ball, a poison-repelling pearl. It's like having a tiny, life-saving poke ball in your pocket. The guard explains that just holding it in his mouth will filter out most poisons and keep them from invading his body. Yeon-myeong declines the guard's offer of the poison-repelling pearl. The guard is surprised and asks why. Yeon-myeong explains that since it's meant to be held in the mouth, many people, including the third elder, have probably used it before. It's like passing around a lollipop at a daycare. Germs, anyone? The guard reassures him that it is clean after each use, he promised. But Yeon-myeong remains adamant, saying he doesn't need it because he's confident he won't get poisoned regardless. The guard argues that even if he's immune to poison, Yeon-myeong should take it. Irritated, Yeon-myeong gives a playful tap on the guard's head, and suddenly, the guard collapses unconscious on the ground. Yeon-myeong then commands the other guard to open the warehouse gate. The other guard obliges, probably thinking it's safer not to argue with Poison Phoenix's son. Just as Yeon-myeong enters the warehouse, he's pleasantly surprised to see that it's well maintained. It's like finding your childhood toys perfectly preserved in the attic, except these toys can kill you. He wonders aloud if it's because this is where they store the 10 toxins, or maybe they just have a really dedicated janitorial staff. As Yeon-myeong moves forward, he quickly realizes why the first guard was so hesitant to let him enter without the poison-repelling pearl. He reflects that if an ordinary warrior had entered without it, they would have been in serious trouble. It's like trying to navigate a minefield blindfolded, dangerous, and definitely not recommended for a casual stroll. Though his inner strength has decreased due to his meridians being sealed by the poison vein stimulation technique, the concentration of the poisonous air is markedly different. Fortunately, for someone like him who has mastered the poison-refining heart technique, it's as pure as a freshly sanitized room. He can already feel his inner strength replenishing, but it's clear he's far from being able to use his martial arts like before. It seems he needs to consume poisons equivalent to the 10 toxins. According to family regulations, he can't use the 10 toxins for personal consumption. However, if the recipe remains, he could ask Aijun to make it. As he ventures deeper into the warehouse, Yeon-myeong gets a strange feeling and starts wondering what it is. He realizes the airflow in this part is distorted, like it's practicing its dance moves in a mirror. He wonders aloud why there's a formation in the Tang family's poison storage. It's not like they're hosting a poison-themed escape room. Drawing his dagger, he decides to investigate. With a dramatic flourish, he tears apart the formation, half expecting to find a hidden treasure trove or maybe a secret stash of ancient snacks. To his surprise, it reveals a passageway leading to who knows where. Looks like someone left the back door open. As he moves forward, Yeon-myeong discovers a talisman labeled with prohibited and sealed. He realizes it's not the Jegal family's style, but rather a magician's formation. He scratches his head, wondering about the magician behind it. Recalling his past life, he remembers his master's fascination with swords while these magicians were all about sorcery. They were probably the type to try turning lead into gold or maybe summoning pizza on demand. In his master's quest for sword mastery and their obsession with sorcery, they sought to transcend human limits and achieve immortality. He recalls being tossed into a magician's formation for training, a place teeming with beasts whose names he couldn't even pronounce. He chuckles, remembering how magicians are usually selfish, only bothering with things that pique their interest. Like conjuring up pizza at 3 a.m., he scratches his head, wondering why there's a magician's formation tucked away inside the Tang family's poison stash. It's like finding a gourmet kitchen in a haunted house, unexpected and slightly confusing. In a flashback, his master teaches him about magicians, describing them as inherently selfish creatures obsessed with spirits and demons, all chasing after immortality like it's the last piece of pizza at a party. His master explains that building a relationship with magicians is straightforward. If someone beats them up every day for no reason, they eventually beg to have a conversation. It's like the weirdest form of friendship advice, maybe more effective than offering them a slice of pizza. In the present moment, Yeon-myeong doubts anyone in the Tang family thinks like his master did. There must be something within the Tang family that intrigues certain magicians. If the poison is leaking out despite being sealed with hundreds of talismans, it must possess incredible toxic power. He reflects that initially he planned to transcribe the recipe for the 10 toxins if it was still available, but this discovery seems far more intriguing. With curiosity piqued, he moves forward to investigate further. It's like choosing between deciphering ancient scrolls or stumbling upon a live magic show. Sometimes the unexpected choice is the most exciting. Meanwhile, the magician has detected an intruder breaching the seal, and it's no ordinary guest. Nevertheless, this intrusion doesn't concern him much. His primary desire is simply to be released. Yeon-myeong reaches a corner of the warehouse where he discovers a jar tightly wrapped in talismans. He wonders if this could be where the 10th of the Tang family's 10 toxins, rumored to be completely lost, was hidden. However, a sense of foreboding washes over him. He contemplates what kind of poison could warrant such extreme measures of protection. Just as he extends his hand toward the jar, Yeon-myeong's hand gets rebounded by a tremendous force. He observes that the rebound force, backed by the main force, is tougher to crack than most formations. However, he realizes he can overcome it by meticulously slicing through each layer. With resolve, he decides to cut through the talismans on the jar one by one. Using his trusty dagger, he meticulously slices through each formation. It's like playing a high-stakes game of Fruit Ninja, except the fruits are ancient magical seals and the stakes are, well, deadly poisons. Soon, Yeon-myeong begins to feel exhausted, realizing that his inner strength has significantly decreased due to the poison vein stimulation technique. Normally, he could have shattered these talismans with a single strike. Despite the challenge, he successfully removes each one, observing that the poison appears denser now that the talismans are gone. Now that the talismans have been removed, Yeon-myeong places his hand on the lid to open it. Inside, a mysterious monster stirs, shocked to notice that the power of the talisman binding it has weakened. For the first time in ages, it can see the light of day. Yeon-myeong becomes wary as the jar suddenly explodes, creating a massive blast. Fortunately, he manages to dodge it just in time, narrowly avoiding injury. The creature charges toward him, moving faster than anticipated, almost as if it had just been reminded of an urgent appointment. Yeon-myeong quickly gathers his energy, preparing to strike first before it reaches him. However, before he can do anything, the monster zooms past his hand like wind. It speaks, telling him that his sharp reaction deserves a reward. The creature then introduces itself as the pinnacle of poison, the blue-horned white snake. The snake mocks Yeon-myeong, declaring that it will kill him without any pain. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong turns around and demands to know who it is. The snake explains that it is the ultimate poison, the poison of extreme suffering. To the snake's surprise, Yeon-myeong isn't fazed. In fact, he seems intrigued. He wonders what kind of creature could be so proud of being poison personified. The snake wraps around Yeon-myeong's arm and comments on how impressive it was that Yeon-myeong managed to block the flow of poison by sealing a vital point instantly, but warns that he won't be able to hold on for long. The snake smirks arrogantly, boasting that it will slowly melt Yeon-myeong's arm. However, that's when it realizes something is changing. The poison-devouring frenzy inside Yeon-myeong's body activates, and the skull starts to devour the poison. The poor snake is terrified, unable to believe that Yeon-myeong possesses the poison-absorbing aura. It wonders about his connection to the Wanderer Saint. Yeon-myeong grabs the blabbering creature like a plush toy, squeezing it tightly. The snake realizes that if Yeon-myeong continues absorbing the poison at this rate, it will be utterly destroyed. Without hesitation, Yeon-myeong continues to absorb tremendous amounts of poison from the poor snake. The creature, now in full panic mode, realizes that Yeon-myeong might actually kill it if this continues. In desperation, it offers a deal. Yeon-myeong, slightly taken aback, stops absorbing the poison. He thinks it's like walking into a buffet, only to find the chef offering you dessert before the main course. The snake quickly explains that it only wants to escape from the seal. If Yeon-myeong spares it, the snake promises to serve as his guardian spirit. Yeon-myeong, confused by the proposition, listens carefully as the snake continues. It tries to convince him that the offer would be highly beneficial. Yeon-myeong reflects on it. His internal energy has been rising at an incredible rate from absorbing the poison, far beyond what would be considered normal. The snake's poison is more powerful than the 10,000-year Fire Carpenter pill or even the Fire Dragon's poison, and by simply absorbing it, Yeon-myeong's internal energy has already surpassed his previous levels. Apparently, he'd stumbled upon the ultimate energy drink, and it wasn't even on sale. Yeon-myeong considers the offer, realizing that this new source of energy could make him more powerful than ever before. The poor snake, desperate beyond measure, offers Yeon-myeong a tempting proposition. If it becomes his guardian spirit, it promises to provide poison whenever he needs it, claiming that this is far better than absorbing all of his poison now. It sounded like the snake was trying to start a lifetime subscription plan. Yeon-myeong, however, remains unmoved. With a poker face, he tells the snake that he has no interest in keeping alive an enemy, especially one who cannot be trusted. He mentions that he can easily find another source of poison elsewhere. Hearing this, the poor snake begins to cry, its hopes fading. It begs Yeon-myeong to spare it, arguing that it has been trapped in the jar for hundreds of years. This plea reminds Yeon-myeong of his past life. The snake activates his ultimate cute soul killer face. The expression is so overwhelming that even Yeon-myeong himself is taken aback, finding himself unable to resist it. Reluctantly, he agrees to believe the snake's offer just this once. The snake, eager yet nervous, asks if Yeon-myeong is accepting it as his guardian spirit. Yeon-myeong confirms this, adding a warning that if the snake tries anything funny, he will destroy it on the spot. The snake, now all nerves, promises it won't cause any trouble. Moving on, Yeon-myeong asks the snake what needs to be done to become its guardian spirit, since he doesn't know anything about spirit arts. The snake assures him that no extreme measures are necessary. With that, an enormous amount of energy releases from his body, and a bead floats toward Yeon-myeong. The snake explains that this is a spirit-binding seal. By simply holding the bead, Yeon-myeong's soul will become bonded with the snake's, officially making the snake his guardian spirit. Following the instructions, Yeon-myeong grabs the bead, feeling the immense energy surge through him. Outside the chambers, the guards begin to grow concerned as time passes and Yeon-myeong still hasn't come out. Panic starts to set in as they wonder if something has gone wrong. One of the guards suggests they go in and check, but the second guard reminds him that they aren't supposed to enter carelessly. Rules, after all, were there to protect them from becoming accidental hero statistics. Guard number 1, not willing to wait any longer, grabs a poison-refining pill and pops it into his mouth, telling his companion that they can deal with the punishment later, but they cannot let a future leader like Yeon-myeong suffer in a situation like this. Guard number 2 closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, and then opens one eye to check for any signs. To his shock, he sees a bright light shining from within the poison chambers. The light grows stronger and the vibrations intensify. It looked less like a chamber and more like an ancient rave party at this point. Guard number 1, now fully alarmed, calls out for Yeon-myeong, wondering if he's safe. The guards are left in a state of confusion and concern, not sure what to make of the situation. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong emerges from the chambers, an aura surrounding him. After making the snake his guardian spirit, he gains the guardian spirit aura and dragon scales, which are different from the usual spirit aura. This one feels like a tangible outer layer. Thanks to absorbing the snake's poison, Yeon-myeong is able to fill all 12 of his meridians simultaneously. He considers himself lucky, especially since he almost killed the snake just a few minutes ago. Realizing the power surging through him, Yeon-myeong understands that he needs to suppress the aura and control its output. If he doesn't, he'll attract unwanted attention. After all, glowing like a celestial beacon wasn't exactly low-profile behavior. As the aura shifts, a small part of it manifests and the snake appears, asking Yeon-myeong if he's concerned about the people below him. The snake points out that the Wanderer Saint had flaunted his power openly, so why should Yeon-myeong hide his? Yeon-myeong flicks the snake hard, scolding it for revealing itself recklessly. The poor creature bounced back, realizing that being a spirit didn't mean he was safe from quick discipline. The autonomous cute snake tells Yeon-myeong that unless he chooses to reveal it, no one can see him. With an aura as strong as Yeon-myeong's, there would be no one daring to attack him. To the snake, it was simple math. Power like that came with a no-interference guarantee. Yeon-myeong, however, still feels uneasy about the attention and wonders if he could live a more ordinary life this time. His smart, sneaky companion slyly asks what he means by this time, as if implying Yeon-myeong had a bit of a habit of reincarnating. Yeon-myeong doesn't react, but the snake presses on, asking if there really is a way for him to live a normal life. Yeon-myeong looks at the snake and asks what it means by that. The snake explains that there's a reason why Yeon-myeong has been given such power, just like his previous master, the Wanderer Saint. Those with power are always followed by destiny, the snake claims. Yeon-myeong, curious, asks if he was exploited by his previous master. The snake, visibly sweating, quickly deflects the question, telling Yeon-myeong that his previous master was even more inflexible than he is. This master worked the snake to the bone until his dying days. Then, after deeming the snake too dangerous, the master summoned an exorcist to seal it in a jar. Yeon-myeong quickly connects the dots, realizing that all of this ties back to the exorcist and the high-ranking spirit involved. He reflects that such a strong spirit was desired by many exorcists. That is why, maybe, his ancestor helped seal the snake away to keep it from falling into the wrong hands. Yeon-myeong wonders if the ancestors are like his former master, intimidating exorcists into getting the job done. It wouldn't surprise him if his ancestors also had a talent for inspiring terror. Family traits can be powerful after all. But what really strikes him is when the snake told him that there's a reason for its existence. This thought stirs memories of his past life, and Yeon-myeong starts to wonder if it's all connected to the awakening of those memories. As Yeon-myeong is lost in thought, a guard suddenly bursts into the room, snapping him back to reality. In a quick motion, Yeon-myeong shoves the snake into his body, concealing it. The snake, not quite accustomed to such swift hiding tactics, might have felt more like a hastily packed travel item than a guardian spirit at that moment. The guard informs him that there's an attack by the evil faction near Sichuan, close to the main house, and Yeon-myeong must come immediately. Cutting to Sichuan, Hyunso from the entrance exam along with an injured old man is facing a group of thugs. The red-haired leader of the thugs mocks him, questioning where they're rushing off to. Hyunso has no idea why a gentleman from the Orthodox sect has shown up, but he's certainly not expecting the ugly red-haired troublemaker in their midst. The red-haired thug tells them that they should have known better. Sichuan is the territory of the Black Death Alliance. The old man steps in, offering to hold off the thugs, while Hyunso makes a run for it. However, Hyunso, in his current condition, knows he won't be able to escape easily. The red-haired thug, who is revealed to be a palace lord, is here with hundreds of his followers, and with the old man in his weakened state, they'll be tough to handle this. The smelly monkey thug tells Hyunso that now they've reached the capital of Sichuan, they must be seeking help from the Tang clan. However, he adds their leader has isolated the Tang clan, so Hyunso is just daydreaming if he expects any help. He goes on to boast that he will capture them and offer them to his leader, hoping for the ultimate martial art in return. They should be ready to lose a limb, he warns. That's when Yeon-myeong enters the scene, and the guards inform him that the two martial artists are from the Justice faction. Realizing their opponents must be from the evil faction, Yeon-myeong orders the guards to escort them to the clan as they come as guests. Hyunso, relieved that martial artists from the Tang family have arrived to help, feels reassured, though he notices there are only 4 of them. Even with formidable spirits, taking on hundreds seems impossible. Yeon-myeong tells Hyunso to step back since his partner seems in no condition to even stand. He tells his men to take care of the injured man. Hyunso asks if they should help those fighting at the front. Yeon-myeong simply smiles, and Hyunso continues to blabber about how there are over 100 martial artists. Yeon-myeong, however, tells him that while he appreciates their help, he doesn't actually need it. Meanwhile, observing all this, the red-haired monkey is fuming at Yeon-myeong for blocking his path. His guard mentions that Yeon-myeong is probably the one who won the Tang clan's competition and returned as the family head. The red-haired thug mocks Yeon-myeong, asking if he plans to face them, feeling sorry for him. His minions grin, clearly relishing the thought. The thug leader boldly declares that he will uproot them all once and for all. Hearing the red-haired thug's nonsense, Yeon-myeong flicks a needle that flies toward him, poisoning him instantly. The thug collapses to the ground, dead before he even realizes what happened. Yeon-myeong had grown tired of the constant babble and decided to end it in the most efficient way possible. Everyone present is stunned by the sudden turn of events as the leader lies lifeless on the ground. Yeon-myeong steps forward, telling the others that they don't need to deal with the remaining thugs since he will uproot them first. The gorilla-like thug is dead, taken down by Yeon-myeong's poison needle. His lackeys are utterly confused, not even seeing the needle fly because it was so fast. Yeon-myeong casually reaches into his coat and pulls out hundreds of needles, each one brimming with poison. With a flick of his wrist and the use of his internal energy, he throws them toward the remaining thugs. The minions, seeing Yeon-myeong's attack, quickly shout for everyone to stay alert. But it's too late. One by one, they're struck, and within moments, Yeon-myeong's poison needles finish them off. The sound of bodies falling to the ground echoes in the air as the thugs drop like flies. As the chaos unfolds, one side character turns around only to be met with the sight of hundreds of bodies hitting the ground, each struck by a single needle. Meanwhile, Kemso is getting overwhelmed by the sheer power of Yeon-myeong's attack. Yeon-myeong reflects that he rushed himself and did not even apply the poison on his needles, but it seems like they are doing the trick. Just then, his pet snake manifests itself, pointing out that it is the snake's poison that seeped into Yeon-myeong's needles, and its poison is potent enough that only a few people in the world could withstand it. Yeon-myeong smirks, clearly impressed. He remarks that the snake's poison is more useful than it looks, which seems to irritate his newfound unlimited poison supplier. Hyunso can't believe his eyes. He never imagined that Yeon-myeong had such amazing assassin skills. He figures that Yeon-myeong might be the one who single-handedly wiped out the 300 warriors from the Darkness Silent sect. Despite his doubts, Hyunso's guess is spot on. The remaining lackeys who had just witnessed the brutal efficiency of Yeon-myeong's poison needles can't wrap their heads around it. They had thought the Tang clan was on the decline, but no one mentioned that they had a monster like Yeon-myeong in their ranks. One guy with an axe tries to downplay the situation, telling the others not to worry, as it's just one guy. This junior gorilla type tries to assure them that if Yeon-myeong isn't in the fire realm, he won't have the energy to use that technique multiple times. Clearly, the junior gorilla is looking for his moment of glory, so he charges at Yeon-myeong, landing a heavy blow while taunting him about his bravado. But Yeon-myeong doesn't even flinch. He grabs the axe effortlessly and breaks it with ease. The junior gorilla is left wetting himself, terrified as he realizes that what Yeon-myeong just used was the dragon scale, which he obtained after contracting with the snake. The lackeys grow nervous, sensing that things are about to get even worse. Yeon-myeong, now ready to unleash his full power, prepares for his next attack, the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain technique. Seeing the situation unfold, Hyunso grows anxious. He remembers hearing that the Tang family's secret technique was supposedly lost after facing the Heavenly Pervert's attack. But Hyunso quickly realizes that despite the setbacks, their strength is still very much intact. Guess the Tang family isn't as down and out as everyone thought, he reflects nervously, knowing that Yeon-myeong is about to prove just how dangerous he can be. Yeon-myeong stands over the aftermath, having finished off every single opponent. Hyunso, watching the scene unfold, briefly entertains the idea of leaving the Black Death Alliance's threat entirely in the hands of Tang clan. But before he can settle on that plan, Yeon-myeong interrupts his thoughts, asking why is Hyunso still hanging around. Hyunso feels a rush of fear, as if his very essence might melt away, realizing that Yeon-myeong's skill is something he couldn't look away from, even if he wanted to. Yeon-myeong strides past him, mentioning they'll discuss things further at the main house. Hyunso takes another, longer look at the field now littered with defeated bodies. It's a potent reminder of the power of Tang clan, and he quickly realizes that making enemies with them is a path to certain doom. A few days before, Hyunso had been dining with the old man Sebek on the outskirts of Sichuan. He had felt relieved that they hadn't encountered any trouble from the unorthodox factions, especially since he'd heard that Sichuan was supposedly crawling with them after the Tang clan's supposed decline. Oddly enough, everything had been peaceful, almost too quiet. The old man Sebek suddenly seems tense. Hyunso notices the change and feels slightly baffled by the old man's abrupt shift in demeanor. Just then, a mysterious man approaches them, casually asking if they find the food satisfactory, mentioning it's a quaint spot he frequents. Hyunso considers the mysterious man before him, realizing that he was standing right beside them but went completely undetected. Clearly, the stranger is skilled. He asks who the man is, and Sebek informs him that this is none other than the leader of the Black Alliance, Yu Giljin from the Yu family. Hyunso, caught off guard, is shocked to find himself face-to-face with the infamous Alliance leader. They had come to this remote inn specifically to avoid trouble, yet their bad luck had brought them directly to Yu Giljin. Yu Giljin, exuding an air of arrogance, asks Sebek if the Justice faction has business with the Alliance, noting that Sebek's advancement to the Fire Realm indicates something serious. The old man replies that he has no interest in the Black Alliance and questions whether Yu Giljin came alone as he notices no subordinates nearby. In true main character style, Yu Giljin taunts Sebek, challenging him to see if he thinks he can handle him alone and inviting him to a spar if he's so inclined. Sebek, irritated by the provocation, reminds Yu Giljin that he's lived twice as long and has the advantage of accumulated experience. But Yu Giljin, unfazed, asks if Sebek is here to show him respect, his tone dripping with mockery. Sebek, now visibly annoyed, releases his energy, making it clear he's ready to engage. He points out that in a clash between Fire Realm masters, years of accumulated energy make all the difference. Sebek's confidence in his refined techniques sends a message that he's prepared to make Yu Giljin regret his overconfidence. Kunso observes that Sebek seems more fired up than usual, sensing he might actually be ready to start a fight here. Suddenly, both Sebek and Hemso are taken aback as Yu Giljin releases his energy, reminding them that he once destroyed multiple sects with his own hands a decade ago. The only reason the joint sect survived was its distance from Sichuan. Yu Giljin makes it clear that if a fight is needed to prove his point, he knows a nearby place for a quick spar. Kunso, trying to keep a level head, advises Sebek not to act impulsively and dive headfirst into a fight. Yet a part of him also wants to prove a point to show Yu Giljin that the martial arts of their sect are unmatched. In the present, Hanso explains to Yeon-myeong that this is how they ended up facing Yu Giljin. Yeon-myeong, however, points out that it's different from the encounter he witnessed earlier. Hanso clarifies that the pursuers they encountered came later, after the initial confrontation. Returning to Kunso's recollection, the situation grows tense as Yu Giljin exudes an intimidating aura. On one side stands Sebek, ready for battle, and on the other is Yu Giljin, prepared to face him. Sebek unsheaths his sword, instructing Kunso to stand back. Yu Giljin, unfazed, readies himself as well. In an instant, Sebek vanishes, surging toward Yu Giljin with a swift attack. Yu Giljin meets the assault effortlessly, blocking the strike with his bare hands. He acknowledges that the sword technique is impressive, noting that it's fueled by powerful internal energy. Sebek's technique utilizes the resonance of his inner energy to dispel opposing forces. Meanwhile, Hyunso struggles to follow their movements, amazed by the sheer speed and intensity. This is what a true Fire Realm battle looks like. As they exchange blows, Yu Giljin manages to stop Sebek's sword with his hands, taunting him about his supposedly impressive internal energy, which to him falls short. Sebek, further provoked by the mockery, launches into the ultimate technique of the joint sect, releasing powerful waves of energy. Watching, Hyunso initially believes Sebek is overpowering Yu Giljin. However, he notices the faint smile on Yu Giljin's face, realizing with shock that Yu Giljin is blocking Sebek's strikes at the very last moment, almost as if he's testing him. Sebek, snapping back to reality, understands that Yu Giljin is deliberately assessing his skills, despite being from the unorthodox side. Determined to break through, Sebek decides to unleash the full power of his secret technique. But Yu Giljin, ever observant, has already begun to decipher Sebek's moves. When the attack lands, it creates a massive explosion, the impact resembling an atomic blast, shaking the battlefield with its intensity. Hyunso stands in shock, watching as Sebek unleashes the clan's secret technique. The old man rises, showing Hyunso how he seemingly managed to defeat the alliance leader. Hyunso, still wrapping his mind around the scene, is caught somewhere between awe and disbelief. He quietly suggests to Sebek that they should make their exit before anything more unfolds. Just then, Yu Giljin appears unscathed and speaks up. He reflects aloud that the precision is needed for the technique. He notes that it suits the joint sect well, which aligns with the major orthodox factions. Yu Giljin explains that the technique amplifies internal energy through focused intent. Even though its name is the demonic sword technique, it's basically a powerful internal martial art. He then starts using their technique on them. Kunso, realizing this, remarks to Sebek that the technique Yu Giljin is using indeed resembles their sect's secret method, though it lacks the usual mixed energy blend. Yu Giljin, exuding arrogance, questions their surprise. To him, understanding the fundamental principles makes the technique accessible, even if it's not strictly demonic in origin. Sebek nudges Hyunso aside as Yu Giljin launches a massive energy-filled attack, vowing to rename the technique as the Divine Subduing Energy. Hyunso can't help but think Yu Giljin is trying a bit too hard to give himself a dramatic rebranding. Later, Yeon-myeong seeks confirmation from Hyunso, asking if Yu Giljin truly wielded martial arts from the orthodox faction. Hyunso, still processing the encounter, confirms it, wondering if Yeon-myeong's strength and perhaps his poison-slinging snake might be enough to handle Yu Giljin if a confrontation arises. Hanso lowers his head, explaining to Yeon-myeong that Yu Giljin had adapted the martial art to his own preference. Although the energy he harnessed felt different, the technique clearly retained the essence of the demonic sword art. What's surprising, however, is that the altered version's power even surpassed the original technique. If the old man hadn't used the last of his internal energy to block the final strike, they likely wouldn't have survived. Yeon-myeong, slightly impressed, reflects on how remarkable it is for someone to grasp such martial arts in a single duel, especially given that Sebek is firmly in the fire realm. This level of comprehension isn't something he sees every day. As Yeon-myeong ponders this, Hanso interrupts, reminding him that their purpose for coming to the Tang clan goes beyond mere observation. He requests Yeon-myeong's cooperation in the upcoming martial arts competition, an important event for their sect. Hanso elaborates, explaining that the Heavenly Demon Cult, a powerful and militant religious group based in Xinjiang, once rivaled the combined strength of the 9 great sects and other martial factions. Despite numerous clashes, the orthodox faction still lacks the confidence to face them directly. The primary reason for this complex situation lies in the power structure of the faction as it operates under the command of a single figure, the sect leader. However, the dynamics shifted when the sect leader's son, known for his disturbing personality and innate martial talent, gained his own followers. This creepy pervert, as some call him, left the clan with his followers to establish the Heaven Brilliance Demon Cult. This departure has weakened the elite ranks of the sect, creating what could be the last viable opportunity to eradicate them. However, the Orthodox faction remains cautious about the Black Death Alliance to their south. They fear that if they deploy their elite forces northward to tackle the Heavenly Demon Cult, they'll leave themselves vulnerable to attacks from the south, risking heavy losses. Seeing Yeon-myeong's formidable display of martial power earlier, Hanso realizes that he could prevent the Black Death Alliance from advancing north. Thus, he humbly requests the Tang family's support in holding off the Black Death Alliance while they focus on the Heavenly Demon Cult. However, to Hanso's surprise, Yeon-myeong, unfazed and with a poker face, simply refuses. Hanso relays this response to Sebek. He explains that Yeon-myeong declined and plans to consult the family head rather than make the decision himself. Hanso then asks Sebek what they should do if they fail to gain the Tang family's support. Sebek advises patience, instructing them to wait for the time being. Hanso mentions that their concerns extend beyond a single issue. The Tang clan itself is quite different from what they had anticipated. During their journey, he observed that the clan's buildings have expanded and their martial prowess has grown significantly. Even the clan members' spirits appear high, a stark contrast to the rumors suggesting that the clan had been weakened by the so-called evil loser. Sebek, slipping into his usual analytical mindset, agrees and speculates that there must be a powerful force behind the clan's revival. Determined, he concludes that they must secure the Tang clan's support by any means necessary. While they discuss this, Yuri and her father arrive, 2 martial artists with a reputation for being overly ambitious and slightly delusional. Yuri's father introduces himself as the head of general affairs for the Tang clan, sent by the family head to escort them. Upon reaching the main house, both Hyunso and Sebek are taken aback as they meet the Tang clan's acting family head, Yeon-myeong's mother, Tang Ji. Tang Ji formally introduces herself and immediately asks if they come seeking cooperation against the Heavenly Demon Cult. She further explains that she is currently acting as the head of the clan. What shocks Hanso and Sebek most is that she is in the fire realm, which likely explains the clan's resurgence in strength. Although they cannot sense Yeon-myeong's full power, it's undeniable that the acting leader, Tang Ji, has reached the fire realm, giving the Tang clan an undeniable edge. Hanso, confident in his intelligence, attempts to appeal to the acting head, arguing that there is an urgent need for support. He insists that, since they are working to eradicate an evil sect, helping them would be the just course of action. He asks her to reconsider, but she remains silent, turning instead to Yeon-myeong. She reminds him that he declined their request earlier and asks if his stance remains the same. To the shock of Hanso and Sebek, Yeon-myeong's answer is still a firm refusal. Stunned, the two struggle to understand his reasoning. Hanso, trying to appeal to Yeon-myeong's sense of duty, argues that if they don't stop the evil sects now, the martial world could spiral into chaos. But Yeon-myeong, maintaining a stern expression, explains to the two that while he understands the threat posed by the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Black Death Alliance and the cult are entirely separate issues. Based on his investigations, he found that the Black Death Alliance does not harass common people. They even avoid collecting protection fees and actively eliminate bandits, aligning them closer to the orthodox factions than to any evil sect. Given this, Yeon-myeong argues there is no justification for the Tang clan to initiate an attack. Hanso is taken aback, though the old man Sebek remains calm. Yeon-myeong then questions their talk of acting in the name of justice, pointing out that when the Black Death Alliance and the Demon's cult invaded the Tang clan, no one from the Orthodox faction came to help. To him, this reeks of hypocrisy as they now seek aid from the very people they previously abandoned. Yeon-myeong, keeping his cool, points out that prioritizing the safety of their own sect is natural, so he doesn't hold it against them. However, he accuses them of seeking help under the guise of eradicating evil, a thinly veiled attempt to protect their interests. He glances over at the visibly nervous Fatso, whose anxiety is so intense it looks as though he might actually melt. Hyunso clenches his fist, unable to lift his head, as he realizes that everything Yeon-myeong has said is true. Their sect preaches righteousness but only acts when its own interests are at risk. Sabek, the old founder, surprisingly apologizes to Yeon-myeong, admitting that they hadn't fully considered the Tang clan's position. Hyunso, shocked by Sabek's reaction, knows that if the old man were truly furious, he'd have to carry his body out. Instead, Sabek acknowledges their short-sightedness, admitting that they focused on their own benefits under the banner of righteousness. Switching his approach, Sabek suggests they offer a fair price for the Tang clan's support, turning it from a favor into a true cooperation. With this change in terms, Yeon-myeong can no longer refuse them outright. Hearing this, Hyunso immediately suggests they discuss the forces they can mobilize, but Yeon-myeong stops him, his expression turning intense. He asks them just how much they're willing to pay, giving them a piercing look that clearly demands they think carefully. After leaving the building, the negotiations having concluded, Hyunso feels lighter literally as he realizes the cost will be several years' worth of sect maintenance. Sabek, contemplating the steep price, tells Hyunso it's worth it if it means saving their sect. Hyunso nods, confident in their decision as he reflects on the Tang clan's strength. Their martial power rivals Yu-Giljin, while Yeon-myeong's power remains hard to gauge, hinting at depths beyond what most in the Fire Realm can sense. Sabek concludes with a mix of awe and disbelief that Yeon-myeong is undoubtedly the most formidable person he's encountered. Yeon-myeong overhears their conversation, feeling a sense of approval as he realizes that the old man has caught on to the fact that he's hiding his true power. The acting head, Mommy, as she's sometimes called, mentions to Yeon-myeong that their arrangement isn't purely about financial gain. There must be a deeper reason for his cooperation. Yeon-myeong agrees, explaining that while the Black Death Alliance's actions might look good on the surface, he remains cautious, unable to fully trust them. Mommy points out that order has been maintained in Sichuan since the major sects fell. Yeon-myeong clarifies, attributing this stability to Yu-Giljin. The Black Death Alliance is classified as an evil faction solely because they haven't joined the Orthodox faction. In reality, they resemble bandits more than true villains, ignoring ideals of righteousness in favor of personal gain. Under Yu-Giljin's rule, the current order in Sichuan is held together. However, Yeon-myeong explains that their so-called order is fragile, as they often eliminate business rivals and infiltrate or destabilize other clans whenever it benefits them. Yeon-myeong emphasizes that while their tactics haven't changed, Yu-Giljin's leadership at least maintains a degree of control. However, if Yu-Giljin were ever to disappear, the factions under his rule would likely spiral into chaos. Finally understanding his perspective, Mommy asks Yeon-myeong about his next steps, ready to hear his strategy moving forward. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong smiles and confidently tells Mommy that the solution is simple. They just need to prevent the Black Death Alliance from moving north. Mommy, however, hesitates, uncertain if they're truly strong enough to stop the alliance, especially since she's unaware of Yeon-myeong's current strength. With a straight face, Yeon-myeong clarifies that since they can't block the alliance directly, he'll block them from within. Mommy's eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes Yeon-myeong intends to infiltrate the alliance's main base. She's visibly nervous, wondering how he plans to sneak in. Yeon-myeong calmly explains that, as it happens, the alliance recently sent him an invitation themselves. Mommy, slightly confused, recalls that unlike previous events, this gathering is structured as a tournament where young masters from various evil factions compete against each other. Yeon-myeong plans to attend, assess their true intentions, and if necessary, eradicate any remnants of their evil nature with lethal precision. Elsewhere, inside a carriage, a man advises the evil girl, Yeon-yeon, to be cautious upon reaching the Tang clan, specifically warning not to offend the family head. He advises his niece to remember that the fate of their family depends on her. Yeon-yeon tells her uncle not to worry about it. She is determined to win over Yeon-myeong no matter what. The young lady Aijun approaches Sabek with a polite inquiry about his well-being and his progress with his internal energy. She has brought his meal and herbal medicine, which he gratefully accepts, inviting her inside. Sabek, visibly cheerful, tells Aijun that his recovery is greatly thanks to the medicine her grandfather provided. Hearing this, Aijun is delighted, her face lighting up. When Sabek first saw the unusual mix of food and medicine, he was admittedly shocked. Along with the potent herbs, It contains some poisonous plants. His expression was priceless, as if he were swallowing something far less palatable. Yet despite his initial reaction, consuming the concoction resulted in an incredible surge of energy, propelling his strength to new heights, almost like an unexpected transformation. Even Aijin's grandfather, who crafted the medicine, was astonished by the rapid progress in Sabek's recovery. Sebek, though initially doubtful, now realizes the not-so-appetizing medicine is working wonders. At this rate, he'll be fully restored and ready to return to his sect sooner than expected. Aijin is pleased to see his progress, and just then, Hyunso mentions that there's quite a commotion outside. Curious, he asks Aijin if something is happening. She explains that it might be due to the arrival of the Jegal clan. Hyunso's reaction is mixed with surprise and curiosity. The Jegal clan and the Tang family share a close, long-standing relationship, and their support was crucial during the recent contest. Aijin mentions that this time they've come to set up a defensive formation in the outer grounds, reinforcing the Tang family's defenses further. Hyunso realizes that with such allies, the Tang clan's power is even more formidable than he'd initially thought. Hyunso, deep in thought, reflects on his limited knowledge of formations and notes that the setup must be expensive. He wonders if the Jegal clan is indeed wealthy enough to cover these costs. Sabek then asks Aijin if the Tang clan is paying for the formation, and with a smile, she clarifies that the Jegal clan is funding everything. The duo of Hyunso and the old man exchange confused glances as Aijin adds that, according to the family head, the Jegal clan was highly cooperative in offering their support. Sabek contemplates that perhaps they've managed to identify a vulnerability in the Jegal clan. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong and her uncle are standing outside the main hall. The uncle asks Yeon-myeong if she feels prepared to leave a good impression, and she assures him she is, proudly showcasing her extensive collection of outfits. If there's a wow factor in her plan, it's certainly in her wardrobe choices. Yeon-myeong is convinced that her beauty alone will be enough to charm any man. Jegal watches her, thinking she reminds him of his sister, who was once celebrated as a beauty in Hubei and believes capturing a young man's attention shouldn't be too difficult for her. He recalls that over a decade ago, the pervert devil attacked their clan in an attempt to claim his sister, and thanks to her sacrifice, the clan narrowly avoided destruction. Driven by the shame of being reduced to a mere plaything for one night, his sister, in a final act of despair, ended her own life. Jegal silently vows never to allow such a fate to befall his family again. To him, forging a strong alliance with the Tang clan is essential. If Yeon-myeong can foster a meaningful connection with Yeon-myeong, their family lineage might endure and even thrive. Watching her, he realizes that the entire future of their clan now rests solely on her shoulders, a weight he hopes she can carry forward. Suddenly, the uncle and niece duo are interrupted by a voice acknowledging the Jegal clan's valuable assistance to the Tang clan. Both of them are taken aback, though their surprise stems from different reasons. It's almost as though they're in trance, admiring the graceful presence of the speaker, none other than the family head herself. She expresses gratitude for their support, including the formation they're setting up. Yeon-myeong realizes that if this powerful woman is the family head, she must also be Yeon-myeong's mother. Jegal reflects on the resemblance between them, thinking that they truly are like mother, like son, both blessed with striking looks and undeniable charisma. Momentarily overwhelmed by her presence, Jegal forgets to introduce himself properly. Gathering his composure, he steps forward and formally introduces himself, apologizing for not being aware of her ascension to leadership. With the grace befitting her role, Tang Yeon-myeong accepts his apology, understanding that he was not present at the time of her rise to family head. Tang Yeon-myeong acknowledges the long journey the Jegal clan has undertaken, suggesting that they should rest sufficiently before beginning their duties. Jegal respectfully thanks her for the consideration, clearly appreciative of her thoughtfulness. Tang Yeon-myeong then inquires about the young lady accompanying him. Nervously, Jegal explains that she is his niece, whom he brought along to help strengthen the bond between their clans. He motions for her to greet the family head, but his niece seems entirely oblivious, entranced by Yeon-myeong's striking appearance. Lost in her admiration, she misses Jegal's prompt until he finally nudges her out of her daydream. Collecting herself, she steps forward, gracefully introducing herself to Tang Yeon-myeong. She apologizes for her delayed greeting and warmly congratulates Tang Yeon-myeong on her ascension as family head. Tang Yeon-myeong, observing the girl's respectful demeanor, thinks she is exceptionally polite and remarks with a smile that in a few years she'll surely leave many men heartbroken. Hearing Tang Yeon-myeong's compliment, the young lady blushes, taking it as high praise. Tang Yeon-myeong, pleased, shares that she too was quite famous in her youth and notes how Jegal's niece resembles her. Yeon-myeong, flattered, tells Tang Yeon-myeong that she is still so beautiful that upon first seeing her, she mistook her for Yeon-myeong's sister. Internally, she admires Tang Yeon-myeong's kindness and elegance, feeling warmth from the compliment. Tang Yeon-myeong, with a gentle smile, mentions that since she and Yeon-myeong are of the same age, they will likely get along well. Yeon-myeong, moved by this display of warmth, begins to act teary-eyed, expressing how no one in her family has ever shown her such affection. Secretly, she hopes Yeon-myeong is reacting to her story, perhaps showing sympathy. However, to her disappointment, she glances over and finds him lost in thought, completely unaffected by her emotional display. She's stunned that Yeon-myeong appears so indifferent to her sorrowful tale. Most men, she thinks, would be falling over themselves in response. For a moment, she's left wondering if he simply isn't interested in her, a thought that leaves her both puzzled and slightly frustrated. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong drifts off into a daydream, his thoughts fixated on the elusive ice waifu. Jiggle, observing the scene, resigns himself to the notion that his matchmaking attempt has failed yet again. Yeon-myeong, however, is not so easily deterred. She finds it difficult to accept rejection, especially given that it's the first time she's experienced it. Tang Ji-hee tries to snap Yeon-myeong back to reality, playfully pulling his cheeks and urging him to pay attention. Meanwhile, in the Black Death Alliance territory, talks of the head of Tang clan stir the atmosphere. A little girl dashes through the area as murmurs spread about the young head of the Tang clan taking part in the upcoming gathering. In one of the meeting halls, the Alliance elders are gathered. They are reviewing the budget required for the upcoming gathering. The second page holds the list of participants, and a man, trying to look imposing by chewing on a twig, announces the report is completed for the day. Known as the leader of the 6 demonic lords, he offers congratulations to the Lady Yo, commending her on managing the task. She responds humbly, saying it's all part of her duty as a servant of the Alliance leader. One elder laughs that the Alliance leader merely tossed the report aside before stepping out, his disinterest evident. Apparently, even in the Black Death Alliance, keeping everyone focused on the task is a challenge. Another elder comments that their leader has always been a free spirit. Just then, a little girl enters the hall, and everyone is visibly shocked by her sudden appearance. The Lady Yo, in particular, breaks into a nervous sweat upon seeing who has arrived. This little girl is none other than the daughter of Alliance leader. The young girl declares her intent to attend the gathering in Sichuan this time, and she climbs onto her uncle, curiously asking him about the rumors she's heard. She mentions hearing whispers that the head of the Tang clan might be participating in the gathering, a fact her uncle confirms. With a mischievous smile, she muses about the tales of the Tang clan head's charm, wondering just how handsome he must be if he has captured the admiration of all the local women. She jokingly remarks that if the rumors are true, she might just make him her husband. Her uncle thinks to himself that her father would be thoroughly shocked if he heard this bold declaration. The little girl asks again if she can go see it. Her uncle resigns himself to the fact that no one can oppose the will of the Alliance leader's daughter. He knows even if he said no, she would go anyway. Meanwhile, the Lady Yo listens to their conversation, growing increasingly irritated at the topic. She hides her annoyance, though, considering a sly plan. Perhaps she can manipulate this situation to her advantage. She smirks, thinking that using the Alliance leader's daughter as a way to trap Yeon-myeong might just work. In this world of schemes and strategies, even the smallest player can turn into a powerful pawn. In one of the Tang family residences, Mirio is carefully combing Miso's hair, admiring their beauty. She teasingly asks Miso if she was really bedridden all this time. Miso, growing a bit shy, laughs at the compliment. Mirio recalls the last time when Yeon-myeong was here, he couldn't hide his captivated gaze when he saw Miso. Being curious and playful, Mirio presses Miso to share her beauty secrets. Then, with a sudden shift, Mirio slips into what could be called her Power Ranger mean God mode and asks Miso what she thinks of Yeon-myeong. Miso, visibly flustered, wonders aloud if Mirio is using martial arts to monitor her breathing, as the mention of Yeon-myeong's name causes her pulse to change. Mirio, turning serious, checks in on Miso's well-being, asking if she's truly okay, which leaves Miso slightly confused. Mirio then reveals that Yeon-myeong will be heading to the gathering in Sichuan, meaning Miso won't see him for a while. She goes on to explain that this gathering is no ordinary event. The most dangerous factions of the evil alliance will be facing off. Miso, understandably worried, grows tense as Mirio continues. With a mischievous smile, she points out an additional concern. What if Yeon-myeong meets another girl at the gathering and falls for her? Mirio wonders aloud if Miso could handle that situation. Miso, over facing a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, is at a loss for words. Mirio, still in her mean god mode, strikes a dramatic pose and proposes a bold idea. They should both attend the Sichuan gathering. Miso frowns slightly, expressing her concern that their presence might burden the family head, especially given the gravity of the event. Mirio reassures Miso not to worry, confidently asserting that she has everything planned out. In real life, this friend would be ultimate wingman, ready to support without a hitch. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Tang clan, Yeon-myeong sits idly, feeling bored. He turns to Yeon-myeong and asks if it's true that she wants to accompany him to the Sichuan gathering as his maid. Yang Yeong confirms, explaining that she's heard rumors about young masters from the evil factions competing for power there and is curious to see how the competition unfolds. With an expressionless face reminiscent of an unimpressed boss, Yang Yeong informs her that he's been authorized to bring one guard and one maid to the gathering. Inwardly, Yang Yeong is focused. This isn't just a casual trip. She sees it as a chance to win favor with the family head and is determined to make the most of it. Just then, the door opens and Mario strides into the room with Miso by her side. Yang Yeong, looking a bit like a junior employee surprised by an impromptu meeting, notes their arrival, half expecting this gathering of determined women. Mario, without hesitation, announces that Miso has something important she'd like to discuss with him. Miso, however, turns to Mario, pointing out that her behavior borders on disrespect toward the family head. At that moment, Mario notices Yang Yeong staring intensely in her direction as if sizing her up. Mario asks who she is, and Yang Yeong returns the question. Before introductions can proceed, Yang Yeong turns to Miso, questioning her purpose in his quarters. Before she could say anything, Mario begins to answer on Miso's behalf. Yang Yeong makes a face clearly displeased. Mario then boldly announces that both she and Miso wish to accompany Yang Yeong to the Sichuan gathering. Yang Yeong is visibly shocked by this revelation. What's humorous in all this is that Yang Yeong, supposedly the one in charge, seems entirely uninvolved in the planning going on around him. Mario suggests that she could serve as his guard while Miso would go along as his maid, given the limit of one guard and one maid. Yang Yeong, observing this impromptu scheme, is completely dumbfounded by what she views as nonsensical. While Mario has a close relationship with Yang Yeong, her biggest worry centers around Miso. Miso's beauty rivals that of Yang Yeong's mother, who, as everyone knows, is unmatched in elegance and charm. No one, she firmly believes, can outshine the family head. But if Miso joins Yang Yeong on this journey, Yang Yeong realizes her own carefully laid plans could be jeopardized. Amidst the tension, Yang Yeong surprises everyone by agreeing to take Mario as his guard. However, he firmly states that Miso cannot accompany him. Yang Yeong clarifies that he already has someone else in mind for the maid position. Hearing this, the ever-optimistic Yang Yeong wonders if she might be the one he's referring to. Meanwhile, Mario, displeased, firmly states that if Miso isn't allowed to accompany him, she herself won't be joining either. Unfazed, Yang Yeong suggests selecting another warrior from the clan, a response that only fuels Mario's frustration. Seeing the tension escalate, Miso, now emotional, tells Mario to stop, tearfully insisting that if the family head doesn't approve, it's best not to force the matter. In a moment of dramatic resolve, Miso apologizes, her voice full of sorrow as she resigns herself to the decision. Mario, her patience snapping, decides it's time for a heart-to-heart and drags the junior meme god outside with her for a lecture. In her unique style, Mario makes it clear that she finds Yang Yeong not only impressive in martial skills but also in judgment and decisiveness. She, as the self-proclaimed senior in posting memes, reveals her true frustration, pointing out his cluelessness about the impact of his choices. Her real question, however, centers around why he won't allow Miso to accompany him. Does he truly not see what he's turning away? Yang Yeong, however, stuns her with his response. He explains that the gathering in Sichuan is no pleasure trip. It could easily escalate into a battlefield when confronting the evil factions. If Miso were to come along, she would be exposed to potential dangers beyond his ability to protect her from. Mario feels a wave of concern as Yang Yeong firmly asks her who would bear responsibility if Miso were to get into trouble. The situation is even more precarious given that they're headed into Black Death Alliance territory, where you may have to face their formidable leader. Considering that Miso is still in recovery and not yet full strength, it would be incredibly risky for her to come along. This reasoning, straightforward and grounded in his sense of responsibility, leaves Mario momentarily speechless, realizing he's pushing Miso away out of genuine concern for her safety. Mario realizes the truth in Yang Yeong's words and reluctantly agrees. Yang Yeong, with characteristic calmness, thanks her for understanding his perspective. Unlike typical protagonists, Yang Yeong is almost refreshingly rational, no blind decisions or reckless attachment. Truly a rarity in his world. Mario, however, isn't backing down entirely. She sweats slightly but firmly tells him that she'll still be going as his guard. Yang Yeong raises an eyebrow, reminding her that she had just declared she wouldn't go if Miso wasn't allowed to accompany them. Irritated, Mario counters that she can't just sit back and leave the job to a fox guarding the henhouse, clearly referring to Yang Yeong. Yang Yeong, sensing the dynamics at play, wisely decides to let her have the final word. Meanwhile, Yang Yeong, perhaps intuitively, feels a twinge, suspecting she's the topic of discussion somewhere. Later, in another part of the Tang family estate, Jiggle is half asleep, watching over the defense formation. Suddenly, Yang Yeong arrives, catching Jiggle by surprise. Noticing his drowsy state, Yeon-myeong questions why he's just standing there as if nodding off. Startled, Jiggle quickly denies it, explaining that he's simply making the final adjustments to the formation, which will be completed by tomorrow. Yeon-myeong, activating his eye-discerning skill, scans the formations placed throughout the Tang family grounds, evaluating their protective scope. Jiggle explains to Yeon-myeong that all key points have been secured with strong defensive formations. Not long ago, Yeon-myeong had threatened Jiggle, warning him to complete the entire setup within a week. Now Jiggle assures him that he's on schedule and will meet the deadline. Yeon-myeong, seeing the progress, offers a rare compliment, telling Jiggle that he has proven his abilities and should continue with the remaining tasks with the same diligence. Jiggle, feeling the weight lifted from his shoulders, starts to cry, relieved that his life are now spared. Yeon-myeong is really impressed. He notes that even when he is away, the formation should provide ample protection for the clan. Then, with one more task in mind, he heads to the main hall. There he summons Elder Tang Yeon-myeong, a figure who exudes confidence. Tang Yeon-myeong, unflinching, reminds Yeon-myeong that their relationship isn't exactly friendly, so why has he summoned him? Yeon-myeong informs Elder Tang Yeon-myeong that he's heard of his skill with the sword, a talent that earned him the position of Elder. Since Yeon-myeong also wields the sword, he thinks it's worthwhile to engage in a conversation. Elder Yeon-myeong, acknowledging the vast gap in their abilities, remarks that Yeon-myeong's skill, as demonstrated in the recent competition, is far beyond his reach. Yeon-myeong, with a straightforward tone, agrees, noting that Jurong's abilities aren't even close to his. However, to Jurong's surprise, Yeon-myeong offers to provide him with some pointers in swordsmanship. But there's a condition: Elder Jurong must agree to follow Yeon-myeong's orders from now on. Stunned, Elder Jurong listens as Yeon-myeong points out that this is a rare opportunity, urging him to see it as a fortunate encounter. Yeon-myeong then raises his hand, signaling that this is a pivotal moment, and asks if Jurong is prepared to switch sides and align with him. Later, the two guests, Kunso and Sebek, prepare to depart, their purpose in the Tang clan fulfilled. They express their gratitude for the hospitality they received. Kunso, on behalf of their sect, thanks the Tang clan for joining their cause. Sebek, expressing his own appreciation, mentions that his internal injuries have fully healed thanks to their care. He assures the Tang clan that should they ever need assistance, he'll return without hesitation. Tang Jihai expresses her gratitude for their kind words and informs them that the Tang clan will send some elders and warriors to support their campaign against the demonic sect. Stabek reaches out to shake her hand, assuring her that payment will be sent as soon as they return to their sect. He then turns to Yeon-myeong, extending his hand to express sincere gratitude, acknowledging that if it weren't for Yeon-myeong, they wouldn't have survived. Just as they shake hands, Sebek feels an unexpected surge of power radiating from Yeon-myeong, making him realize the true extent of Yeon-myeong's martial prowess. Sebek's composure falters as he begins to feel utterly dwarfed, as though his own strength were minuscule in comparison. The subtle shift in Sebek's face says it all. He looks as though he just realized the depth of the ocean he's been standing beside. Hyunso, noticing Sebek's sudden pallor, asks if he's feeling well. Sebek, with a slightly shaky voice, dismisses it as reluctance to part with their gracious hosts. Yet internally he knows what he felt was no illusion. It's almost unfathomable that someone could possess such power. Just as they prepare to depart, Sebek pridefully considers that the rapid rise of the Tang clan may not be solely due to the family head. He suspects that Yeon-myeong, with his remarkable strength, is truly the one behind the clan's newfound influence. As the guests depart, Tang Ji gathers everyone and reinforces the Tang clan's core motto: they repay kindness twofold and settle grudges tenfold. Loyalty remains the primary value of the main family, and now, having pledged their support to Kunso's sect, they must stand with them in battle. Her spirited presence and beauty stir a renewed vigor in the clan members. With a leader like her, who wouldn't feel motivated? However, a group of clan members who are less than loyal, the pigs who've been stirring trouble, begin to sweat as they contemplate the impending conflict. It's clear that these discontented members might try to create issues for Yeon-myeong or disrupt the Tang clan's plans. With preparations set, Tang Ji wishes her warriors good fortune in the battle ahead. Later that day, Aijin hands Yeon-myeong a stock of energy drinks, fiery poison to be precise. Aijin grows curious about why he favors this particular poison, knowing that there are many others available. Yeon-myeong simply explains that he's familiar with it, and in truth, it's his favorite flavor. With that, he bids her farewell, knowing his companions are awaiting him. Just as Yeon-myeong prepares to depart, Aijin feels reassured by his presence, yet silently hopes for his safe return. Just then, Snaky, his loyal companion, manifests, voicing its curiosity. Snaky inquires if he is literally of the age he preaches. It's hard for Snaky to believe that someone as young as Yeon-myeong possesses such incredible martial skill. Yeon-myeong, mildly surprised, asks what prompted this question out of nowhere. Snaky explains that such power at his age is almost unheard of, an extraordinary rarity. Snaky, unable to contain itself, starts rambling on about how Yeon-myeong has already surpassed many veteran martial artists who have spent decades navigating the martial world. While Snaky acknowledges that Yeon-myeong isn't yet on par with figures like the mysterious invisible guest, it's still amazed by his mastery, especially the advanced sword technique he displayed when recruiting Elder Tang Yeon-myeong. According to Snaky, that technique was leagues beyond what even seasoned sword masters could achieve. Yeon-myeong, ever quick-witted, replies that if figures like the Black Death Alliance leader can grasp martial arts at a glance, then it makes sense for a skilled warrior like himself to exist. He advises Snaky to let go of unnecessary wonder. He teases Snaky that it is not some mythical dragon. Afterward, Yeon-myeong heads to the main hall, where his team of side characters awaits. Mirio, ever curious, asks where he's been, and Yeon-myeong explains that he visited Ijun to pick up some poison. However, he's surprised to see a third person among them, a masked man, who introduces himself as Jang Gil, assigned to guide and ensure Yeon-myeong's safety throughout the journey. Yeon-myeong, with a slight smile, tells Jang Gil that he'll be counting on him. Just then, Tang Yeon-myeong, Yeon-myeong's mother, enters the scene. The side characters are taken aback, their expressions akin to seeing their crush. Observing this, Tang Yeon-myeong gently assures them there's no need for such formality. She turns to Yeon-myeong, noting that the wind is picking up, and reassures him that whatever paths he chooses in life, she'll always support him. However, she advises him not to push himself too hard. Yeon-myeong, with quiet confidence, assures her not to worry, knowing she understands his resilience. Hearing Yeon-myeong's assurance, Tang Yeon-myeong beams with pride, reminding him that he is, after all, the son of the Poison Phoenix. She then turns to the side characters, instructing them to stay safe and ensure they protect the family head. Like soldiers on duty, they respond in unison, vowing to carry out their responsibilities. Satisfied, she bids them farewell. They start their journey into the heart of Sichuan. Soon, the squad notices the bustling atmosphere around them. Mirio comments to Yeon-myeong that it almost feels like a festival, unlike the last time she visited. Curious, Yeon-myeong asks if she's been here before. With a sense of pride, Mirio explains that she had visited a few times when her father was still running a trading company. Sliding smoothly into her storytelling mode, she shares how it was a major company back then, but after the evil factions took control, the business drastically declined. Hearing Mirio's account, Yeon-myeong recalls that her father had mentioned the trading company before. Our Chad, Yeon-myeong, begins to think that if the clan continues to expand, establishing a reliable trading company would be a wise financial move. He knows they can't rely indefinitely on profits from the clan's medical wing or funds often borrowed by the elders. It becomes clear to him that dealing with the evil factions will be necessary to secure stable resources for the future. Yeon-myeong tells Mirio to bring her father to meet him, explaining that he intends to help them restart the family's trading company. Mirio, delighted, lights up with excitement, happily reminding him that now he can't back out of this promise. Later that day, in a quiet part of town, a small dwarf of a man sits idly, resigned to another slow business day. Dressed neatly, his greatest wish is to find someone who truly appreciates swords. Just then, he hears a voice calling out. It's Yeon-myeong, who asks if the shop is open for business, noting the absence of the usual sound of hammering. The dwarf, observing Yeon-myeong's unique appearance, welcomes him warmly, directing him to his collection of swords and encouraging him to look around. He showcases his inventory with subtle pride, doing his best not to brag about their quality, even though he's convinced his work far surpasses that of other shops. Meanwhile, Mirio, curious, asks Yeon-myeong why he's looking for a sword. According to Yeon-myeong, it's wise to carry a weapon, even if it is just for show. Yeon-myeong inspects the sword with a few taps on the blade, analyzing its quality. He's impressed by the sharpness and craftsmanship. It's clear that while the blade may lack ornamental beauty, its sharpness more than compensates, proving that it was forged and tempered with exceptional precision. He acknowledges this to the blacksmith, who stands in disbelief, surprised that Yeon-myeong can evaluate the sword's quality with just a few glances and taps. Yeon-myeong then encourages everyone present to choose a sword that suits their style. The blacksmith, still amazed, dashes into the back and firmly instructs Yeon-myeong to wait. Moments later, he returns with a large, heavy case, which he sets on the table. With a sense of pride, he invites Yeon-myeong to open it, mentioning that it's been quite a while since he's met someone who genuinely appreciates the art of sword-making. Yeon-myeong opens the case and is taken aback by what he finds inside, a legendary demon-slaying sword. The blade shines so brightly that it reflects his image, showcasing not only its impeccable polish, but also the high level of craftsmanship. Both Mirio and Yeon-myeong are equally mesmerized by the sword's presence. The blade is extravagant in design. Even Yeon-myeong, who has little knowledge of swords, can instantly tell that this weapon is extraordinary, its elegance and lethal design combining into a rare, formidable beauty. Shorty explains that the demon-slaying sword was originally crafted by his master, a true expert in the art of sword-making. Sadly, his master passed away from illness, leaving the sword unfinished. Taking over his master's work, Shorty poured his heart and skill into completing the blade, and as he speaks of it, pride radiates from him. He eagerly asks Yeon-myeong for his thoughts on the sword, confident that it's a masterpiece even by the highest standards. Yeon-myeong examines the sword closely, acknowledging its exceptional quality. It's as remarkable as any weapon he wielded in his past life, and can feel the sharpness radiating from the blade, a testament to the dedication and craftsmanship poured into it. Yeon-myeong praises the sword, telling Shorty it's a brilliant weapon. However, he adds that he won't be taking it. This surprises the blacksmith, who asks if the sword somehow failed to meet Yeon-myeong's expectations. Yeon-myeong assures him that it's quite the opposite. The sword is indeed a masterpiece, and he is grateful to have seen it. He explains that a weapon of this caliber would attract far too much attention, given its craftsmanship and presence. For his purposes, a simpler sword would be more suitable, allowing him to avoid unwanted scrutiny. Yeon-myeong decides to take the simpler sword he picked up earlier. The blacksmith, visibly disappointed, agrees, though he can't hide his letdown. Just then, a group of rough-looking third-rate characters barges into the scene, clearly here to make trouble. Spotting them, the blacksmith's expression shifts. Trembling, he addresses their leader as Master Yeon. Yeon is visibly irritated. He accuses the blacksmith of deceiving him by hiding the demon-slaying sword. He can't believe a lowly blacksmith would dare keep such a masterpiece hidden from him. The blacksmith, nervous and trying to defuse the situation, insists it's all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong, listening to this display of one-chapter dramatics, senses something unusual. Amidst the group of lesser threats, a few individuals emit a strange aura, something that feels off. Sensing Yeon-myeong's interest, Snaky appears, confirming his suspicions and whispering that this energy is unmistakably demonic. Snaky, who's encountered this energy before with the invisible guest, asks Yeon-myeong if it is his first time sensing such energy. Yeon-myeong notes that this is his first time seeing demonic energy in person, having only heard about it before. Curious, he asks Snaky what these demon pests might be doing in Sichuan. Snaky, equally puzzled, suggests capturing one of them to find out, thinking an interrogation might reveal their intentions. Meanwhile, Yeon, both arrogant and clueless, commands Yeon-myeong to step aside so he can kill the blacksmith. He even threatens that if Yeon-myeong doesn't move, he'll take him down first. Yeon-myeong, unimpressed, remarks that Yeon's mouth is far too foul for a brat. This comment only enrages Yeon, but with a mere flick of his finger, Yeon-myeong sends him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The dramatic guards react as though they've just witnessed a monumental tragedy. Yeon-myeong calmly tells Yeon that no matter how skilled he may think he is, he's far from ready to wield such a powerful sword. He'll need at least 20 years of training before he even attempts it. Watching this scene unfold, Mario is awestruck, practically swooning as though Yeon-myeong just dropped down from the heavens. One of the guards, undeterred, steps forward, barking angrily at Yeon-myeong, demanding to know how he dared lay hands on the grandson of Nam Jinsoon, lord of the Hindering sect, a sect supposedly under the protection of the Black Death Alliance. He warns Yeon-myeong that he shouldn't expect to survive after this bold move. This empty bravado from Yeon's guard only serves to irritate Yeon-myeong further. He tells them outright that he doesn't care about their affiliations or status and demands to know what connection they have with the demonic sect. The guards exchange uneasy glances, realizing their cover is blown. Among them, a man who seems to be the leader appears as though he's about to put up a fight, though judging by Yeon-myeong's demeanor, he's clearly out of his league. Yeon-myeong, sensing the tension, nervously asks Yeon-myeong where these men came from, while Mario and their supposed guards stand frozen in fear. Meanwhile, Yeon looks back at Yeon-myeong, a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. He's clearly offended that Yeon-myeong referred to his sect with such contempt, yet he also understands he's in way over his head. Before Yeon can even make his next move, one of the guards foolishly tells him to stay behind them for protection. At that moment, several demonic soldiers emerge from hidden positions. Their leader steps forward, announcing that from this point on, the Heavenly Moon Brigade will be taking charge. The remaining guards who once served Yeon are quickly cut down by the demonic soldiers, leaving him surrounded and defenseless. Yeon-myeong, completely unfazed, shows no concern for the chaos surrounding him. His subordinates look on in shock. Mario and others are utterly baffled by what's unfolding. Their leader stares in disbelief. He asks Yeon-myeong how had seen through their near-perfect concealment without breaking a sweat. Yeon-myeong casually mentions that he could sense the demon turds reeking from a mile away. He remarks that if their leader wanted to conceal his identity, he should at least consider covering his ugly face properly. In response, the bald leader, barely holding back his rage, questions Yeon-myeong that he has seen these men getting killed in front of him. Still, he doesn't feel any sense of urgency. Yeon-myeong, still cool, asks the blacksmith Shorty to lend him a sword, choosing none other than the masterpiece, demon-slaying sword. Taking hold of sword, he remarks to the intruders that if anyone should be worried, it's certainly not him. Yeon-myeong's gaze sharpens as he points out that, from his perspective, these demon-aligned soldiers are no different than the ones who are already dead. The bald-headed leader, infuriated by Yeon-myeong's defiance, orders his minions to escort the young master to safety, making it clear that he intends to kill Yeon-myeong personally. Yeon-myeong wasn't wrong in mocking the man's appearance. His face indeed resembles something unpleasant, like a baboon's ass. Just as one of the minions seizes young master Yeon-myeong is surprised to notice that the young master appears completely oblivious to who these guards really are. It seems likely, from his quick assessment, that the young master Yeon is entirely unaware of their true identities. Suddenly, a furious voice cuts through the air as the bald leader lunges at Yeon-myeong, clearly incensed by being ignored. Without flinching, Yeon-myeong effortlessly blocks the attack, resulting in a small explosion from the force of the clash. The bald leader, convinced he had the upper hand, finds himself thrown backward, staring in disbelief at Yeon-myeong, who stands unshaken. Just as the leader tries to make sense of what's happening, his vision blurs and spins, and he thinks of launching a counterattack only to realize in his final moments that his head has already been severed. His subordinates watch in shock as his head rolls across the ground. Mirio and Yeon-myeong stand in stunned silence, struggling to process the brutal scene before them. Yeon-myeong stands calmly in front of the headless body, exuding an almost flawless composure. After that swift swing, Yeon-myeong takes a moment to assess the sword in his hand, admiring its craftsmanship. He notes how the weight between the hilt and blade is perfectly balanced, and the edge remains razor-sharp, untouched by even a drop of blood. He turns to Shorty, acknowledging that the sword is indeed a masterpiece, and praises him for carrying on his master's legacy with such skill. Hearing this, Shorty feels a swell of pride, his eyes tearing up as he recalls a memory of his master. In a flashback, Senior Shorty is shown carefully crafting the sword, telling the young blacksmith that every valuable object will one day find its rightful owner. He urges his apprentice to ensure this sword goes only to someone who truly appreciates its worth. Now, watching Yeon-myeong wield the blade, Shorty realizes he has finally found the sword's destined master. Back in the present, Yeon-myeong addresses the remaining foes, asking if anyone else wishes to challenge him and even suggesting they attack him all at once. Provoked, the remaining enemies rush toward him, shouting that he shouldn't underestimate them. Yeon-myeong smiles, and with a single sweeping slash, he cuts through half of them. His movements become fluid and graceful, each strike precise and delicate, like a dance in water. In one smooth, continuous flow of attacks, he eliminates the rest with effortless, consecutive strikes. Witnessing the carnage, young Master Yeon decides to crawl back to his cave, realizing the fight is far beyond his abilities. Shorty the blacksmith is left speechless by Yeon-myeong's swordsmanship, while Mirio and Yeon-myeong remain in stunned silence. Mirio, especially, is exhausted from the constant surprises, amusingly wondering when Yeon-myeong even learned such refined sword skills. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nam Jin-soon strides with a sense of purpose, his thoughts laced with self-satisfaction. He reflects on his covered alliances, convinced that everything is progressing smoothly under the radar. Despite his position within the Black Death Alliance, Nam Jin-soon has secretly aligned himself with the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a betrayal known only to him. Interestingly, Nam Jin-soon is the second son-in-law to Hyunso, one of the key figures within the Black Death Alliance. Puffed up with pride, Nam Jin-soon deludes himself into believing that his son, Yen, is the epitome of their bloodline's virtues. In his mind, no peer can compete with his son's natural talent. Nam Jin-soon, caught up in his delusions, clenches his fist with confidence, imagining his son, Yen, making a powerful impression at the Sichuan Assembly. He envisions Yen showcasing incredible strength, securing a spot in the Black Death Alliance leadership, a position that Nam Jin-soon plans to use as a foothold to weaken the alliance from within. The irony of his scheme is almost laughable as he smiles to himself, thinking that by the time the Alliance realizes his true intentions, the forces of the demonic path will have already infiltrated Sichuan. Just then, a one-armed subordinate from the Heavenly Moon Brigade interrupts Nam Jin-soon's fantasy. Recognizing the man as one of his son's supposed guards, Nam Jin-soon asks with an edge of irritation why he's here. The one-handed guard informs him that the young master is under attack by an unknown assailant. At this, Nam Jin-soon's smug confidence begins to crumble and panic sets in. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong continues cutting down his opponents with ease, his skill making it look as though he's chopping vegetables rather than facing enemies. His display leaves the side characters dumbfounded, particularly Mirio, who worries about the aftermath, wondering who's going to clean up this mess. She muses that if she brought her sister along, the poor girl would have been completely overwhelmed. She then questions Yeon-myeong, wondering why he allowed one of the enemies to escape, knowing full well that the guard could bring reinforcements. Yeon-myeong, calm and strategic, explains that he intentionally let him go. Raising his sword, he points in the direction of Yeon, stating that an oblivious fool like him wouldn't even recognize a connection to the demonic cult. There must be someone else behind the scenes, orchestrating this whole setup and placing these ants to protect Yeon. Yeon, desperate, tries to convince Yeon-myeong that he's misunderstood, claiming he has no affiliation with the demon cult and doesn't even know who they are. Unfazed, Yeon-myeong silences him, pointing out that soon enough the truth will reveal itself, especially with the reinforcements on their way. The side characters, once again, are left in shock, when a loud voice from outside demands that Yeon be released. Nam Jin-soon arrives on the scene, bringing an entire contingent of followers with him. He arrogantly demands that the hostage be released, threatening to tear Yeon-myeong to shreds and feed him to the beasts if he doesn't comply. Bold words for a man who's far from the threat he imagines himself to be. Calmly, Yeon-myeong steps forward with Yeon in tow, pressing his sword against Yeon's neck. With an air of challenge, he asks Nam Jin-soon just what he plans to do about it. The side characters, already reeling, find themselves questioning who the real villain is here, thrown by Yeon-myeong's unflinching confidence. Mirio, the ever-analytical one, feels uneasy, noting that Nam Jin-soon's forces seem overwhelming. She wonders if Yeon-myeong truly has a strategy for dealing with their sheer numbers, momentarily forgetting that he single-handedly defeated over 300 martial artists in the recent test. Nam Jin-soon, furious, barks at Yeon-myeong, asking how he dares to defy them without understanding the extent of their power. Yeon-myeong, unshaken, points out that the energy emanating from Nam Jin-soon reeks of the demon cult's impure and sinister aura. It's clear to Yeon-myeong that Nam Jin-soon has been hiding his true identity, likely coming to Sichuan with the intent of stirring up trouble. Yeon-myeong, activating his heaven-obliterating eye, confronts Nam Jin-soon, calmly stating that the Black Death Alliance is likely oblivious to his true allegiance. If they knew, they wouldn't let this treachery slide. Hearing this, Nam Jin-soon feels as if he's being roasted alive, inwardly panicking over how Yeon-myeong could have sensed his concealed demonic energy. The fact that Yeon-myeong remains unharmed even after confronting the Heavenly Ant Brigade adds to Nam Jin-soon's mounting dread, making him realize the dangerous opponent he's up against. In desperation, Nam Jin-soon invokes his family's authority, commanding the Heavenly Moon Brigade to unleash the reverse blood demonic technique. Mirio and the others look on, horrified as they recognize the name of this sinister technique. Mirio's mind races. This is the same dark technique the Heavenly Brilliance Pervert used when he attacked the Tang family. The Heavenly Moon Brigade members start to glow ominously, their bodies igniting with fury as they appear to burn from within, turning a blazing red like human-shaped torches. Recognizing the gravity of the technique, Yeon-myeong questions Nam Jin-soon, asking if he is indeed connected to the Heavenly Brilliance Pervert. Nam Jin-soon, undeterred, dismisses Yeon-myeong's inquiry with chilling indifference, asking if this is the last thing he wants to know. Yeon-myeong tells Nam Jin-soon that he holds no personal grudge, but his family destroyed something precious to him. At this, Nam Jin-soon seems to shift into a full turd mode, laughing mockingly as he reminds Yeon-myeong that his brother has already destroyed everything, be it the Jiggle family, the Murong family, or even the Tang family. Hearing this, Mirio's anger flares up, and she seems ready to charge in despite knowing she'd likely be a burden in this battle. Yeon-myeong, however, quickly stops her, reminding her that interfering would only get them all killed. At this moment, their only choice is to trust Yeon-myeong. Nam Jin-soon then commands his fiery army, the evolved chicken wings, to finish off Yeon-myeong. Snaky, sensing the intensity of the situation, appears, commenting on how fired up the enemies are and asking Yeon-myeong if he has a plan. Without hesitation, Yeon-myeong enters his battle stance, his calm, focused aura radiating strength. He utters one word: eliminate. In a breathtaking moment as the army charges toward him, the world around them seems to drain of color. Yeon-myeong swings his sword, and in just one strike, he cuts the whole army in half. The gray world is suddenly painted in red as every single enemy is cut down in one seamless strike, leaving only Nam Jin-soon standing stunned. Mirio, Yeon-myeong, and Shorty look on, eyes wide, taking in the battlefield that has now become a bloody canvas, a deadly masterpiece crafted in a single, perfect stroke by Yeon-myeong. Nam Jin-soon stares in disbelief, struggling to process what he's witnessing. It seems impossible to him. He wonders how could all 70 of his warriors, each using the reverse blood demonic technique, be cut down so easily. Even a master at the peak of martial prowess shouldn't have been able to overpower them with such ease. The scene reminds him of a memory from the past. In a flashback, a younger, more naive Nam Jinsoon had witnessed a brutal battle during the demon cult's invitation ceremony for the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Church. He watched in shock as the left and right guardians of the cult, both in their prime, were beaten to a pulp. The victor of that match had been none other than the infamous heavenly pervert, Nam Jinsoon's own brother, whose power was unmatched even by the cult's finest. Nam Jinsoon recalls the suffocating aura that his brother emitted, an overwhelming energy he had not felt since that day. Now that same pressure fills the air emanating from Yeon-myeong, who stands before him with a calm yet deadly intensity. For the first time, a one-chapter character like Nam Jinsoon shows some humility, dropping to his knees before Yeon-myeong. Begging for mercy, he offers his own life in exchange for sparing his son, Yeon. He explains with genuine desperation that Yeon is just an ordinary kid, unaware of the dark schemes his family is involved in. Whatever grudge Yeon-myeong has with his family, Nam Jinsoon pleads should not be taken out on his oblivious son. Yeon-myeong's voice turns icy as he addresses Nam Jinsoon, pointing out that if Yeon were truly ordinary, he wouldn't have tried to kill a blacksmith simply for not handing over the best sword. As Yeon tries to protest, Yeon-myeong cuts him off, bringing an end to the theatrics. Nam Jinsoon watches in horror as Yeon-myeong swiftly silences his son, leaving him no chance for redemption. Yeon-myeong then turns to Nam Jinsoon, asking if he's angry, before adding that the families of the people they murdered must have felt the same pain. With this, Yeon-myeong declares that he feels no remorse and has no intention of sparing anyone connected to the heavenly demon cult. Nam Jinsoon, broken and transformed into an unrecognizable shadow of his former self, meets his end as Yeon-myeong finishes him off. Later, back at the blacksmith's shop, Yeon-myeong finds himself in an awkward situation as the blacksmith hands him the sword. Shorty, overwhelmed with gratitude, insists that Yeon-myeong take it as payment, mentioning that if it weren't for him, he'd likely be dead. With a touch of emotion, the blacksmith explains that his master had always hoped this sword would find a true deserving owner, and he feels at peace knowing it's now in the right hands. Yeon-myeong, feeling a bit shy, accepts the cheers from his two enthusiastic companions who are congratulating him with playful excitement. Deciding to take the sword, he turns to Shorty and requests a scabbard, noting how flashy the blade is. Snaky manifests, observing with growing admiration that Yeon-myeong is even more remarkable than he'd realized. For a Tang family member to wield a sword with such skill is rare. If he continues this path, Snaky muses, Yeon-myeong could one day earn the title of Sword King and perhaps become the strongest martial artist in the world. Meanwhile, outside a large gate, a crowd is gathered, bustling with anticipation. Among them, two onlookers, a pair of nobodies with plenty to say, notice Yeon-myeong and his companions approaching. One points him out to his friend, speculating if this impressive-looking figure could be one of the successors of the Sichuan sect. Observing Yeon-myeong's two female guards, the clueless bystander jumps to the assumption that he must be a womanizer. The two bystanders go on, exchanging clueless commentary about Yeon-myeong. One of them wonders aloud why someone would bother coming to an important event like the Sichuan Assembly only to act like that. The other adds he bets his martial skills are trash too. However, both are secretly unnerved by the attention Yeon-myeong is getting, especially the way women in the crowd are swooning over him. The first bystander even admits to himself that he feels defeated before a single match has begun, intimidated by Yeon-myeong's striking looks. Even the judges, seasoned from years of observing young martial artists, are quietly impressed, thinking that Yeon-myeong's appearance is unmatched. When one of them asks Yeon-myeong which clan or sect he represents, he introduces himself as Tang Yeon-myeong, the young master of the Sichuan Tang Family. The two onlookers go pale at the mention of the Tang clan, realizing just who they're up against. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lady Yu has her sights set on Yeon-myeong, determined to kill him. She learns that Yeon-myeong registered himself on the participant list early in the morning and then headed straight to his quarters. Smirking, she muses that it's fine for Yeon-myeong to rest while he can. Soon, she plans to end him and settle an old grudge. In a flashback, she remembers a painful memory, crouched on the ground, clutching a martial arts manual and crying. At that moment, she had been saved by Mak In-guk, who asked why she was wandering alone in a place often frequented by bandits. He remarked on her luck that he found her and asked if she was injured. That moment marked the beginning of her connection with Mak In-guk. At the time, she was merely surviving as a concubine to a high-ranking military officer, where she was treated as little more than an object. One day, this officer died in a sudden accident. Known for his hobby of collecting martial arts manuals, he left behind a collection. She quickly seized her opportunity to escape, She took one of the manuals and fled, which ultimately led her to Mak In-juk. In time, Mak In-juk taught her martial arts, and they became close. He had originally been from the Wong sect, where he had learned the basics that he now shared with her, teaching her self-defense and survival skills. Once she had a firm grasp of the basics, she decided to train in the manual she had taken, the Red Lotus Flame art. But her fortune soon soured. After beginning her training in this forbidden art, her health gradually began to deteriorate as if she had contracted an incurable illness. Accepting that her time was limited, she chose to leave Mak In-juk, not wanting him to witness her weakening and pitiful state. Over time, she learned that Mak In-juk had risen to become the head of the Darkness Silent Sword sect, swiftly gaining power and influence. Meanwhile, she was left dying, her body racked with constant pain that often made her wish for an end. Yet, a deep regret held her back. Her last wish was simply to see Mak In-juk once more. One day, as if by chance, she was discovered by none other than Mak In-juk himself, accompanied by the Black Death Alliance leader Yu Giljan. Mak In-juk expressed surprise, noting her remarkable talent but unable to understand why she appeared to be on the brink of death. Yu Giljan quickly realized the issue. She had learned martial arts from both the yin and yang paths, causing her vitality and energy to conflict and slowly destroy her from within. Recognizing her dire situation, Yu Giljan advised her to recite the formula for the martial arts she had been practicing. To her, it seemed like fate. Entranced, she recited it with all her strength and will. Yu Giljan, a master of martial knowledge, took less than half an hour to craft a modified version of the Red Lotus Flame art, one that harmonized with her yang energy and was suited to a woman's unique balance of vitality. She was stunned by his skill. He had transformed the techniques so that as she progressed to higher levels, her internal injuries would begin to heal on their own. To show her loyalty for having her life saved, Lady Yeo founded the Transforming Heart sect and aligned herself with the Black Death Alliance. With Mak In-juk also part of the alliance, she hoped to rekindle their old connection. However, he shut down her hopes, making it clear that he had sought her out purely for her talent, not out of any lingering feelings. He urged her to leave the past behind, revealing that he had drifted further away from her than she ever realized. Though hurt, she couldn't blame him, remembering that she was the one who had left first. Determined to keep her feelings hidden, she suppressed her longing, clinging to a faint hope that one day he would understand her sincerity. Then came the news that shattered her hopes. Mak In-juk's Darkness Silent Sword sect had been annihilated by none other than Yeon-myeong, the young master of the Tang family. In that moment, she resolved to kill him, seeing his destruction as a way to settle her shattered dreams. Now, back in the present, her sole focus is tracking down Yeon-myeong and putting an end to him. But she knows that he has surpassed even the peak realm, and her Red Lotus Flame art alone might not be enough to defeat him. Still, she smirks, plotting her revenge. She's devised a plan to trap Yeon-myeong at the upcoming Sichuan assembly, a place from which she believes he'll have no escape. Just as she lies on her bed, her face twists with anger and anticipation, consumed by her dark hopes for Yeon-myeong's downfall. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong is deep in meditation. Snaky appears, quietly observing him, marveling at Yeon-myeong's intense focus. Snaky has been trying to disrupt his mental training for over an hour, yet Yeon-myeong hasn't budged an inch. The level of concentration he displays is almost surreal for someone his age. It's as if he were an old master reincarnated. Inside Yeon-myeong's mind realm, he's locked in a one-on-one duel with his master. They ready themselves, mirroring each other's sword stance before launching forward in a simultaneous attack using the eliminate technique. Their swords clash with such intensity that a massive explosion erupts. As the blinding light fades, both remain poised and unyielding, until Yeon-myeong's image is split in half. He expected this. He knows that fully manifesting the eliminate technique is impossible with only the green heart poison technique. Although he was able to cut down 70 foes with eliminate, it was a degraded version, lacking even half its true power. At its peak, the technique could have split the entire battlefield in half. In his past life, Yeon-myeong had used a powerful mental skill called Destructive Force to enhance the eliminate technique. Only through mastering this skill could he unleash eliminate's full potential. Destructive Force, however, came with a dark side. It weakens the body and can even cause sudden death in ordinary practitioners. But Yeon-myeong and his master had been uniquely gifted with the rare ability to control this power. Now with his body strengthened and his martial prowess at the peak realm, Yeon-myeong realizes that if he can once again master Destructive Force, he will finally reclaim the full strength he wielded in his past life. Yeon-myeong reflects on his connection to the sword, wondering if he has become overly attached. Despite his degraded technique, he has still captured the essence of the eliminate technique with his current strength. The problem, he realizes, lies in the misalignment between his mental technique and his swordsmanship. He considers modifying the green heart poison technique to better suit his sword skills, hoping this adjustment will unlock the technique's true potential. Abruptly, Yeon-myeong awakens to find his face marked with doodles courtesy of Mirio, who is gleefully drawing on him. He tells her to stop, but she ignores him. Mirio asks if he had been asleep, which he denies. Mirio informs him they've been waiting for him, and he tells them to move out. Just as they prepare to leave, Yeon-myeong tells Mirio to stop treating Yeon-myeong like her friend. Mirio retorts, questioning why she would care if Yeon-myeong himself hasn't complained. Their playful bickering quickly turns into a squabble, putting Yeon-myeong in a tough spot. He attempts to mediate, telling Mirio that Yeon-myeong does have a point. Mirio, now irritated, accuses him of taking Yeon-myeong's side, but then agrees that there's no reason to tiptoe around the orthodox sect members. Yeon-myeong smirks, remarking that in front of a pile of corpses, dignity isn't much of a concern. However, he's quick to remind Mirio that given her recent prank, he'll pay her back tenfold when the time is right. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Black Death Alliance's grounds, the crowd is buzzing with anticipation as the Sichuan assembly is about to start. The atmosphere is enhanced by a group of identical-looking musicians, their music filling the air. It seems the guest artist might have been a bit too inspired by copy-paste, as all the musicians look strikingly alike. The one with the unfortunate bangs, Lady Yeo, steps forward to explain the rules. She keeps it brief, stating that the assembly serves as a battleground where power struggles are settled, and by tradition, even life-and-death duels are allowed. Yeon-myeong and her uncle, Sang Myeong, appear particularly excited. Lady Yeo explains that all stakes and terms are written in a contract sealed before the competition, with the winner securing these rights for the next 5 years. If anyone dares to dispute the results, the main sect will verify the outcome, and breaking the assembly's rules would be seen as an insult to the alliance, punishable by severe consequences. The crowd is taken aback by the intensity of the stakes, even the nobodies looking a bit shell-shocked. Lady Yeo then announces a special guest in this year's assembly, the legendary swordsman known as the Sword of the Nine Rings, Sang Myeong. A wave of surprise and awe ripples through the crowd as they recognize him as one of the 6 Grand Masters of the Eagle Path, the most powerful figures within the Black Death Alliance. For the younger members, meeting Sang Myeong is a dream come true, with many starry-eyed at the chance to witness a true master of the sword. Yeon-myeong is surprised to sense that Sang Myeong has also reached the Fire Realm. Sang Myeong introduces himself formally, stating that he has come to the assembly alongside the leader's daughter, Yeon-hui, and expects strong performances from the competitors. Lady Yeo, with her distinct bangs, announces that the esteemed Sang Myeong will oversee any life-and-death duels. Anyone who wishes to engage in such a duel must first seek the master's approval. Just as Lady Yeo is wrapping up her speech, a hand goes up in the crowd. One challenger boldly requests Sang Myeong's permission for a life-and-death duel, challenging none other than Yeon-myeong. This one-off character named Mak Chun-wi seems oblivious to his fate as he stares down Yeon-myeong, determined to avenge his father. From his appearance and the 2 swords he carries, it's clear he's related to Mak In-guk, the very Mak In-guk that Yeon-myeong defeated. Sang Myeong recognizes Mak Chun-wi as a successor of the Darkness Silent Sword sect and quickly guesses that this challenge is fueled by a desire for revenge. He knows that avenging Mak In-guk, a formidable figure in the alliance, would be no easy task, especially since Yeon-myeong was strong enough to defeat him. Yeon-myeong stands calm and collected, aware that this challenger, a one-chapter character fueled by vengeance, has little hope against him. Hearing this, Mirio bristles with anger, especially since their side was attacked first. Yeon-myeong, ever composed, quickly urges her to stay silent, cautioning that others might overhear her outburst. Sang Myeong grants permission for the duel and calls Yeon-myeong to the stage. Both challengers step onto the platform simultaneously, each prepared to face the other with lethal intent. The crowd, however, finds its attention captured less by Yeon-myeong's skills and strength and more by his striking appearance. Murmurs ripple through the onlookers, particularly from the women who seem more taken with his looks and with the upcoming fight. Even the clan leader's daughter appears mesmerized, her gaze fixed on Yeon-myeong. Sang Myeong, observing her reaction, notes that she seems practically radiant with excitement. He muses that it would be a considerable disappointment if Yeon-myeong were to lose the duel. Sang Myeong formally states that no one aside from the combatants, their guards, or attendants may interfere in the life-and-death duel. He emphasizes that there are no restrictions on methods of attack, and both participants are free to ignore any surrender from their opponent. This is, after all, a duel to the death. After ensuring both combatants understand, he asks if they are ready. Yeon-myeong, unfazed, agrees to the conditions with a calm detachment. Given the significance of the duel, each fighter is permitted to have their guards and attendants present. Sang Myeong asks Yeon-myeong if he will be summoning any of his own, to which Yeon-myeong, with a composed expression, replies that he brought his guards but instructed them to stay out of the fight. His confidence is clear, whether facing one opponent or 3. he is certain the outcome will remain unchanged. This offhand remark infuriates Mak Chunwi's backup guards 2 and 3, whose fierce scowls betray their irritation. Impressed by Yeon-myeong's boldness, Sang-myeong signals the start of the duel. At once, Mak Chunwi and his allies draw their swords, but Yeon-myeong remains unfazed. With a subtle motion, one of the Mak Chunwi guards signals to the other. They advance, attempting to mimic a fierce, legendary fighting style, though their movements come across as clumsy and almost animalistic. Their swords radiate dark energy. It surprises the crowd. It's the signature energy of the Great Silence sword sect, an aura recognized as the mark of their master. The guards launch the attack, but Yeon-myeong remains steady, his calm unbroken. The crowd watches as the guards, their faces contorted with anger and determination, charge at Yeon-myeong, hoping to overpower him with their combined strength. Mak Chunwi's plan is simple. His men will keep Yeon-myeong distracted, allowing him to strike the moment he finds an opening. He intends to finish Yeon-myeong off with a low-grade martial arts technique, confident in his strategy. But in an instant, something unexpected happens. Instead of advancing toward Yeon-myeong, his 2 guards suddenly collapse to the ground, leaving the crowd stunned and silent. Even Sang-myeong and Lady Yo stare in confusion, unable to understand what just occurred, until they spot feathered needles lodged in the men's necks. Sang-myeong is taken aback. The needles were launched so quickly that even he struggled to catch sight of them. Yeon-myeong, calm and composed, breaks the silence, remarking dryly that he's growing bored and wondering how long Mak Chunwi plans to stay in his stance. Mak Chunwi, infuriated, vows to kill him and charges forward with enough force to crack the ground beneath him. Wielding 2 swords, he closes in with the intent to end Yeon-myeong in a single decisive strike. Yet as he swings, his sword meets only air, and he's left bewildered to find Yeon-myeong now standing behind him. Without hesitation, Yeon-myeong reveals a cold truth. He mentions that among those who attacked the Tang clan during the recent competition, 2 individuals wielded sword energy techniques similar to Mak Chunwi's. Calmly, he continues, injecting a needle into Mak Chunwi, explaining that one of those attackers was Mak Chunwi's father, the former head of their clan, and the other was a spy. Yet Yeon-myeong notes Mak Chunwi falls drastically short of either of them in skill. Hearing this, Mak Chunwi's anger reaches a breaking point, and he begins to shout, overcome with frustration. For a moment, it almost seems as if he might unleash a surge of hidden power. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong, indifferent to the spectacle, starts to walk away, silently noting that it was Mak Chunwi and his allies who initiated this conflict, yet they endlessly talk of revenge. The crowd, stunned by how quickly the fight ended, murmurs among themselves. Some speculate that the skill gap is simply too wide, while others question whether the successor of the Darkness clan just lacks real strength. Mak Chunwi's rage, however, runs deeper, not because he failed to avenge his father, but because he feels weaker than his stepbrother. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd announces that the battle isn't over. Mak Chunwi's sword turns pitch black as he launches a desperate final attack on Yeon-myeong, determined to prove himself better than his stepbrother and hoping to buy himself one more moment. Yeon-myeong, momentarily surprised, stops as Mak Chunwi charges, the blackened sword aimed directly at him. In an instant, Yeon-myeong grabs the blade with his bare hand, shocking Mak Chunwi, who had hoped for a longer moment in the spotlight. With a powerful grip, Yeon-myeong shatters the sword into pieces, ending the battle decisively and leaving Mak Chunwi stunned and defeated. Yeon-myeong's decisive victory shocks Sang-myeong, Yeon-hui, and Lady Yu, whose unfortunate bangs tremble as if she's about to cry. The crowd, too, stands in stunned silence, though the familiar duo of disinterested onlookers remains unimpressed, having seen far too much already. With this crushing defeat, Mak Chunwi meets his end. The crowd quietly accepts his passing, knowing he won't be remembered. Yeon-myeong reflects that he intended to go easy on Mak Chunwi. What surprised him was the challenger's ability to exhibit such skill even after being hit by the poison needle, which numbs hearing, paralyzes the body, and drains energy. Sang-myeong seems impressed by the rare blade technique Yeon-myeong demonstrated in the heat of the moment. He remarks on the Tang clan's reputation for training their hands to handle sharp weapons or wear protective gloves, but he hadn't expected Yeon-myeong to block a dark sword infused with energy bare-handed. Sang-myeong muses that if others witness Yeon-myeong's skill, they would clamor to become his disciples. Yeon-myeong considers explaining that his dragon-scale armor helped him block the sword's energy, but decides to keep this detail to himself. Instead, he simply responds that the Tang clan possesses such capabilities. Sang-myeong acknowledges the impressive display and announces Yeon-myeong as the winner, adding that he has the choice to either continue with more duels or stop. True to his bold nature, Yeon-myeong declares that he will continue, But he then surprises Sang Myongul by stating that even if everyone within the Black Death Alliance attacked him at once, the outcome would remain the same. It seems this challenge isn't limited to the participants alone. It extends to every member under the alliance. Yeon-myeong stands confidently in the arena, with the overconfident challenger lying dead at his feet. Among the crowd, a voice rises. One spectator scoffs, claiming Yeon-myeong must be crazy to challenge them all at once. Another heckler sneers, accusing him of arrogance, stating that just because he defeated a single opponent, he's acting all high and mighty. These detractors, oblivious to the real gap in skill, taunt Yeon-myeong, insisting he's nothing special, merely the young head of a fallen clan. They foolishly boast that they'll show him what real power looks like. Amid this commotion, a stern voice captures Yeon-myeong's attention. Lady Yeo, identifiable by her unfortunate bangs, steps forward. She firmly reminds him that while life and death duels are permitted, the Sichuan Assembly is not some street brawl. She stresses that this is an official event where sect representatives display their martial skills with honor, and as this year's hosts, they cannot allow them to ignore the rules and act recklessly. Sang Myongul intervenes, telling her there's no need to be so strict. He admits to being intrigued by Yeon-myeong's boldness and expresses interest in seeing just how far he can go. However, he adds that if the situation spirals out of control, he will step in to restore order, keeping the spirit of the Sichuan Assembly intact. Unable to defy her superiors, Lady Yu clenches her jaw, looking as though she might grind her teeth to dust, and announces that since the Grandmaster permits it, she has no objections. Sang Myongul addresses Yeon-myeong, explaining that the Tang family's assassination techniques are built for large-scale destruction, and a chaotic, unstructured attack would only create confusion. To maintain order, he limits the number of attackers to 3, allowing Yeon-myeong to select his opponents. Sang Myongul adds that if Yeon-myeong finds these terms unacceptable, he may speak now. With a smirk, Yeon-myeong confidently accepts the terms, turning to Sang Myongul with unwavering assurance. Moments later, Sang Myongul watches in shock as his own expectations unravel. He had assumed that after a few rounds, the participants would recognize Yeon-myeong's methods and learn to counter his feathered needles, slowly breaking through his assassination techniques, creating a real chance for victory. But this assumption proves drastically wrong. In less than an hour, over half the challengers lie defeated, their lives ended swiftly. What surprises Sang Myongul most is that Yeon-myeong has relied solely on his feathered needles and his technique for catching blades, yet none of the challengers could offer meaningful resistance. Sang Myongul grows increasingly concerned, judging by Yeon-myeong's internal energy. He should not be so overwhelmingly powerful. Yet the skill gap is undeniable, leaving Sang Myongul to question how the situation could spiral this way, with the very integrity of the Sichuan Assembly now at risk. The remaining participants start to flee, desperate to escape with their lives. Just then, a new one-chapter character boldly steps forward. While others scatter, this figure stands firm, as though he's an overpowered protagonist. He enters the arena with a loud stomp that shatters the ground, drawing the attention of both the fleeing fighters and Sang Myongul, along with the 2 ever-present trolls. This newcomer hails from the Rising Phoenix sect and challenges Yeon-myeong directly. He announces to the crowd that they need not interfere, claiming that he and his guards alone are enough to handle Yeon-myeong. Bold words, considering his appearance resembles a withered mummy. Mocking Yeon-myeong, he declares that his winning streak ends here. Although his name remains unimportant, but he is Yeon-myeong. Sang Myongul, impressed by this display of confidence, commends Yeon-myeong's bravery, noting that it aligns with the courage expected of the Rising Phoenix sect. He asks Yeon-myeong if he has any objections or if he wishes to proceed with the life and death duel. Yeon-myeong calmly agrees, though he notes to himself that this Yeon-myeong has a bizarre body, one unlike anything he's encountered before, even in his past life. With no further delay, Yeon-myeong launches his feathered needles at high speed. Yeon-myeong's 2 frog-like guards jump forward, using their bodies as shields. To Yeon-myeong's surprise, instead of piercing through, the needles shatter on contact. Eva Mario, the senior troll, is shocked to see the needles bounce off harmlessly. Yeon-myeong notices that their skin is rough and cracked, resembling tree bark, and feels a pang of disgust. It looks like they have turned Groot into a third-rate villain gimmick. Sang Myongul reflects on the nature of the withered tree divine art, understanding that it causes the practitioner's body to wither like an ancient tree. In return, their skin hardens to the toughness of bark, durable enough to resist even sword energy. Additionally, their muscles and bones become denser, increasing their strength. Sang Myongul considers that Yeon-myeong may now be facing genuine trouble. Just then, Yeon-myeong, the challenger, attempts a swift strike. But in less than a second, Yeon-myeong dodges the attack and maneuvers behind him. His movement is so fast that even Sang Myongul, for a moment, struggles to follow. Yeon-myeong wonders if Yeon-myeong has indeed mastered a high-level movement technique. Positioned behind one of Cheongdang's lackeys, Yeon-myeong strikes quickly, plunging a poison-laced needle directly into the lackey's head. The poison takes immediate effect. This enrages the second lackey, who charges at Yeon-myeong to avenge his fallen comrade. Unfazed, Yeon-myeong grabs the attacker by the mouth, taunting him by saying he'll test whether his tongue is as tough as his skin. Yeon-myeong then pins a needle directly onto the lackey's tongue. The lackey struggles, attempting to resist, but Yeon-myeong's grip is unyielding. Unable to withstand the pressure and the effects of the poison, the second lackey ultimately succumbs, his body giving out despite his efforts. Just then, Yeon-myeong senses a fist aimed his way. In a millisecond, he dodges, startling Cheongdang, who hadn't expected such agility. Yeon-myeong channels his internal energy into a powerful palm strike, intending to shatter his opponent's defenses. Cheongdang attempts to block, but his body barely withstands the impact. Exhausted and disoriented, Cheongdang tries one final desperate attack, only to find himself caught by the neck. With a smirk, Yeon-myeong mockingly commends him on his tough body, but warns that if that's all he can rely on, he was foolish to think he could challenge him. Yeon-myeong holds the lackey firmly, almost as if he's knocking to see if there's anything more to offer. Surprisingly, the lackey begins to laugh, taunting Yeon-myeong and calling him foolish for assuming toughness is his only asset. He reveals that he has been waiting for Yeon-myeong to grab hold of him. Yeon-myeong stays silent, not reacting to the provocation. At this, Cheongdang's demeanor shifts dramatically. A green aura begins to emanate from his body as he proclaims that Yeon-myeong will now witness the true essence of the Withered Tree divine art. In an unwanted flashback, Cheongdang recalls his father explaining that the true power of this art must remain hidden from the world and, if ever used, must end in the opponent's death. Believing this is the perfect moment, Cheongdang activates his ultimate move, enveloping Yeon-myeong in a sinister green aura, boasting that he will drain every bit of his internal energy. Yeon-myeong, unimpressed, sighs and warns Cheongdang to cease immediately, suggesting that otherwise he'll be forced to respond in a way Cheongdang won't like. But it's clear Cheongdang has already lost control, blind to the danger he's brought upon himself. Unbeknownst to him, Yeon-myeong possesses nearly limitless internal energy, meaning that any attempt to absorb it is not only futile, but potentially fatal. In yet another flashback, we see Cheongdang's father on a quest to amplify his powers. During his travels in Tibet, he encountered an enigmatic figure, a Chinese monk. Recognizing his potential, the monk taught him the basics of the Withered Tree divine art. Although the advanced techniques of this martial art were lost, limiting it to external applications, it was ideally suited to his skills, particularly to his ability to catch blades with his hands. Still, Cheongdang's father craved mastery beyond these limits and eventually joined the Black Death Alliance, hoping to uncover its secrets. However, seeking true mastery, Cheongdang's father joined the Black Death Alliance. The alliance leader, Giljan, examined his martial arts and quickly discerned that the missing technique was not as elusive as it seemed. He believed that each martial arts name encapsulated its core essence, and with this insight, he helped Cheongdang's father rediscover and refine the lost elements of the Withered Tree divine art. Together, they crafted the technique into its current formidable form. Back in the present, Cheongdang declares with pride that the art's name is more than a reference to his body's withered, tree-like appearance. He explains that his dried-out outer shell and internal energy are now rooted within his dantian, like a tree's roots, transforming his body into a true withered tree capable of absorbing an opponent's energy, just as a tree draws water from the earth. He laughs maniacally, taunting Yeon-myeong, warning him that he will drain him dry. At that moment, Cheongdang begins to realize something is wrong. Nothing seems to be happening to Yeon-myeong despite his energy absorption technique. Confused, he glances down and notices his arm starting to melt. Panic sets in as he cries out, demanding to know what Yeon-myeong has done to him. Yeon-myeong simply smiles, watching his opponent's distress. A flashback unfolds, taking us to Yeon-myeong's past life. In the martial world, 3 individuals held the title of the 3 vicious stars of Kai absorption. Known as the most dangerous figures, these 3 were infamous for using a Kai absorption technique to drain their opponent's internal energy. Together, these ugly rats terrorized anyone they encountered. 2 of them had even reached the Flame Realm, making them nearly unbeatable. In the Alliance Hall, 3 severed heads rested on display belonging to the so-called 3 vicious stars of Kai absorption. The individual responsible for their demise stood before the Alliance, calmly requesting his reward. The Alliance members questioned the identity of the man who had single-handedly defeated all 3 formidable foes. To their surprise, it was revealed to be none other than Yeon-myeong's master. Remarkably, his only intent had been to test a new sword technique. Yet the trio was so weak that they couldn't withstand even a single strike. Yeon-myeong recalls his master's words from that day. His master had explained how the three vicious stars attempted to absorb his internal energy but failed disastrously. Unable to handle his unique weakened ki, they met their end, the technique backfiring against them. Now, Yeon-myeong faces a similar fate, unable to endure the energy he sought to absorb, sealing his doom. Yeon-myeong reflects that ordinary martial artists are unable to handle the unique energy known as weakness kai, which has a decaying nature. Though he has yet to master this energy in his current life, it doesn't concern him. Smirking, he taunts Yeon-myeong, reminding him that he warned against doing anything foolish. With a hint of amusement, he asks if Yeon-myeong's family ever taught him not to consume just anything, remarking that his internal energy is no less than pure venom. As Yeon-myeong's arms throb in pain, Yeon-myeong channels venomous kai, which quickly engulfs and burns Yeon-myeong's body to ashes in front of a shocked crowd, including Sang-myeong. While Yeon-myeong casually dusts his hands, Sang-myeong grows increasingly uneasy, recognizing that they are losing far too many men. Just as he contemplates stopping the fight, he realizes that Lady Yu is holding Yeon-hui hostage. She declares that the battle must continue until Yeon-myeong is defeated. Sang-myeong is stunned, unable to believe what he's witnessing. Lady Yu, with her unfortunate bangs, coldly explains that Yeon-myeong's skills have far exceeded her expectations, ordering the Sword of the Nine Rings to kill him. Yeon-myeong sighs as he shifts his gaze, sensing the sudden tension in the air. Sang-myeong confronts Lady Yu, demanding to know how she could take Yeon-hui hostage and what kind of grudge she holds against a junior disciple to act so ruthlessly. Sang-myeong is taken aback when Lady Yu coldly reveals that Yeon-myeong is far from an ordinary junior disciple. He has killed Mak Im-juk, and to her the death of the white-haired Mak Im-juk was a serious matter, one that she cannot simply overlook. She feels compelled to avenge him, no matter the cost. Sang-myeong, visibly enraged, asks if she volunteered to oversee the Sichuan assembly solely for this purpose. She warns him, reminding him of her flame techniques, which give her the power to kill someone as fragile as Yeon-hui with just a minor wound. Meanwhile, Mario, noticing the rising tension, asks Yeon-myeong why they are fighting each other, but Yeon-myeong has no answer, equally in the dark. Enraged, Sang-myeong releases his powerful aura, challenging Lady Yu by asking if she truly believes he cannot sever her head from this distance. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of his aura, she admits that given his advancement to the fire realm, he could likely succeed. However, she warns that if he loses his temper and swings carelessly, he might leave a scar on his precious niece, Yeon-hui. In a tough spot, Sang-myeong sheaths his sword, telling Lady Yu to wait, promising that he'll deal with her after taking care of Yeon-myeong. She responds with a cold gaze, assuring him that once Yeon-myeong is dead, she will accept her fate willingly. The bystanders are in disbelief, whispering that it has come to this, that one of the 6 grandmasters must intervene personally to stop Yeon-myeong. Sang-myeong enters the arena to face off against Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong remarks that he hadn't planned on fighting him today. In response, Sang-myeong apologizes, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances. He explains that despite the shame, he has no choice, as Lady Yu's actions have left him with obligations he must prioritize over his own life. He hopes Yeon-myeong understands, and inwardly, everyone watches with bated breath, hoping both Yeon-myeong and Sang-myeong will survive the encounter. Just as they prepare to engage, the atmosphere is disrupted by a sudden melody filling the arena. Like a group of clumsy actors, the loser musicians begin to play, surrounding the space with their odd tune. Yeon-myeong quickly senses that something about the music feels off, a melody carrying a strange, unsettling undertone. Sang-myeong, visibly angered, turns to Lady Yu, demanding to know what she is doing. He accuses her of using a sound technique that is not only affecting them, but also causing pain to the innocent heirs of other clans, who now tremble and suffer under the oppressive sound. Lady Yu quickly covers Yeon-hui's ears, assuring Sang-myeong that she's helping him and that Yeon-hui won't be affected by the sound technique, so he needn't worry. Sang-myeong, exasperated, questions how much shame she intends to bring upon herself, insisting that all of this is unnecessary. Lady Yu coldly replies that if she had intended to stop, she wouldn't have started this in the first place. With a disturbingly determined look, she insists that Yeon-myeong must experience the terror of death, urging Sang-myeong to hurry up and kill him. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong listens to their loud, chaotic exchange, finding their antics rather tiresome. Suddenly, to the shock of everyone, including Sang-myeong and Lady Yu, Yeon-myeong unleashes his whirling frenzy dance, hurling spinning blades across the arena. The blades tear through the air, shattering the musicians' instruments and silencing the discordant melody, leaving their heads and instruments scattered across the arena. Lady Yeo, visibly stunned, and Sang Myeongle, in utter shock, watches Yeon-myeong calmly retrieves his rings unfazed. With all eyes on him, Yeon-myeong turns to Sang Myeongle, stating that he has taken care of the irritating noise. He calmly suggests that Sang Myeongle finish what he started. Sang Myeongle, sword in hand, stands on the stage, taking in the sight of hundreds of bodies scattered across the area. His expression, though composed, reveals a flicker of bewilderment, wondering if such a destructive martial art truly exists within the Tang clan, given how fitting it is for their deadly reputation. Watching Yeon-myeong demonstrate this technique so effortlessly, Sang Myeongle feels a mixture of awe and uncertainty. He muses that if Yeon-myeong continues to progress at this rate, he might one day surpass him. Caught up in these thoughts, Sang Myeongle briefly questions if killing such a prodigious talent is truly the right course, but his focus is broken when he notices Yeon-myeong unsheathing his own sword. Stunned, Sang Myeongle's gaze sharpens, wondering if Yeon-myeong actually intends to face him in a sword fight. His expression betrays his confusion, as he considers that Yeon-myeong might not fully grasp the situation. At a time when even his best techniques would be lacking, he is opting for a sword fight. Without hesitation, Yeon-myeong gets straight to the point, asserting that his hidden weapon techniques are trivial compared to what he can do with a sword. With a confident smile, he tells Sang Myeongle that he's ready to learn a thing or two from him. Sang Myeongle, the esteemed Swordmaster himself, stares at Yeon-myeong, caught between irritation and intrigue at this bold statement, realizing that this young fighter might be far more formidable than he'd expected. Sang Myeongle sighs, looking at Yeon-myeong with a mixture of disbelief and reluctant admiration. He remarks that Yeon-myeong's audacity has reached new heights, calling him outright absurd. However, in a bid to maintain his likable, honorable image, he tells Yeon-myeong that he appreciates his spirit, so he will allow him to make the first move. Upon hearing this, Yeon-myeong smirks, and in a flash, Snaky, his inner energy, manifests. Snaky asks if Yeon-myeong plans to go all out, to which Yeon-myeong responds that since his opponent is a master of the fire realm, he intends to give it everything he's got. Suddenly, the arena trembles as huge vibrations ripple through the air, overwhelming the entire area. Yeon-myeong, having released some of his energy seals, unleashes a torrent of power. The energy is so intense that it lights up the entire arena, sending powerful gusts of wind that send Lei Yeo flying. The onlookers, including the other fighters and Sang Myeongle, are stunned and disoriented, their senses overwhelmed by the sheer force of Yeon-myeong's energy. The ants and even the trolls, who had never witnessed Yeon-myeong's true power, are left dazed and speechless. Sang Myeongle, while still reeling from the shock, thinks to himself that it is impossible for a human to possess this much internal energy. What alarms him even more is that he hadn't sensed such an overwhelming power hiding within Yeon-myeong. Unlike the others who are caught off guard, Sang Myeongle quickly grasps the situation. He realizes that Yeon-myeong is far beyond his level, and just as he makes this realization, Yeon-myeong transforms, radiating with a supreme, almost godlike energy. With a calm but powerful tone, Yeon-myeong tells Sang Myeongle that he is ready for the lesson. Sang Myeongle stands in shock, unable to believe how Yeon-myeong has managed to reach such an overwhelming level of power at such a young age. The presence Yeon-myeong is radiating now reminds him of the intimidating aura he once felt from the Alliance leader Yu Giljan. Yeon-myeong, calm and unwavering, asks Sang Myeongle what he is doing, pointing out that he allowed Yeon-myeong to strike first. Sang Myeongle instantly backs out from his earlier proposal. He tells Yeon-myeong that he has underestimated him, and now if he allows him to strike first, he will be dead in no time. He admits to Yeon-myeong that he was unaware of the hidden strength Yeon-myeong possessed. But now backing down is not an option. If he does, Yeon-hui's life will be at risk. The real problem, however, is that if Sang Myeongle fights at full strength, one of them will inevitably die. He cannot just sit there and allow Yeon-myeong's attack to land without responding. Sincerely apologizing for the situation, Sang Myeongle acknowledges the severity of his position. He knows that if the battle drags on, he will eventually lose to Yeon-myeong's overwhelming power. With no other choice, Sang Myeongle decides to end the fight quickly and decisively. He prepares to unleash the technique Yu Giljan taught him, hoping to turn the tide in his favor before it's too late. In a flashback, it is revealed that when Sang Myeongle reached the fire realm, the flow of his energy entering his body felt different, more intense. Yu Giljan congratulated him for breaking through the wall of his talent and reaching the fire realm. He explained that although Sang Myeongle's meridians were fully connected and he had reversed his aging, the scars on his face will remain. Sang Myeongle humbly admitted that his abilities were still lacking, though he was grateful for what he had achieved. He even found the rugged look with its scars to be more manly, a testament to his hard-won growth. Yu Giljan laughed, remembering how Sang Myeongle had tried so hard to look fierce. He then reassured Sang Myongle that no matter what happens, he never wants him dead. Sang Myongle, however, called Yu Giljin out for mocking him instead of simply congratulating him. But Yu Giljin explained that now that Sang Myongle had undergone such a full transformation, it was time for a new phase of training. While his physical strength and skills were impressive, his sword techniques remained limited. Now that he had become physically stronger, Yu Giljin would teach him the technique of the strong sword. According to Yu Giljin, true strength lies in flexibility and softness, a concept that he had learned through the illusion sword. These subtleties of softness could be transformed into the strength of the strong sword. In present, just as Sang Myongle prepares to use this technique, Yeon-myeong watches, shocked at the sheer power and precision. Sang Myongle is ready to perform the technique called All Paths Lead to One Sword, a technique he's only just begun to master. Though it's not yet perfected, it is his tools to end this battle in a single strike. He hopes that this move will give him the decisive advantage. Yeon-myeong, impressed, remarks that he had expected Sang Myongle to use the chaotic illusion sword technique, given his background with the Sword Clan. However, he's surprised that Sang Myongle managed to perform even a rudimentary version of the strong sword technique. Sang Myongle, shocked and growing increasingly nervous, asks Yeon-myeong how he knows about the strong sword. Just then, Yeon-myeong's sword begins to glow with intense energy. It's clear that this isn't just a display, it's an overwhelming surge of power. Instead of shocking Sang Myongle, the realization hits him. Yeon-myeong isn't just wielding a version of the strong sword, he's mastered it to perfection. Sang Myongle, still struggling with his own incomplete version, is stunned to see Yeon-myeong radiating such an advanced form of the technique. In a flashback, we learn that swordsmanship has always been based on several core principles: heaviness, speed, breaking illusion, scattering, severing, and sharpness. Each technique is developed by mastering one of these principles. Yeon-myeong's master once told him that among all these principles, mastering strength is the rarest, as an ordinary body cannot withstand the force of its own sword technique. There's a cheaper and more common path where flexibility leads to strength, but that's typically the route ordinary people take. However, the path Yeon-myeong is aiming for transcends that. It comes from the extreme end of decay, a breakthrough known as the ultimate strength. Back in the present, Yeon-myeong exudes a constant flow of energy. He contemplates that his present body is different from his previous life. But the memory of using the strong sword remains clear. It's been a long time since he has used such strength. He recognizes that controlling this power might be tricky, so he warns Sang Myongle to brace himself. This battle is about to reach a new level of intensity. Sang Myongle realizes he is now in a tough position. His mind races as he faces the overwhelming power of Yeon-myeong. The onlookers, Lady Yeo, the trolls, and the nobodies are all stunned by the intensity of the battle. Their purpose, it seems, is either to be shocked by the events unfolding or to face certain death. The next instant, both Yeon-myeong and Sang Myongle charge toward each other, their swords enveloped in brilliant sword energy. The clash is inevitable. Meanwhile, the elders of Black Death Alliance, who are busy in their routine work, sense the growing power emanating from the arena. One of the elders, sensing the energy, assumes that one of the 6 grandmasters must have released their aura to inspire the young prodigies. However, a senior one, more experienced and attuned to such energy, comments that the level of inspiration being exerted is overwhelming even for him. He can feel the power from this far away, and it's unlike anything they've witnessed before. The first elder dismisses it, stating that it's none of their concern as the assembly is supposed to last at least 10 days. But the senior, ever cautious, advises the others to keep their cups down, warning that the energy in the arena is intensifying to dangerous levels. Suddenly, a massive blast of power erupts into the sky, releasing shockwaves of energy that ripple across the entire area. The impact is so immense that it shakes other parts of Sichuan. This catches the attention of the leader of the Black Death Alliance, Yu Giljin, who had been resting quietly on his own. Noticing the energy waves, his concern grows, wondering what his brother, Sang Myongle, is up to in the arena. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sang Myongle suddenly collapses, coughing up blood. He realizes too late that he has been defeated in a single exchange of swords. However, despite his impending death, his thoughts are on the safety of his niece, his concern for her still intact. Ultimately, his body gives way and the light fades from his eyes. Rest in peace, Sang Myongle. You will be remembered for your strength and honor. Witnessing the shocking conclusion, Lady Yu is left speechless, her mind struggling to process the sight before her. Meanwhile, members of the main clan rush into the arena, desperate to understand what has just happened. They're left in stunned silence when they find Sang Myongle and the Sword of the 9 Rings lying defeated. He stands coldly, his broken sword is silent testament to his failure. Unaware of the details of the fight, the clan members turn to Lady Yu for an explanation. She, in her hysteria, starts to bark out that Yeon-myeong, the young head of the Tang family, killed Tang Yeon-myeong. More people crowd into the arena, and it dawns on them that the Tang clan, led by Yeon-myeong, was responsible for the annihilation of the Silent Sword sect and the Heaven and Earth sect. But what shocks them most is that Yeon-myeong, despite his youth and appearance, has managed to defeat one of the 6 grandmasters. Lady Yeo, now in a frantic state, declares that Tang Yeon-myeong was killed while trying to protect Yeonhui. She warns that if they do not avenge Tang Yeon-myeong's death or protect Yeonhui, the sect leader will be furious beyond measure, signaling that their failure would have serious repercussions. Hearing her frantic orders, the expressions of the onlookers shift to serious concern. The pressure mounts, and their nerves escalate as they realize the gravity of the situation. Lady Yeo, in a desperate tone, commands them to kill the young head of the Tang family, Yeon-myeong, immediately if they want to protect Yeonhui. Though some of the clan members sense something strange in her words, they ultimately realize the truth. If they fail to stop Yeon-myeong, their own lives will be at stake. With that realization, they all charge toward Yeon-myeong, their swords raised in unison. One of them, acknowledging the sheer power Yeon-myeong displayed by defeating the Sword of the 9 Rings, warns the others that defeating him won't be easy. Nevertheless, they push forward, determined to overwhelm him with their numbers. Mirio, watching the scene unfold, is taken aback by the sheer number of attackers. Just as thousands charge at Yeon-myeong, she feels a mix of fear and awe. Yeon-myeong, however, is done with being shocked by their numbers. With a calm, almost indifferent demeanor, he puts his sword away, speaking to the fallen Tang Yeon-myeong, his voice heavy with respect. He reflects that, if not for the tricks Lady Yeo played, this entire situation would never have occurred. Though Tang Yeon-myeong's swordsmanship was impressive, the outcome was always decided by the refinement of their skills and the vast difference in their abilities. Despite being his enemy, Yeon-myeong admits that Tang Yeon-myeong earned his respect for dying without ever letting go of his sword, a death befitting a true swordsman. With that, Yeon-myeong lifts Tang Yeon-myeong's sword and, as a final gesture of respect, tells the fallen warrior that in honor of such a great swordsman, he will ensure that his journey to the afterlife will not be boring. Lady Yeo agitates the crowd by accusing Yeon-myeong of holding Tang Yeon-myeong's sword, implying that he's somehow dishonoring the dead. In response, Yeon-myeong remains calm and composed, but the chaos intensifies. He throws the sword into the air, using his internal energy to break it into shards. The sword shards fly through the air, hitting the charging attackers one by one, until they realize they're being struck by the shards. One elderly woman among the attackers, clearly frustrated, tells Yeon-myeong that he's resorting to cheap tricks now, mocking him for thinking he can stop 2,000 of them with just sword shards. But the truth is, they're the ones using cheap tactics by gaining up on him. Yeon-myeong remarks that for dealing with them, the sword shards are more than sufficient. With that, he swiftly slices one of the attackers in half. Within seconds, the scene turns chaotic as Yeon-myeong, channeling his internal energy, unleashes a basic version of the Tang clan's infamous 10,000 flower rain. A tornado of sword shards whirls around him, cutting through the attackers as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. The shards slice in every direction, creating a storm of relentless attacks. In the distance, onlookers look on in shock, realizing that this display must be one of the Tang clan's secret techniques. Panic spreads as bodies are flung in every direction, a whirlwind of carnage filling the arena. One observer, horrified, confirms to the others that this is indeed the legendary 10,000 flower rain technique. Hearing the confirmation of the 10,000 flower rain, the faces of the onlookers fill with disbelief. The technique, thought to be long lost, has resurfaced in front of them. Just then, Yeon-myeong's spirit pet, Snaky, manifests, calmly telling him that the onlookers are foolish to think this is the true 10,000 heavenly flower rain. After all, they have never seen it with their own eyes. Yeon-myeong calls out to Mirio, who is keeping watch as he focuses on the oncoming attackers. He tells her he will keep them away from her, but if a few manage to slip through, she must handle them. Sweat dripping like a dog in heat, Mirio reassures him that she will remain out of his way, acting as his bodyguard. With a confident smile, she encourages Yeon-myeong to send the attackers straight to hell, her words filled with bloodlust. Yeon-myeong grins back at her, acknowledging that she needn't say it. He's already planning to do exactly that. He increases the intensity of his attacks, causing the blades to multiply and intensify to the point where they resemble an ocean. The swords seem to sink into the bodies of the attackers, chopping them down like vegetables, their numbers becoming irrelevant in the face of Yeon-myeong's power. The sheer overwhelming force of his assault continues, and even the senior elder, who was once standing tall among the attackers, is chopped in half like the others. A few of the remaining attackers notice Mirio and her sidekick, both wearing the Tang family's distinctive outfits. Realizing they can't deal with a monster like Yeon-myeong directly, they shift their strategy. They plan to capture Mirio and Yeon-myeong, intending to offer them to the sect leader in exchange for favor. Mario, however, is visibly ready to dispatch them to hell. In a flashback, Mirio is surprised when Yeon-myeong offers to cure her dead vein syndrome. He explains that soul energies are blocking her meridians, which has been preventing her from fully tapping into her strength. Mirio, a little flustered, wonders if, like her sister, she'll have to get naked for the treatment. However, Yeon-myeong quickly reassures her that there is no need for such drastic measures. He gets flustered himself, having briefly imagined this situation, but he quickly brushes it off. He explains that the main reason he's offering to help is because Mirio is extremely talented in martial arts. Despite suffering from the dead vein syndrome, which she is unaware of, she has the strength of someone like the brigade. Yeon-myeong believes that if they can cure her syndrome and unblock her meridians, her strength will increase to the level of a clan elder. With that, she would easily slaughter their enemies in a matter of seconds. In present, as the attackers charge toward Mirio and Yeon-myeong, Mirio effortlessly begins dispatching them one by one, as if she's chopping vegetables. Her strikes are swift and precise, and the attackers are left stunned, realizing that even someone who appears to be a younger member like Mirio is far stronger than they had anticipated. In fact, her strength surpasses that of most clan leaders. Mirio, though, tells Yeon-myeong to stay behind her, stating that it's hard to protect someone while fighting. The battle rages on, and the Jiggle lady, Yeon-myeong standing off to the side, begins to cry, lamenting how she has neglected her training. In her current state, she is completely useless and can only watch from the sidelines as Mirio continues to tear through their enemies. Meanwhile, one of the attackers shouts to the others, urging them to stop the wind pressure coming from Yeon-myeong. They realize that, no matter how powerful he is, there must be a limit to his internal energy. If they can take some damage and overwhelm him with numbers, they might have a chance. Determined, they press forward, willing to risk their lives to take him down. Yeon-myeong watches in shock as they throw themselves at him, even allowing themselves to be torn apart by the relentless wind pressure. By sacrificing a few thousand lives, they are planning to weaken the pressure enough to create an opening. Yeon-myeong, deep in thought, reflects on their willingness to sacrifice so much, wondering what kind of person their sect leader must be to inspire such devotion. However, now is not the time for contemplation. In an instant, Yeon-myeong draws his sword and with a few swift moves, slaughters over 1,000 of them. His movements are so fluid and precise that the attackers barely have time to react before they are cut down. Lady Yo, watching in disbelief, cannot believe that Yeon-myeong managed to kill so many with a single swing of his sword. Realizing the true extent of his power, she understands now that it was not just luck that allowed him to defeat a Fire Realm master in a single strike. The number of enemies means nothing in the face of his overwhelming strength. With this revelation, she orders the remaining attackers to stop, telling them that no matter how many they are, they cannot win against him. She urges them to back off and save themselves, knowing that their chances of defeating Yeon-myeong are now impossible. Lady Yo, with a solemn expression, apologizes to Yeon-hui, her voice heavy with regret. She tells Yeon-hui that one day she will atone for her sins. Turning to Yeon-myeong, she announces that it is enough. No number of lives could ever stop him. If she wants to take him down, she will have to use the sect leader, though she had never wanted to go this far. The thought of witnessing all these deaths pains her, but she has no other choice. Her eyes begin to glow with a fierce intensity, and Yeon-myeong, sensing something is wrong, wonders what is happening. In that moment, Lady Yu uses the infernal lotus technique, and Yeon-myeong watches in shock as the little girl, caught in the technique, starts to burn in front of everyone. The flames consume her, and the scene becomes one of horror and disbelief. Lady Yu stands resolute, knowing that no one will survive once the sect leader arrives and sees his little daughter dead. She declares that she will be waiting for them in the afterlife, ready to face whatever comes next. Lady Yu has gone mad, consumed by grief and rage as she burns the young girl before her, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. The side characters, shocked by her actions, ask her if she is aware of the consequences. Tears stream down her face as she cries, telling them that she is willing to go to any lengths for the sake of avenging Mak In-yuk. Her one-sided love and obsession with vengeance have spiraled into a frenzy, pushing her past any rational thought. Yeon-myeong, watching the scene unfold, can barely contain his frustration. Lady Yu's madness is irritating him, and her hypocritical words only fuel his anger. She regrets that she lacks the power to do more, pulling out a knife from her dress. She contemplates ending her life, thinking that the Lord will seek vengeance on her behalf. Her self-pity and misguided loyalty to Mak In-yuk are maddening to Yeon-myeong, and he's no longer willing to let her continue her spiral. In an instant, Yeon-myeong rushes forward and chops off both of her hands with precise strikes, stopping her in her tracks. He moves to the little girl, absorbing the fire with his internal energy, and destroys it, ending the inferno. Yeon-myeong then turns to Lady Yeo, his voice cold and resolute. He tells her that not only has she harmed innocent people, but she has also tarnished the honor and sacrifice of Sang-myeong. Facing Lady Yeo, Yeon-myeong delivers his harsh judgment. He tells her it's foolish for her to expect a peaceful death after all she's done. Yeon-myeong knows that despite everything he has said, this is not his decision alone. He decides to leave her to Yu Giljin, realizing that no matter what happens, he cannot worsen the situation any further. Lady Yeo, lying on the ground, sneers at Yeon-myeong, telling him that no matter what happens, the Lord will never forgive him. She believes everything he has done will be pointless because today, Yeon-myeong will die by the Lord's hand. Yeon-myeong's anger rises, his temper flaring as he thinks of ripping her mouth apart for her insolence. But before he can act, Yu Giljin suddenly lands from the sky, releasing an internal energy so immense that even Yeon-myeong is taken aback. The energy is so overwhelming that it causes the surrounding onlookers to freeze as if time itself has stopped. Lady Yu is still barking in fury. Yu Giljin turns to see Lady Yeo on the ground, but his focus shifts when he spots Sang-myeong standing lifeless. His eyes then fall to his daughter, burned and barely breathing. The sight of her in such a state triggers an emotionless, glowing response from him, his internal energy radiating with a chilling intensity. Yeon-myeong, watching all this, realizes that all those subordinates who charged at him were not driven by loyalty, but by the overwhelming desire to die fighting, rather than face the wrath of the one who now stands before them. The amount of killing intent pouring from this figure is so suffocating that the side characters can't move, and Mirio, holding her weapon, feels herself drop it, thinking to herself that for the first time, she wonders if this man is even human. Sensing the crushing power of Yu Giljin's energy, Yeon-myeong finally feels the weight of the situation. He becomes serious for the first time, realizing that the little girl might not survive and Yu Giljin may go berserk. To keep things in check, Yeon-myeong prepares himself to face Yu Giljin with the full force of his power. However, unexpectedly, Yu Giljin moves past Yeon-myeong not out of fear, but because he is focused on his daughter, who is barely holding on to life. Yeon-myeong, momentarily puzzled, wonders if Yu Giljin is ignoring him, but he quickly realizes that his focus is entirely on his daughter. Lady Yeo, now frantic with rage, begins barking again, demanding that Yu Giljin avenge the death of Sang-myeong and his daughter. She accuses Yeon-myeong of killing Sang-myeong and harming his daughter, pleading with Yu Giljin to hear the cries of vengeance and kill Yeon-myeong on the spot. However, Yu Giljin, stoically covering his daughter with his coat, turns and begins walking away, ignoring Lady Yeo's frantic demands. She continues barking, asking him why he is leaving the scene, demanding that he fight. He responds coldly, telling her that everything is meaningless. Lady Yeo, undeterred, continues her cries for vengeance, but Yu Giljin remains silent, not even acknowledging her. Yeon-myeong, having heard enough, finally snaps. He walks over and shoves Lady Yeo into the ground, warning her to shut up. He tells her that even his patience has limits, and that if she continues her incessant barking, he will rip her tongue out. The situation, which had already escalated, has now become personal for Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong had originally planned to use this encounter to divert attention from the joint sect, which was busy dealing with the demonic cult. His goal was to make a scene, draw attention to himself, and shift the focus away from the ongoing battle. But with the death of Yu Giljin's daughter now imminent, the plan has shifted entirely. This situation has moved far beyond a simple tactical move and has instead become a personal vendetta. Now it's no longer just about strategy, it's about revenge. Mirio, sensing the tension, asks Yeon-myeong if he plans to chase after the Lord. Yeon-myeong responds that he has no choice. If he doesn't pursue the Lord, the Tang family could be in danger and he must see this through. Mirio, concerned, warns him that the Lord is incredibly strong enough to have even overwhelmed the heavenly pervert. Yeon-myeong, however, tells her that he isn't going after him to fight. If the Lord has any reason left, he won't kill someone who came to talk. Mirio presses further, asking what will happen if they end up fighting. Yeon-myeong clenches his fist, his face hardening. He replies that he will risk his life if it threatens the main family. It's a dangerous admission, especially considering Yeon-myeong is so far weaker than he was in his previous life, not even at 1% of his former strength. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Alliance, the doctor reports to the Lord, informing him that they did everything they could to save his daughter. Unfortunately, the flames had penetrated too deeply into her body, making it impossible to remove them, especially given her frail constitution. The Lord goes blank for a moment, processing the devastating news. As his thoughts drift, a flashback hits him. Memories of Sang-myeong and his daughter, his mind racing through years of hardship and loss. In a flashback, a young Yu Giljin stands by the side of the previous leader of the Alliance, who is taking his last breath. In those final moments, the leader asks Yu Giljin to take care of Yeonhui as if she were his own daughter. That moment changes something inside Yu Giljin. He channels his grief and loss into strength, believing that if he became invincible, no one close to him would ever suffer such a fate again. He led his brothers into the fire realm, gaining the loyalty of power-hungry martial artists and building an incredibly powerful force. But now, as he faces this situation, he realizes that all this strength and influence are pointless when things like this, things beyond his control, can still happen. He now understands in that moment what she must have felt when her straw doll was torn apart. His grief transforms into an uncontrollable fury, so intense that it feels as though he could tear the very sky apart. His hands change, his body contorting with the power of his emotions as he struggles to control the overwhelming anger surging through him. In that moment, Yu Giljin sees everything as meaningless. But despite the despair that threatens to consume him, he refuses to repeat the same mistakes that led him down this path of regret. Driven by the thought of protecting his people, he becomes consumed by madness, swearing to eradicate anything and anyone that could possibly bring harm to them. The power surges within him as he is overcome with the desire for vengeance, willing to destroy all that stands in his way. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong is busy dragging the Lady Yeo. Just then, his spirit pet, Snaky, manifests out of nowhere and poses an unexpected question. Whether Yeon-myeong knows that dragons are real. The question catches Yeon-myeong off guard. He recalls that, to his knowledge, dragons are mythical creatures, legends often used to describe prodigies who disrupt the martial world. But Snaky clarifies that he isn't referring to humans with dragon-like reputations, he's talking about actual dragons as a distinct species. Intrigued, Yeon-myeong presses Snaky for more details, wondering what he's trying to imply. Snaky explains that the leader of the Black Death Alliance is not human, but what he would classify as a true dragon. Snaky's form appears more majestic than ever as he speaks, and Yeon-myeong, visibly surprised, mirrors Maria's expression of disbelief, questioning what Snaky is suggesting. Snaky continues, explaining that dragons are not born in their full form. Instead, they are created when the energies of heaven and earth converge, forming a human-like child. As these beings live and grow, they undergo a transformation, eventually becoming true dragons. Most adult dragons sleep for centuries, but when they awaken, they unleash havoc, possessing the power to destroy entire nations with a single release of energy. Skeptical, Yeon-myeong asks Snaky what proof he has that the Alliance leader is a dragon, suspecting that Snaky might be drawing conclusions from the leader's overwhelming presence alone. To him, it sounds like mere speculation, lacking concrete evidence. Snaky gets exasperated by Yeon-myeong's doubts and challenges him, asking if he's truly that delusional. Being a supernatural being, Snaky finds it absurd that Yeon-myeong, despite his encounter with a mystical entity like Snaky, denies the existence of dragons. Snaky reminds him of his own past role as a familiar for the Tang family. He questions what Yeon-myeong thinks motivated his ancestor to keep a supernatural being like him around. Snaky explains that humans cannot perceive dragons because their fundamental energy is entirely different, but as a supernatural creature, Snaky can detect a dragon's energy. This is why the ancestor made Snaky his familiar. They fought together, hunting down dragons that posed a threat to the world. Yeon-myeong is stunned by this revelation, his mind racing as he tries to imagine how his ancestor could have hunted dragons. The idea seems almost fantastical, but hearing it from a 1,000-year-old being like Snaky gives it an air of undeniable credibility. Yeon-myeong wonders just how powerful his ancestor must have been to accomplish such feats. If Yeon-myeong could wield his sword skills from his past life to perfection, he's certain he could defeat even a dragon with ease. Driven by curiosity, Yeon-myeong asks Snaky if being a dragon alone is reason enough to kill them. Snaky clarifies that not all dragons are evil. There was a rare case of a dragon known as the Azure Dragon who was good-natured. Originally, the duty of subduing evil dragons fell to the Azure Dragon, but the ancestor, unaware of this, believed all dragons to be a threat and ended up killing the Azure Dragon. This act caused lasting conflicts with the hunters who once collaborated with Azure Dragon to stop evil ones. Realizing his mistake, the ancestor eventually took it upon himself to hunt only evil dragons, seeking to atone for the killing of the Azure Dragon. Yeon-myeong begins to piece together the events, gaining a rough understanding of what transpired. Snaky, in a slightly boastful tone, tells Yeon-myeong that this all happened even before he partnered with the ancestor as a familiar. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, Snaky clarifies that this isn't the main point. As he'd explained earlier, dragons aren't born knowing they are dragons. They live among humans, often unaware of their true nature. They form attachments to people around them, influenced by human connections, which can guide them to become benevolent beings like the Azure Dragon. However, if negative emotions take root, a dragon's nature can easily turn destructive, transforming them into an evil dragon. Yeon-myeong, grasping the gravity of the situation, nervously asks if negative emotions are indeed enough to turn a dragon evil. Snaky confirms, explaining that this is precisely what they are witnessing with the leader of the Black Death Alliance. Having lost his sworn brother and daughter in a single night, he now teeters on the edge of becoming an evil dragon. Later, a voice breaks Yu Giljin's intense focus as he sits on his throne. An attendant approaches, informing him that the young lord of the Tang family requests an audience with him. Fueled by anger, Yu Giljin crushes his chair at the news, his fury barely contained as the attendant explains that the young lord has come to clear up the misunderstandings between them. The leader, Yu Giljin, decides to hear Yeon-myeong out, acknowledging that he must be desperate to walk into the lion's den alone. As Yeon-myeong steps into the room, his face is firm and resolute. He feels a moment of uncertainty, wondering if the man before him is truly human or the dragon that Snaky spoke of. Yeon-myeong first expresses his condolences for the events that transpired at the Sichuan assembly. He explains that Lady Yu had taken the leader's daughter hostage, forcing him and Sang-myeong into a life-and-death duel. Left with no choice, Yeon-myeong ultimately had to kill Sang-myeong. Before he can finish, Yu Giljin, with a fierce flash of energy, summons Lady Yu to him, seizing her by the neck as she coughs up blood. Yu Giljin, looking at her with cold fury, remarks that she seems at ease despite her role in these tragic events. As she attempts to stammer out her story, he slashes her tongue, silencing her. He tells her that she should know true fear, just as his daughter must have felt when she was powerless to speak or defend herself before her death. Yu Giljin then uses the very flame technique that Lady Yu had wielded on his daughter, igniting her in a slow, merciless burn. As she collapses to the ground, he reminds her that he is not a fool. He recognized the flame traces on his daughter's body. With an emotionless tone, he informs Lady Yu that she is the reason he lost both his brother and his daughter. Her punishment is deliberate and excruciating. The flames will not kill her instantly but will inflict double the pain his daughter endured, burning her as she had once burned Yeon-hui. Yeon-myeong, taken aback, realizes that Yu Giljin has pieced together the truth from mere circumstances, which gives him hope that they might be able to resolve this without further bloodshed. Yu Giljin, looking at him intently, acknowledges Yeon-myeong as the next lord of the Tang family. He explains why, despite his power, he hasn't destroyed the Tang family up until now. His daughter, he reveals, suffered from an incurable disease that prevented her from practicing martial arts. Even attempting basic training would make her cough up blood. No medicine in the world could cure her, so he believed that the Tang family's poison techniques might hold the key, hoping to counteract her illness by using poison against poison. However, now that she is gone, there is no longer any reason for the Tang clan to exist. Once she was cured, he would have destroyed them regardless. Undeterred, Yeon-myeong responds that he won't back down, suggesting that Yu Giljin is allowing himself to be manipulated by the very person who caused his daughter's death. He argues that Lady Yu, who played everyone for her own purposes, is exploiting the leader's grief. But Yu Giljin sighs, dismissing Yeon-myeong's words, and accuses him of trying to avoid his wrath by bringing Lady Yu into this. To Yu Giljin, it's almost pathetic that Yeon-myeong thinks he could escape with just a few words. Yeon-myeong questions Yu Giljin's intentions. Yu Giljin's face hardens as he declares that it no longer matters who is right or wrong. The deaths of his loved ones are tied to the Tang family, and he will not let that go unpunished. From now on, it will not be an official judgment by the alliance but his own personal vendetta. He vows that everyone connected to the Tang family, including Yeon-myeong and his kin, will die to quench his insatiable rage. Realizing that there is no way to avoid a fight, Yeon-myeong draws his sword. But before he can react further, Yu Giljin reveals that every member of the alliance, including the 6 grandmasters, is already on their way to the Tang family. Once he finishes here, Yu Giljin plans to catch up to them using the Lightfoot technique, ensuring that no one in the Tang family survives. Yeon-myeong, panicked by the threat to his family, attacks in desperation. Their clash sends a shockwave through the room, creating a massive explosion. Yeon-myeong's mind races. His thoughts are consumed with worry for his family. He realizes he must get back to them quickly if he hopes to protect them. Yu Giljin blocks Yeon-myeong's sword with his bare hand, stunning him. He recounts with chill and calm how after the loss of his eldest brother, he wiped out every so-called righteous sect that had accepted his brother's death. He didn't spare anyone. Children, adults, no one was left standing, all in the name of vengeance. Yu Giljin makes it clear that if the Tang family will too face utter annihilation, with steely resolve, he warns that this time it won't stop with the Tang family. He intends to eliminate every faction in the Central Plains that could one day pose a threat, leaving nothing behind. At the Tang family manor, Yeon-myeong's mother sits quietly, sipping her tea, though her mind is restless, unable to shake thoughts of her son and how he might be faring. Her moment of reflection is interrupted as someone suddenly bursts into the room. Startled, she looks up to see Woojin, breathless and gasping, as if he ran with all his strength to reach her. Urgently, he informs her that the Tang family is under attack. Immediately alert, her gaze sharpens as she listens intently. Woojin explains that a large force from the Black Death Alliance has invaded, and the family's warriors are doing their best to hold them back. At the mention of the Black Death Alliance, a wave of worry sweeps over her, concern for Yeon-myeong's safety. But with the situation at hand, she steels herself, knowing she must focus on protecting the family and dealing with the invaders first. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Alliance, Yeon-myeong launches a relentless barrage of sword strikes, each one landing with lethal intent against Yu Giljin. Every strike is infused with a strong sword technique, powerful enough that one particularly intense blow splits the building, causing half of its wall to crumble into debris. Yu Giljin keeps on deflecting his strikes. However, he acknowledges Yeon-myeong's strength, realizing that his late brother was outmatched from the very beginning. The technique Yeon-myeong is wielding surpasses even the advanced swordsmanship Yu Giljin once taught his brother. Moreover, Yeon-myeong's immense internal energy allows him to strike continuously without losing speed. His onslaught is unyielding. On the other hand, Yeon-myeong is surprised by Yu Giljin's resilience, noticing how he manages to block each strike and still has the time to analyze the power behind them even as he defends. Recognizing this, Yeon-myeong decides to push the fight further, moving at a speed that Yu Giljin's eyes can barely follow. He shifts his grip on the sword, adjusting his stance to amplify the intensity of each blow. As he accelerates, each strike becomes more intense, the speed and force pushing Yu Giljin back with every hit. Despite Yu Giljin's skillful defense using his palm techniques, one of Yeon-myeong's strikes finally breaks through, injuring him. Yu Giljin senses that something is unusual about Yeon-myeong's technique. It's as though each movement of the sword follows a perfectly calculated path, optimized solely for killing. Yeon-myeong senses that Yu Giljin may have already analyzed his sword path, which surprises him. Yu Giljin moves in closer, commenting on how unprecedented it is for someone so young to wield such an advanced technique, suggesting that there may be more to Yeon-myeong's skill than meets the eye. As he reaches for Yeon-myeong's eyes, trying to disrupt his vision, Yeon-myeong reacts instantly, using his sword to push him back, creating some distance between them. However, Yu Giljin quickly counters, landing a powerful mid-air kick that sends Yeon-myeong flying. Using his sword as an anchor, Yeon-myeong digs it into the ground, slowing his momentum just enough to avoid injury. He swiftly gets back on his feet, but to his shock, Yu Giljin is relentless, giving him no chance to recover. Charging forward, Yu Giljin closes the gap again, forcing Yeon-myeong into a rapid exchange of blows. Their attacks collide, Yeon-myeong's sword against Yu Giljin's powerful palms, creating a massive energy wave that shatters the room, leaving the floor in ruins. Amid the chaos, they continue their assault, moving so fast that only the reflections of their strikes can be seen. Yeon-myeong presses forward, beginning to push Yu Giljin back, when he notices a smile on Yu Giljin's face. Annoyed by his opponent's amusement, Yeon-myeong channels more power into his next strike. Yu Giljin, finding a rhythm in the intense battle, mirrors the increased intensity, both fighters moving with blinding speed, their forms turning into beams of light as they clash. The manor trembles under the force of their attacks, each blow tearing through the structure, causing further destruction. So evenly matched, they reach a point where a simultaneous strike pushes both of them back, each feeling the weight of the other's skill and power. The intensity of the battle reaches new heights, splitting the roof in half as a large crack spreads across the arena. Moonlight floods the shattered building, illuminating both Yeon-myeong and Yu Giljin as they stand off against each other amid the rubble. Bathed in the moonlight, both warriors appear to glow, their movements outlined in a surreal silvery hue. Yu Giljin, surprised by how evenly matched they are, begins to appreciate Yeon-myeong's skill, acknowledging that he has achieved the level of Swordmaster. He had once believed he'd reached the pinnacle of martial arts, but now he realizes that this duel could serve as a stepping stone to push his abilities even further. Meanwhile, Yeon-myeong finds himself in a tight position. Despite the relentless pressure, Yu Giljin not only counters each of his attacks, but also seems to be studying them closely, almost as if he's found something fascinating in Yeon-myeong's techniques. The longer the fight drags on, the more it seems to favor Yu Giljin, and Yeon-myeong knows he must end it quickly. He attempts to use the venomous Asserting technique, but he's still unable to wield his full sword skills effectively. Despite relying on the strong sword technique, Yeon-myeong's blade is showing signs of strain. He marvels at the fact that his sword has lasted this long, but worries it may not endure to the end. Seizing an opportunity, Yu Giljin closes the distance between them and grabs Yeon-myeong by the face, accusing him of arrogance for looking away even for a moment. With a sudden strike of the Black Death palm technique, he lands a powerful blow, seriously injuring Yeon-myeong, who coughs up blood from the impact. However, Yeon-myeong isn't defeated yet. Gritting his teeth, he manages to block the onslaught of palms by positioning his sword between the attacks, using it as a barrier before launching a counter-strike. The look in his eyes reveals the severity of the situation. He knows that unless he fights with absolute seriousness, this battle could very well be his last. Yeon-myeong's sword slices through the air only to find that Yu Giljin has used his coat as a decoy, slipping behind it to avoid the attack. From behind the cover, Yu Giljin, with a sly expression, mentions a recent enlightening experience. He raises his finger toward Yeon-myeong, making him tense up in anticipation. Yu Giljin then unleashes the subduing righteous divine art, a powerful martial technique he picked up from his master. For a moment, the arena stands silent, but in the next instant, an immense explosion erupts, shaking the structure to its core. Yu Giljin confidently remarks that even Yeon-myeong shouldn't be able to withstand the subduing divine art, as it is a supreme technique designed to amplify true energy to devastating levels. But as he watches, Yu Giljin's confidence wavers, the amplified energy he unleashed starts to dissipate, unraveling before his eyes. From the fading energy, two precise sword strikes slice through, creating energy rifts that engulf the remnants of his attack. The power of these strikes fills the arena, overwhelming everything in its path. Yu Giljin stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. Above, Yeon-myeong appears in the sky, wielding his sword with renewed strength. This time, his sword technique carries such lethal precision that Yu Giljin is taken aback, the ground itself splitting from the force of the strike. Yu Giljin is left seriously injured, unable to decipher what sword technique Yeon-myeong is using, a technique he had not anticipated. Just as Yeon-myeong lands back on the ground, a glint of triumph in his eyes, he laughs to himself, realizing that on the brink of death, he has managed to unlock a portion of his original sword technique. While Yu Giljin stands stunned by what has just occurred, Yeon-myeong, resolute, informs him that his plan to use this battle as a stepping stone to new heights ends here. Today, Yu Giljin will face his end. Yeon-myeong's last strike was so powerful that it has splitted multiple mountains in half, showcasing the sheer force of his unleashed technique. Yeon-myeong then steadies himself with his sword, while reflects on his strategy, acknowledging that he devised this method on the fly, and to his relief, it has proven effective. He realizes that if he can reach a state of mastery where he can imbue objects in nature with his powerful intent, then he might also be able to manipulate the fundamental nature of his true energy. This discovery gives him hope, as the reason why he's been unable to use the true sword skill from his previous life is the immense strain it places on his body, often leading to severe complications. However, he speculates that by converting the iron essence within his energy into a poisonous form, he could partially unleash his true sword technique without risking damage to his blood vessels. His unique ability to absorb and withstand all types of poison provides him with the means to safely use this advanced technique. This new approach will be critical for future encounters, as it allows Yeon-myeong to tap into his former power without the usual risks. While he contemplates this breakthrough, Yeon-myeong continues to overwhelm Yu Giljin with his relentless strikes. Growing frustrated, Yu Giljin grits his teeth, asking Yeon-myeong if he truly believes he can die so easily. Yeon-myeong senses a shift in Yu Giljin's aura and immediately becomes more cautious. Yu Giljin then lowers himself to the ground, releasing an intense surge of energy that shatters the ground beneath him, catching Yeon-myeong off guard and causing him to lose his footing. Surprised, Yeon-myeong's expression hardens as he watches Yu Giljin, now visibly injured, who speaks in a menacing tone, declaring his defiance. His voice resonates with a chilling intensity as he challenges Yeon-myeong's audacity to stand before him and boasting about killing him. With energy radiating fiercely, Yu Giljin propels himself into the sky, dark energy seeping from his hands as he launches powerful, inky black attacks aimed at Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong responds with multiple sword strikes, weaving between the attacks and steadily closing the distance between himself and Yu Giljin. Just as he gets closer, Yu Giljin makes a sudden, cheap move, shattering rubble from the destroyed arena to block Yeon-myeong's vision. The debris, combined with the intense energy radiating around them, prevents Yeon-myeong from advancing further. Each time he attempts to emerge from the dust, Yu Giljin lunges forward, wielding dark energy and a sword-like technique, aiming deadly strikes at him. Yeon-myeong manages to block the first strike with his sword, but the force behind it is so immense that he has to put all his strength into holding steady. The impact sends him airborne and he barely lands on his feet. Without giving him a moment to recover, Yu Giljin charges again, his lethal intent clear as he prepares to end the fight with a powerful finishing move. He strikes with his palm imbued with dark energy. It is aimed directly at Yeon-myeong, who realizes that if he can't counter it, his life will be forfeit. Somehow, Yeon-myeong manages to intercept the strike in the nick of time. Ignited, Yu Giljin taunts Yeon-myeong, vowing that he will die today and that the Tang family will be wiped from existence. Exhausted but unwavering, Yeon-myeong only responds with a laugh which visibly shocks Yu Giljin. With a determined grin, Yeon-myeong tells Yu Giljin that he's severely underestimating the strength of the Tang family. As the young lord, Yeon-myeong has rigorously trained his clan, putting them on equal footing with even the most powerful factions. Meanwhile, back at the Tang Manor, his mother takes the lead, launching poison-laced blades that cut through enemies effortlessly. Commanding her people with fierce resolve, she urges them to fight with their lives on the line until Yeon-myeong's return. Inspired by her words, the Tang warriors charge into battle with renewed strength and a lethal intent. Returning to the main hall, Yeon-myeong boldly declares that it won't be the Tang family that falls today, it will be Yu Giljin. Enduring intense pain, he releases a powerful sword strike that forces Yu Giljin back, momentarily immobilizing him. Yu Giljin's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the strength Yeon-myeong has gained. Now empowered by accumulated poison energy, Yeon-myeong charges forward, his sword radiating with deadly energy as he aims for a final fatal blow. Sensing the danger, Yu Giljin goes berserk, barely managing to counter Yeon-myeong's strike with his arm. Enraged, he accuses Yeon-myeong, claiming that his brother's death was because of him, and even when his daughter died, Yeon-myeong did nothing but watched. Yu Giljin, fueled by his distorted sense of justice, charges at Yeon-myeong, landing a powerful palm strike. Caught off guard by Yu Giljin's words and the force of the attack, Yeon-myeong is sent crashing to the far side of the arena, an explosion erupting as he impacts the ground, coughing up blood from the intense blow. Snaky, sensing the severity of the situation, manifests and urgently urges Yeon-myeong to focus on the fight. Seeing Yeon-myeong unresponsive, Snaky takes drastic action, feeding him a concentrated dose of poison to revive his energy, knowing that if Yeon-myeong dies, Snaky's spirit, tied to him, will perish as well. With a surge of energy from Snaky's poison, Yeon-myeong regains consciousness just as Yu Giljin hovers above, ready to deliver a finishing strike. But Yeon-myeong stands determined to fight again. Just then, something shifts. Yeon-myeong senses an ominous realization. Yu Giljin smirks, announcing that he sensed that Yeon-myeong's sword technique, which cancelled out the subduing righteous divine art, has the power to weaken his opponent. And just seeing that once, he himself has mastered it. Yu Giljin shouts, asking Yeon-myeong that now they will see if he can handle this one. Yeon-myeong, realizing he's in serious trouble, braces himself. Their swords strike, and with that, their energies collide in a clash that shakes the arena. Meanwhile, the Alliance forces continue to suffer heavy losses as Yeon-myeong's mother moves swiftly through the air, targeting the strongest foes among them. Despite her efforts, the Tang family remains in a precarious position. With half of their warriors deployed to support the joint sect, they are heavily outnumbered by Alliance forces, which exceed their own by more than twice. Adding to the threat is a bald man slicing through Tang family members with deadly precision. His strength is apparent, and she quickly realizes he must be one of the 6 grandmasters of the evil path, likely her equal or even stronger. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she prepares to engage directly, determined to protect her warriors from further harm. But her attention is abruptly pulled away as she, along with the bald man who pauses his movements, witness 2 radiant strikes in the sky, blazing like a star descending to earth. A ripple of fear fills her heart, recognizing that the powerful clash is coming from where Yeon-myeong is locked in combat with the Alliance leader Yu Giljin. The sheer force of the energy ripples across the sky, making her question if this is even a battle between humans. Praying for Yeon-myeong's safety, she watches anxiously. Meanwhile, back in the battle, Yeon-myeong is both shocked and furious as he recognizes Yu Giljin's latest move, the Annihilation Sword Strike. It is a technique on par with his own most powerful technique. Yeon-myeong realizes that Yu Giljin, despite not being fully human, has a body resilient enough to withstand the weakening effects of his sword strikes. Reflecting on the battle, he's struck by how Yu Giljin managed to mimic and recreate aspects of his sword technique right in the midst of combat. Now hovering in the sky and exuding overwhelming power, Yu Giljin tells Yeon-myeong that fighting strong opponents gives him an intense thrill. He boasts about deciphering Yeon-myeong's technique, but dismisses it as meaningless, claiming that there's no purpose in strength if everyone important is lost. Yu Giljin's sanity seems to slip further as he declares his intention to become something beyond human, forcing himself into a state of dragon-like power. Yeon-myeong, feeling a mix of awe and trepidation, watches as Yu Giljin, now completely consumed by madness, vows to destroy everyone and impose his own twisted rule on the world. The killing intent radiating from him like an endless dark aura, Yu Giljin soars higher, proclaiming that he will become the world's new ruler. Yeon-myeong, now determined, thinks to himself that this deluded man has spoken enough. Yu Giljin won't live long enough to see his ambitions fulfilled. With this, the chapter ends here. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, Hit that like button as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Comment next part down below in the comment section. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.